Good morning. Can I get a 5x5? Let me know that you can hear me all right. Welcome back to J's for Justice. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday, February the 15th. February the 15th. Welcome in. Thank you, Karchi, for coming in with a super chat. Good to see you, Karch. Good morning, Bella. Shell gave me a 5x5. Hey, Crash. A 5x5 just means, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Did you guys get some rest last night? Good morning, Sin and Shell and Flo. Good to see you guys. Hey, Evelyn. Elizabeth Ware. White Lotus. Sarah Lee. Good to see you guys this morning. I got some updates to get into before. Aw, look at the doodle. Look at the doodle walking by. We have JLR down at the bottom right-hand corner, and then we've got our updates up because I've got some updates. And we're going to do a really quick roast on someone who thinks JLR should be arrested for what he's doing out there. I am stunned at the amount of people and the people who are coming out of the woodwork to say shit like this. Especially this one I'm going to cover today, and we're going to roast her a little bit because she used to be somewhat important, and she used to go on talk shows all the time and talk about crimes and we're gonna get to that. Literally hopes he's arrested. He hasn't even done anything wrong. Like, what has he done wrong to be arrested for? It's wild. I mean, it's one thing to say, I don't like him. But to say he needs to be arrested for it is crazy. We need to put these people on blast because I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're scared of the new journalism. Yeah, you can guess. I don't think you will, though. But you can try. I don't know if a lot of you even watch this person. But yet they're using all his footage. Right. And then the mainstream media is using, his answers to the questions that he has the gall to ask and no one else does. Then the whole media should be arrested, right? Nope. She's just got JLR on her thumbnail. Nope, it's not Coffin. Not Helen. No. This is someone who in the back in the day used to actually be on the Today Show, and she used to be somewhat kind of famous. She says he's interfering in an investigation and he needs to be arrested. Tell me, how has he interfered in the investigation? I mean, we'll see if she gives us any examples when we roast her, because I haven't listened to the whole thing. I just skimmed through it and I'm like, we're playing this. So let's get into our updates, guys. We got 200 of you here. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I just feel like this woman is obviously boomer about it, but she doesn't want to accept that the way the media is going and the way that we get our news has changed, Well, she's getting old, so now she's got a YouTube. We'll go over it. It'll be just a minute. But the first thing I wanted to show you is this representative from Arizona. If you're from Arizona, did you vote for Representative Alma Hernandez? If you're from Arizona, did you vote for this lady? She tweeted last night. She's all up at midnight tweeting. She said, as someone who lives and represents Tucson, Pima County, I am so sick of watching the reporting, in quotes, grifting, insane speculation, lies, and BS by random wannabe journalists and YouTubers who have now caused more harm than good to this entire situation and put this serious case in jeopardy. What? Please go home. Let law enforcement do their jobs. Stop following them during SWAT operations and playing detectives. I am sick of the constant lies from those who can't even spell Tucson and clearly have never been to our city. This home is not near downtown or midtown. So posting random videos of people walking in yards ain't it, y'all. No, Mexicans don't all look the same. Yes, our sheriff should probably stay off social media and not speak to the press anymore. Yes, this is sad, and we all want Nancy home, but seriously, please stop. Go home. Hashtag Nancy Guthrie. This is Alma Hernandez. Maybe Alma Hernandez needs to get her sheriff in order. Right? Hello, Michelle. Hello, Michelle. Thank you for your super sticker today. Good morning, Hexy and Jammers. Good to see y'all today. Good to see y'all today. Okay, so while we're on the X, she's got tons of comments that are just absolutely, people are like, what? Nerdy Addict responds and says, as someone who's reviewed days of Ring camera footage showing people stealing, going through mailboxes, trespassing, trying car doors, and peeping into windows without any repercussions, respectfully, shut your mouth when you're talking. She's getting all kinds of hate. I responded in here somewhere, but it's totally buried by now. She's got so many comments. This person says, hey, dingbat, perhaps try telling your clown of a sheriff to do his fucking job so others won't have to do it for him. I understand the sentiment, but this is not how you represent a city. What a shit show. What a shit show. Hey, Lisa. Good morning. Delightful Pam. Good morning, Dreams. Robots. Good morning. You know what I think they're scared of? I think they're all scared of the transparency. I think they're all scared of the transparency that gonzo journalism provides because they can't clean up afterwards. They fuck up. Everybody sees it. It's called accountability and transparency, and I don't think they like it. I don't think they like it. Learn to secure a crime scene if you're worried. Right. Good morning, LRS. Hi, Shelly Bean. Little bitty. The real little bitty. Oh, man. All right. So we've got a couple updates from Fox. We got one from Fox and Friends. And a new video. But first, we talked about this last night. We talked about Savannah around January 20th, after being gone from the Today Show for a few weeks when she had her surgery. She was reported back in January 20th to have been worried about ratings on the Today Show. Apparently, according to a source, obviously this is alleged, but she was worried about ratings because when she was on leave for her surgery, the ratings soared like 12% while she was gone. And in this article, it was like the National Enquirer and then the Daily Mail. So, you know, who knows? But it did say that her coworkers felt more at ease. The set felt less stressful. So then like a week later, her mom goes missing. It's really weird. Now we're hearing from the Daily Mail 2 hours ago. This actually came out yesterday. I can't remember who posted it first, but Savannah Guthrie considering leaving Today's Show for good. What is going on? Oh, we're gonna roast the hell out of her, Jammers. Jammers seen it. No one knew who it was, Jams. She's leaving the Today Show. She's considering leaving now. I made some shorts last night too. Brianna Whitney from Arizona Family did an interview with the sheriff. But before we can watch that if there's nothing going on. We also have some Nancy Guthrie audio from the dispatch to listen to. That's about 5 minutes long. But I want you to listen to the latest update from Fox and
regarding
Friends.
That Bluetooth scanner. We have a couple of videos to
because I want to talk about this Bluetooth scanner for a second. So it's now being reported that here we are 2 weeks into the search for Nancy Guthrie, and they're just now supposedly using some like technology that they put this little thing on the underside of a chopper, and it's supposed to scan for her pacemaker, but it has to be 10 to 30 feet away, and they expect us to believe that there was a helicopter that low. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to put on your thinking caps. JLR's been there every day. When in the hell did we see a fucking chopper that low? As far as I know, the only one that is reporting that is Brian Etten. Did we see the chopper? Like, physically see the chopper? How can a chopper get that low in a residential area? Fox News says ski mask intruder appeared to have a Ruger 22 with suppressor. Is that like a silencer? They did this on February the 3rd. And why are they just now talking about it? Was it that low, though? That just seems weird. It picks up Bluetooth devices. Don't you think every house would have a shit ton of Bluetooth devices in it? I mean, how many people have Bluetooth devices? It was before JLR got there? You think they did it by Tomato's house? Interesting. I don't remember seeing that. I feel like I would have remembered seeing it. Yes, the barrel stuck out of the bottom of the holster in the video. Wow, minus 80. They didn't know what they were doing. They just thought they were searching. Oh. Okay, well, let's listen. They're now just talking about it, though.
Regarding that Bluetooth scanner, we have a couple of videos to show you of the law enforcement helicopter that was hovering over Nancy Guthrie's home. Fox News Digital found out that investigators were using a Bluetooth scanner placed on the bottom of the aircraft to detect Nancy's pacemaker, and this from February 3rd. It caught our attention that day because this helicopter was flying so low to the ground.
I guess it is.
And appearing to concentrate.
Look how low it is. It did do it. Linz, I did. I got some good sleep. It's good to see you. This is weird.
On specific areas around the property. This as FBI and sheriffs conducted a court-ordered search warrant on a home about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home on Friday. 3 people were detained at this location, and a man was detained at a traffic stop at this Culver's restaurant. The Range Rover he was driving was searched and towed away by authorities. All 4 people were ultimately released. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos in a statement saying, "I'm guessing anyone at the residence was detained, but that is standard procedure to allow investigators serving a search warrant freedom to conduct their search. I was not at the scene, and I'm sure people were detained, but no one was arrested. And more importantly, no sign of Nancy was found." And that is the key point here as we enter into week 3 of her abduction. There is no sign of her, even with 30,000 tips sent to law enforcement and a $100,000 reward for her safe return and arrest and conviction of whoever did this. Now, Rachel, you mentioned the sheriff has also said that they are still awaiting test results on the forensics that was done on that Range Rover and from that search on Friday. But as it stands, no arrests, no persons of interest.
There you go. Amy, Boston Unsolved. Thank you for 1 month of cootership. Saw you on Crushes last night. A, you're beautiful. B, thanks for having her back. I can't believe that she was getting comments last night. People are just disgusting. People are disgusting. So that's the latest with that. Now we're going to go over and we're going to talk about this person that thinks that JLR should be arrested, which I thought was absolutely like crazy. Like, it's a little much. So let's talk about who this is. Take a good look at her. Because she doesn't look like this any longer. This was when she was in her heyday, if you will. And I used to respect her. I can't watch her anymore. But I did respect her. I did respect that she's actually like a self-taught profiler. And she used to peruse the talk show circuits back in the day. But I guess that was okay for her. Okay? It was okay for her to peruse the talk shows and talk about how she profiles people. Because she's not always right. Profilers aren't always right. But apparently she's got this soapbox on YouTube. Thank you, Rican, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Belinda Buckner, thanks for the great coverage. Thank you for 3 months, Belinda. She said, she did a video, and she said a couple days ago about this case, and she was like, I've been on the Today Show so many times that I could have sat down with Savannah, but I don't remember. Bitch, if you sat down with Savannah, I think you'd remember. But at any rate, this is her. She's a renowned, I don't know, criminal profile author and media commentator. And she's got the nerve. She's known for her work on cold cases, particularly involving serial killers and psychopaths. As the CEO of the Pat Brown Criminal Profiling Agency, she provides behavioral analysis for law enforcement attorneys and international clients. She developed her own Pat Brown method of investigative profiling and has made thousands of television appearances. Thousands. Well, her thumbnail got my attention. It had JLR on it. So let's take a listen to this while we, chill out today and wait for it to hear some kind of news. I'm going to speed her up a little bit. And lucky for you, I passed up her intro because it's terrible. Listen.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat.
Look at her backdrop. Look at her green screen. Like, why do they got to go at just him? Why? Why is it just him back there? This is crazy.
Pat Brown, and I'm here to say something somebody needed to say. So it's going to be me. Stop the Nancy Guthrie reality show. It's becoming despicable.
She said no one's going to say it, so it may as well be me. She said stop the Nancy Guthrie reality show. Okay. Reality show? Brian Ensign has video. Go look it up. I just saw it, retired teacher. You don't have to yell at me.
Enough is enough. I know it's a popular case. It's very interesting. We don't know what happened to Nancy Guthrie. There's some guy out there or people out there who have abducted her. There's been the odd ransom notes. All this stuff is very interesting. However, this is not a reality show. And you should not be thinking of it as a reality show, something you're involved in, something you're getting excited about every moment of the day, something that you have to watch and have to do something about. Because this is what this kind of character here, an independent journalist or investigator, and not only him, but there's other ones just like him who people are following because they're doing live stuff. They've flown to Arizona. They're hanging out in the area. They're talking to people. They're walking through yards. They're filming the police. They're on every single thing that is happening and reporting it because they think you need to know. Guess what? None of you need to know. You don't.
Okay, first of all, A, shut the fuck up. B, we do have the right to know. We do have the right to know. We have the right to be there, and it was all the media there. It was all the media there, lady. Why you just got JLR behind you?
Unless you're the family, unless you live right in that community, you don't need to know. You have no right to know what the police are doing every minute of the day. As a matter of fact, it's called interfering with the case. This character. I think he should be arrested at some.
It's called interfere. What? Listen.
Every minute of the day. As a matter of fact, it's called interfering with the case. This character. I think he should be arrested at some point for that.
Now, this is what I got this far and I was like, fuck this. Like, we are fucking roasting her. Are you kidding me? Arrested? Has she watched any of the coverage? I bet you she hasn't. I bet you she hasn't.
Live right in that community. You don't need to know. You have no right to know what the police are doing every minute of the day. As a matter of fact, it's called interfering with the case. This character. I think he should be arrested at some point for that because he's doxing people. He's giving out information he shouldn't be giving out. The police are trying to do their job.
Doxing people? What? Hold on. What? Who is he doxed? This is really crazy. As a matter of fact, I think JLR might be able to sue her for defamation. He hasn't done any of these things. He might be able to sue. I don't know if I would have done this, Pat Brown. You know, JLR made the Guinness Book of World Records for the most lawsuits filed. I don't know. The Pat Brown LLC might be lucrative for you defaming him. Lisa Discovers, thank you for the super chat. Not today. She's not the boss of me. Not today. Not today. I kind of liked her too. No, she's not a psychic. She's a self-renowned profiler. She used to be on talk shows back in the day. She was like this talk show circuit guest. This is too far. How far is too far when you don't agree with Gonzo reporting? This is crazy. This is crazy.
On every single thing that is happening and reporting it because they think you need to know. Guess what? None of you need to know. You don't. Unless you're the family, unless you live right in that community, you don't need to know. You have no right to know what the police are doing every minute of the day. As a matter
How do we know what the police are doing every minute of every day? We don't. Shut your pie hole.
of fact, it's called interfering with the case. This character. I think he should be arrested at some point for that because he's doxing people. He's giving out information he shouldn't be giving out. The police are trying to do their job. And all this crap that's going onto the internet, onto X, onto Facebook, onto TikTok, everywhere. So people everywhere, even professionals are doing this. They're going on Facebook and giving information constantly and riling up people. They're even going on talk shows on major media. And they're saying, y'all, we got to solve this case. You all don't have to solve this case unless you know the guy that did it.
No one said they were trying to solve the case. No one said that. They're raising awareness so it doesn't go cold. They're raising awareness so that all the people that care about what happened to this lady can be in the know. Why are you so threatened? Why are you so threatened, Pat Brown? Are you stressed? Are you sad? Look at, she's got his picture behind her, though. Look at me. Look at, it's JLR.
Because you all aren't even in the neighborhood. You all are not professionals. You all are people who are interested, but have no business interfering with the case and flooding the sheriff's office with massive amount of useless tips because you decided you've analyzed the case and you know that so-and-so did.
What? Who's giving a bunch of tips? Fuck you talking about? This lady's off her rocker, dude. You're being a Karen. You're being a fucking Karen. Big time. Big time. Do I have that sound bite? I gotta get it.
Did it. So-and-so's involved because you see, oh my God, the police went to that person's house and therefore they must be the one who's committed this crime. Maybe they.
Lady, there was SWATs. Why wouldn't we think they were the ones that committed the crime? Oh my God.
Police just went there to talk to people because maybe they're family members and they're trying to discuss things with them. Hey, how about that?
Oh yeah, as a profiler, you should know better. They don't swat people just to discuss things with them. Oh my God, this lady. Oh, maybe they're just there to discuss things and have a fucking cup of coffee. No, they came in with SWAT vehicles, idiot. Is this jealousy or is this just insanity? What is going on?
Maybe they're family members and they're trying to discuss things with them. Hey, how about that? So you're overblowing everything out of proportion.
What? Blowing everything out of proportion. We're blowing SWATs out of proportion.
The public is. And they're being pushed by this kind of character.
We're being pushed by this kind of character to push what? Oh, I can't.
By so many people on the internet, not just for educational purposes where they're going to give a little show and talk about something, but just blowing it all out of proportion to the point of it's absolutely disgusting. It needs to stop.
Give an example, crazy lady. Big mad. Everybody all big mad. Flo, thank you for your super chat.
It does. This is not your case. You are not the police. Let them do their job. Stop telling them, oh, we need a press conference. We have the right to know. You don't. It's none of your business unless you're the family or right there in the community. And it definitely, even if you're the family or in the community, it still isn't your business to know everything the police are doing. That's what investigations are not supposed to be public.
Why aren't you going after? Why isn't Brian Ensign right here? Since he was in the perimeter of the effing SWAT. How come this isn't a picture of Brian Ensign? He's the one that was inside the SWAT perimeter. Our guy was over in another fucking town. So what is she talking about?
I don't know why nobody understands this. They have to do their job. They have to pay attention to the legal issues. They have to pay attention to making sure they keep everybody safe. They have to make sure they don't arrest the wrong person, that they have probable cause. All of these things are a requirement for the police to do. And you on the outside who have no idea what's going on need to stand down.
What?
All of the public needs to stand down. Stay off of all of the...
She said, JB, you need to stand down. By the way, for the ones who know and were around with me during the laundry days, I think me and JB's fixing to have it out on X. JB has this same sentiment. He has the same sentiment as this lady. And he posted on X about it. So I responded to old JB and he said, oh, putting people's pictures up and saying their names, it's wrong. I said, oh, kind of like you did during the Brian Laundrie manhunt. Kind of like you did during the Brian Laundrie manhunt, JB, WFLA. JB, it's time to stand down. Stand down, JB. She says the public needs to stand down. This lady's telling the public to stand down.
Going on, need to stand down. All of the public needs to stand down. Stay off of all of the... Just stop overdoing everything and thinking you have some right to be involved in this case. You don't. If you want to understand the case and want to listen to some rational people just to explain a few things about the case, that's fine. And yes, there is, generally speaking, we want to know the basic news. But we don't need to know 24/7 what the police are doing, or we don't need to be interfering with the case.
No one's interfering with the case. No one's interfered with the case, lady. This is crazy. This is crazy. JB is from another station. So during the Brian Laundrie manhunt, they sued me after the manhunt for using their footage of JB. Kind of like how we're following this with JLR. We did this with Brian Laundrie. And they sued me over it. And now JB is like, everybody needs to stand down. It's because WFLA won't let him do real reporting. And he's mad. He's big mad.
Getting out there and just basically
what?
Getting the public to become ballistic over this.
Ballistic?
And I mean the public, not by the public in the community. I mean the public across 50 states. And some like people from outside the country.
What?
As if this is some case they have to be knowledgeable about or involved in. You don't. You got whatever town you're living in, you got murdered people in your town, missing people in your town, children who need to be helped, elderly who need to be helped. Do something in your own dang town. Stop sitting there on the internet following this kind of crap.
What? Do something in your own town? Fuck you, lady. Who are you to tell us what to do? Calm down. calm down.
And harassing the police.
What?
And trashing them constantly. I see nothing but the sheriff's department being trashed over and over and over again.
I wonder why. The sheriff's getting trashed by his own fucking doing. Has nothing to do with JLR. Does he even talk bad about nanos? No. JLR doesn't even talk about nanos. No, I didn't have to pay JB. They ended up it just ended up being a wash. An FBI guy said the case goes cold when tips stop coming in. If the police need space, they should say so. She's making me mad, saying he should be arrested, but where's the crime? She's more worked up. Thank you, Kelly Kell. I agree. Amy Boston, allegedly, she contacted head of Massachusetts state troopers more than once, urging them to arrest everyone who protested the corruption in Massachusetts. Wackadoodle. Did she really? I did not know that. Good morning, Reebs. Good morning, everybody just coming in. Please hit the like button.
Now, you may not think I don't care whether you think they're doing the best job in the world. You don't know. You don't know.
Neither do
So
you.
leave them alone to do the job. Can you imagine being the police and having to deal with this garbage from the public? This constant harassment.
What?
It is unnecessary. It is ungrateful for the work that they're doing.
How much did they pay you to do this video? What are you talking about? The sheriff looks terrible. It's terrible.
And just because you haven't solved the case as fast as you think it should be solved doesn't mean they're not doing a good job. Because you have no idea what they're doing. And making a big fat drama out of this but on the internet is unacceptable. And we've gone this way with so many cases. More and more cases are becoming like this. Over and over, we're starting to see a case that should be local or should be discussed in just a small and rational way becoming a reality show. And it is messing up.
It's called high profile. Thank you so much, Delightful Pam. Delightful Pam says, JB is a joke. I saw his coverage and he thinks he's a real reporter. I got to get my JB soundbite from the laundry days. I have one that says, JB, we need to stand down. Every time JB's little helicopter, Eagle 8 got to the site, he missed everything. This is on YouTube. She put it out 18 hours ago. She's big mad. Was she not around? Does she not remember high profile cases like Scott Peterson, like OJ, like Menendez brothers, like God knows, I mean, all of the ones that were back in her heyday.
These cases is not helping. So for all the professionals too, who get out there on the television saying, everybody's going to help solve this case. No, we're not. The people who are going to solve the case are the police and people who might actually know something. So stop it.
Thanks for letting us know.
Stop it. Stand down. Enough is enough.
Stand down.
Those are my thoughts. I will end by saying, if you haven't been to the channel before, subscribe to the channel so you can see some more rants. Now, hopefully I will be talking about other cases. I try to educate both the detectives and the public on how profiling is done properly, how evidence is analyzed. And so every week I do a case show on a case that has been either solved or unsolved over the years.
The Lindbergh baby?
Yeah. But what I don't do is 24-hour interference with a case that is ongoing. Catch you later. Bye.
Oh, you're so great. Oh.
She's a wackadoodle. A wackadoodle.
Oh, man, you guys. I just had to show that. I thought that was so funny. That was so funny. Would you guys like the link to that video so you can go let her know how you feel? I will drop it in the chat. Hold on. And then we're going to listen to some dispatch audio from when Nancy's was just reported missing. There's the video. If you guys want to go leave a comment, feel free. Okay, let's go to this.
All units stand by to copy A-Safe. All units.
Okay, so this is going to be, let me open it up on YouTube. We're going to play the captions so you guys can. Oh, there is captions on it. Okay. So this is from, let me show you. I think they were out there. Moms for Justice. Moms for Justice. Let me subscribe. I think they were out there and met JLR one of those days, didn't they? Well, you don't have to give her a click. You can just let her know how you feel. Right. Take a pill and relax. Smoke a J. Do something, Pat Brown. Because you all big mad, big mad. This is from Moms for Justice, you guys. And this is the original 911 dispatch call, and this is 5 minutes long. Let's take a listen. I haven't heard this yet.
And copy a safe alert. It's going to be authority from Pima County Sheriff's Office, last name at Skyline Drive in Campbell. Occurred on yesterday's date at 12:15 hours. Subject last name of Nancy Guthrie, first of Nancy, date of birth 1/27 of 1942, 84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown and blue. Last name wearing unknown clothing description. Subject was not seen at church and family went to the residence, and subject was not at home. All personal belongings, including a 1021 and wallet and vehicle, were still there.
Hey, Lynn.
Subject is nowhere to be found. Subject suffers from limited mobility and has medication scheduled to follow up and needs daily. If located, check for 20 and contact Pima County Sheriff's Office. Again, last name at Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. And a safe alert at 12:35.
Stand by. There's copy. One item need to be safe alert. One item safe alert will be out of Tucson, Skyline, and Campbell Avenue for on February 1st, approximately 12:15 hours. Subject a Nancy Guthrie, date of birth 1/27, 84. White female, 5'4", 150 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, lips. Description for unknown clothing. Subject not seen at a church. Family went to residence and subject.
Wait. Unknown clothing. Did you hear that? How is there unknown clothing? What? So, let me get this straight. Tommaso and Annie were with her the night before, and they don't know what she was wearing, and they don't know if it was in the house or not? How is it unknown clothing? What the fuck?
Pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, lips. Description for unknown clothing. Subject not seen at a church. Family went to residence and subject was not at their home. 1021 wallet, vehicle were still there. Subject is, again, subject from limited mobility, medication scheduled that they need followed. Was located, contact Tucson PD. No additional time, 1309 hours.
Safe alert for the Skyline Drive in Campbell, Pima County, 1611. So safe alert, Skyline Drive in Campbell.
Well, my point is, we never heard if they found the clothes that she was wearing at Annie Tommaso's. We're all assuming that she put on pajamas. If she put on pajamas, don't you think they would have found what she was wearing at Annie and Tommaso's? Why didn't they say that? The clothes that she was wearing the night before were found. So we're not sure what she has on. They've never given a description. They've never even told us it was unknown. You know what I mean? Like, they never even said, we're not sure what she's wearing.
Yesterday's date, February 1st, at about 12:15 hours. Subject date of birth of 1/27/42. Of age, white female, 5'4", over 150. Lesson, wearing clothing. Subject was not seen at church. Residence of subject was not at home. All personal belongings, including one wallet and vehicle, were still there.
All personal belongings and vehicle are still there.
Subject suffers limited medical and medication schedule to follow and needs stable. Data check welfare and contact Pima County.
Audience copy. Third broadcast of safe alert to the authority from Pima County Sheriff's Office, last seen at Skyline and Campbell in Tucson.
Safe alert last seen on yesterday's date at 12:15 hours. Subject's last name is Guthrie, first of Nancy, 127 of 1942. 84-year-old white female, 5'3", first. Safe alert last seen on yesterday's date at 12:15 hours.
Last seen on yesterday's date at 12:15. Who saw her then? I have JLR on right now, you guys. He's not showing anything.
Our subject's last name is Guthrie, first of Nancy, 127 of 1942. 84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown and blue. Last name wearing unknown clothing. Subject was lost.
District 2 and 12.
84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown and blue. Last name wearing unknown clothing. Subject was lost.
District 2 and 12, stand by to copy one item on the APB summary of safe alert from Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. Districts 2 and 12, copy attempt to locate one item on this APB summary of safe alert from Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. Occurred yesterday's date around 12:15 hours. Subject is...
So they're using the call-in time when they arrived as last seen? How can the last seen be when they called in?
Nancy Guthrie, date of birth 127/42, 84 years of age, white female, 5'4", over 150, brown over blue. Last seen wearing unknown clothing. Subject was not seen at church, so family went to the residence, and subject was not at home. All personal belongings, including this 1021 wallet and vehicle, was still there, and she was nowhere to be found. Subject suffers from limited mobility and has a medication schedule to follow that she needs daily. It's located, check welfare, and contact BCSD.
Safe alert out of Tucson, Skyline, and Campbell. District 12 units copy safe alert from Skyline and Campbell out of Tucson. Subject is going to be Nancy Guthrie, date of birth 2/1/26. Last seen earlier today around 12:15. Correction, yesterday at around 12:15 hours.
Wait, she just corrected herself. Last seen today, and then she said correction. Last seen yesterday around 12:15 hours. Make this make sense. Who saw her at 12:15? I thought she... Hold on. Let's pull up the timeline because this is confusing. (12:15) patrol arrived on the 1st, but on the 31st, she was picked up at 5:30 and dropped off at 9:48. They were getting wrong info? Okay.
Date of birth is 127/1/26. Last seen earlier today around 12:15. Correction, yesterday at around 12:15 hours. Date of birth is 127/42. She's an 84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown over blue, unknown clothing description. She was not seen at church or at her residence, and subject was not at home. All her belongings, including 1021 wallet and vehicle, were still at her 1020. She does suffer from limited mobility and has medication schedule to follow and needs it daily. If located, contact Toombs County Sheriff's and Code 20 and of APB Silver Correction Safe Alert. Operating at 1425. Just enter units prepared to copy final broadcast for Safe Alert. Safe alert last in the area of Skyline and Campbell. On the 1st, last seen in the area of Skyline and Campbell around 12:15 hours. Subject going to be Nancy Guthrie, date of birth of 1/27/42, 84 years of age, a white female, 5'4", 150, brown over blue. Last seen wearing unknown clothing. Subject was not seen at church, and family went to residence to check on her at home. All personal belongings, including 1021 and wallet and vehicle, were still there.
12:15 in military time would be midnight, not noon, right? I am so confused.
However, subject was not there. Subject does suffer from limited mobility and needs medication that is left at the house. If contacted, contact county at 1327.
Well, we heard from Ashley that there was forced entry. Okay. Hold on. And why haven't they released the 911 call? Why can't we hear that? You know? Hold on, I've got another video for you guys. Do 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 do. Okay. Thanks for being patient. We got a new video. This one says on February 2nd, 2026, at about 1 a.m. Mountain Time, a neighbor reported that an unknown individual walked past their home and returned a few minutes later, carrying a large bag. Now, this is 7 miles away, so I don't know. But is this an anomaly, or is he really carrying this huge bag? Can you guys see it? Let me make it bigger for you. Here, we'll go back a little bit, because it doesn't look like he's carrying anything at first. Watch. What is that? Is he dragging something, y'all? What the fuck? Who would drag something down the street like that, though? Is he dragging something? Weird, huh? Man, I'm not sure. This is on the 2nd at 1 a.m. So this is right after Nancy went missing. I think he's dragging something. Definitely dragging something. He's carrying it, but then he's not. Then he's dragging it. He's reading about the DNA. Okay, hold on. Do I need to go back? Hold on. I think they're saying another 24 hours for the DNA.
Yesterday on 2/14.
Here we go. Update. Update.
The gloves, plural, found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie resident in a field near the side of the road was packaged by the PCOS, Pima County Sheriff's Office, and sent overnight on 2/12, and they arrived at a private lab in Florida on 2/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 2/14 and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau.
Hold on.
This process
Hold
usually
on.
takes...
Dude, it looks like someone falls right there. It looks like they're trying to walk along with him, and then they fall. See, it looks like someone's walking with him. And then it looks like they fall. And then he turns around and he starts dragging them. That's what it looks like to me. Because then he's dragging it. Look, and he's struggling. What the fuck? He actually turns around like to pull it. Watch again. Here, let's watch it in slow motion. We'll get back to the updates. We're not going to miss nothing. It's not happening like, gotta look now. Now watch, right here is where the shift takes place. No, you can hear him dragging something. That's not a shadow for it's not a shadow. He's dragging that whatever that is. I'm not saying it's a person, but whatever is in that bag, he's dragging it. Look at how big the shadow is. Watch. You can see the shadow of what he's carrying. Hold on. Okay. Let's see from the very beginning when he comes into the frame. He's right here. This is where it starts. Tell me what you see. This is a new Ring video of someone walking past someone's house the morning that Nancy went missing at 1 a.m., looking like they're carrying something and then dragging something. It's just a very weird video. You hear a little bit of noise in the background too. That whatever that is, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. Yeah, I'll play it normal next. There's where the drop occurs. Now he's turned around and he's yanking it, like walking backwards, pulling it. This Nerdy Addict posted this. He said it's about 7 miles northwest of Nancy's house. 7 miles northwest. Wouldn't that be Marana area? Marana. Here it is in normal time. He's walking pretty fast and like easy for carrying something heavy. But look right here. Yeah, it is weird, but why would you walk down like a sidewalk like that? It might have all his belongings in a big bag and a big duffel bag. I mean, that could be. Maybe the strap fell off his shoulder. It is odd, though. Can I zoom in more? I think it's flopping around too easily. Well, he's dropped it there. Now he's dragging it. I mean, you can hear the drag sounds. It's pretty loud for it to pick up on the ring. Yeah, you can zoom in on your phone too if you're on your phone. I'm trying to get it as big as I can with you still being able to see him. Well, that's that. I just wanted to show you guys that. God knows, God knows. Let me see if there's any other updates. Then we're going to go to JLR and listen about the DNA. I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover except for this interview. Oh, shit. The signal sniffler, we did that. This is showing where they deleted that article about the 3 suspects detained. Very strange. Why would they scrub it? Oh, this is another thing. Real quick. An alert went out over emergency radio for a light blue Ford Edge after police noticed someone from, quote, online media in the neighborhood where SWAT was operating last night in connection with Nancy Guthrie detainments. Listen to this audio.
Rising.
Listen.
3-16, just advising. There's online media circling through the neighborhood after listening to the scanner. One is in this light blue Ford Edge. 3-16, just advising. There's online media circling through the neighborhood after listening to the scanner. One is in this light blue Ford Edge.
Was that Brian Enton?
3-16.
Because none of our people were in there, right? No one we knew was inside. Oh, this is a new update too. This is another new update. Investigators are now seeking video from certain times and areas. Check this out. They are now focusing on cars. Now get this. Between 10 p.m. on January 11th and 1 a.m. January 12th. Okay? So if we go back to the timeline, let's go back to our handy dandy timeline. Thank you, Just Another Human, for your Australian super chat. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate your work. Thank you. If we go to the timeline, though, the garage door closed at 9:50, and then the family didn't come over until 10:56, right? So like 11 hours or something. But now they're focusing on cars between 10 and 1 on January 11th. Or wait, this is January 11th. Okay, wait a minute. This is new. This just came out 12 hours ago. January 11th. Who was she around on January 11th? They are focusing on cars between 10 p.m. January 11th, 1 a.m. January 12th, as well as 11 p.m. January 31st to 4 a.m. February 1st. So again, we have January 11th, specific times between 10 and 1 leading into the 12th, as well as January 31st, the night she went missing, from 11 to 4 a.m. And then it says the areas of interest extend from Ina Road to Lochola, then down River Road over to Roller Coaster Road. Is this a joke? Because we're on a damn roller coaster right now. I'm on a tilt-a-whirl. Here's the map. Hold on. This is the map of the new area. They want video from January 11th from 11 to 1 a.m. and January 31st from 1 to 4 a.m. or 11 to 4 a.m. Roller Coaster Road. They know stuff we don't. That's why they're looking at those dates. Absolutely. Absolutely. So they think that Nancy, maybe someone was at her house on the 11th. So the question is, did they get something from her ring that showed someone over there on the 11th as well? Did someone come there and try to break in, or was someone creeping around on her cameras? Is Nancy's house in this map? Yes. Here's Orange Boulevard. Hold on. Here's Skyline Drive and Campbell. So it looks like Nancy's house is right here. In here. It looks like they think the person went west. They think the person went west of Nancy's. But where is Annie's house? I need to pull up a map. Hold on. And I'm going to stupidly probably ask you guys for her address again. Because does Annie live west? Does Annie live west of Nancy? Orange Grove is one of the properties. Oh. Well, they must think that they drove that way. The house that was spotted the other day is in that. So it stops at I wish I could make it bigger. Hold on. I can't read that. La something road. Corolla Road. This is 77 right in the middle. This is 77. This is Orange Grove Road. And this is Skyline. And then, I can't move it. Nancy's house is over here. Brian Ensign on X. T. Marie. I wonder if someone did, scope it out. But see, this goes down to East River Road, up to Lina Road, over to La Corolla Road, or whatever that says. That's the new area they want footage from. January 11th. And January 31st. So Tomaso's is the house is the other way. This is towards Monara, right? Like going that way. Ina. Brian has an update on the gloves. Where at? I feel like I'm way behind here. On X. I'm going to retweet that. That if you want to find that map, you can check out my X. Marana. These are the locations. Are Dom from Tommaso's band. Okay, 24 minutes ago. Brian Etten. This part of the FBI statement is significant. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. New from FBI. The gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged by PCOS and sent overnight on 2/12. They arrived at their private lab in Florida on 12/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 12/14 and are awaiting quality control and official, oh God, that guy's back, an official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau. This process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives the DNA. What? They're awaiting quality control and official confirmation before putting unknown male profile into CODIS. Why the fuck would you wait that long? Thanks, Minus. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. Really? Your searchers are just throwing gloves on the freaking ground? What? The one with DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. Right. And this girl goes, so people working this case just discard gloves all over the place? 16 gloves? And then this person says, I thought there was no glove. The sheriff just told us last night there's no glove. Huh. It's different. Then we have this one. He says this part of the FBI statement is significant. Quote, the one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. Okay. Didn't you already have quality control before you tested it? This is so weird. This just keeps getting weirder, in my opinion. Let's go to Michael Ruiz. Or let's check out Cold News. Oh, let's talk about this. What's this?
Nancy Guthrie case for a bit.
Who's this guy?
Currently outside of her Tucson home in the Catalina foothills as we are on day 14 of this search. But last night, a big operation by law enforcement, and that operation is causing a lot of questions to be asked. And again, a lot of misinformation from people is being shared as well as other media members. So
no, there's not a lot of misinformation. We heard a neighbor say that something happened, and then you guys scrubbed your articles. You scrub the articles and then say, oh, we're going to fix the misinformation? Fuck that. I don't trust it. Nope.
Let's clear things up. According to the Pima County Sheriff's Department, a federal court-ordered search warrant was executed at a house 5 minutes away from Nancy.
He says, let's clear things up. How about you don't delete your articles? That would be a good way to not confuse people.
Nancy Guthrie's home. And this warrant was based on a lead. When I was at the scene last night, I heard people saying that there was a suicide or someone was inflicting a wound on themselves. The sheriff saying that is completely untrue. Anyone at the residence was technically, quote, detained though, and that's a standard procedure so investigators can continue out that search warrant. But there was no sign of Nancy Guthrie at the home. The reason I'm making this video is to really explain how misinformation can be deadly. I was driving around Tucson about 2 hours ago and someone was talking about the suicide. It didn't happen. So please stick with Arizona's family here on social media and on air and online for all your details.
I'm good with you. I'm good with you. Let's go to Michael Ruiz. He interviewed a guy who's running for Congress. Okay, we'll go back and listen to it. I think saying, oh, it's 24 hours and we're putting that shit in the system. When does the FBI ever give us a play-by-play? Never. Never. 22 minutes ago, this just in. FBI Spocks? Who's Spocks? Spocks? It's the same message. It's the same thing. God. Captain Spock. And look, he put the same thing. Key. The one is different. What? They're mocking the same thing. It's like they're getting the same reports, guys. Oh, spokesperson. But look. It's the same. It's the same thing. Dr. Spock. His fingers look thick because the gloves are more rigid than normal gloves. That guy that they arrested, though, had some pretty thick fingers. Oh, my God. 3 hours ago, we have more Brian Koberger. I can't. Where did I see that video? They showed close-ups. The fuck did I see that? All right, hang on. We're going to go back and listen to JLR for a second. I want to hear this guy.
20, 30 years. It's within our...
Well, being...
All the different signals coming out. Whose phone that was?
He's back with his S's.
That's got to be a piece of what they're doing.
I watched something where they were showing close-ups. Ashley. It was Ashley. Let me get that pulled up.
At night, this place is dead. You don't see anything dead.
Not at night.
So if somebody's driving around out here at 2 in the morning, it's suspicious.
You go back and see what the temperature was that night?
No, it was in Ashley's latest.
31st into the 1st. I think there's a site that tells you the previous weather forecast.
I wonder if they saw something weird on Nancy's camera on the 11th. I want to show you this guy's hands. Here's that like accident or whatever. See this? There's that van, there's a cop, and there's a car that's like crashed into this van. That's weird, right? Was it the front of Nancy's car? Didn't it have damage to the front? Like the front, was it the right?
What was the weather in Tucson, Arizona, January 31st into February 1st, 2026?
Was in my office, Paula.
Yeah.
Didn't she have damage to her vehicle? Did someone use her vehicle and get in an
High of
accident?
75.
High
Low in the 50.
Okay. Didn't it have damage? Did someone use her vehicle and then like hit something and put it back in the garage? Did that happen? Something's weird about these traffic accidents being reported and then reporting that it didn't happen. Are they letting them know like, hey, we know that you fucking hit something with her car? Because we have her car and we've analyzed it. Because look at the right front of this car. It's fucking weird. It's so weird.
Camera around to you. All right, so this is Daniel. He's running for Congress. Back out here. You've been out here multiple times.
Yeah, I decided to come out here after the shooting we had in Tucson yesterday. Damien and I have been talking. A lot of people have been talking. and the crime is simply out of control.
So I heard there was a shooting, but it really didn't get much press at all, right?
Not at all. And they're trying to put it as two separate shootings so that they don't have to call it a mass shooting. But it was absolutely a mass shooting, and nobody's talking about it.
So what happened?
Well, it was a party, and after, I guess, a party that had gone on too long, people got a little wild, and there was an altercation. Some people were in the hospital, but the media didn't say much about it.
I had no idea until 857 told me there was a mass shooting in Tucson. It was like a shootout, multiple places, and Wild West shootout in the streets, right?
Well, people keep asking, why hasn't the mayor come out and said anything about any of this that's happened up here? Because our mayor keeps telling everybody that there's no crime here in Tucson, that it's all getting better, that their new what's that thing called, Damon, that they got going?
Safe City Initiative.
There you go. The Safe City Initiative is working. So nothing that's happening right now is happening. It's a figment of our imagination. Okay? But Damien and I were born here. We grew up here, and we know what Tucson used to be before all these people that are in power here in Tucson.
Well, talk about the power structure in Tucson. How does it work here?
There's only one Republican.
Yeah, there's one Republican on the Board of Supervisors, so he votes and it means nothing. The way it works here is we have cronyism jumping off in this city. And we got a one-party rule. The election process in the city is ridiculous. It's a citywide election. So there's no getting any other side of the aisle.
Okay, I'm going to pause him for a second. This is our suspect that they said was their suspect. They didn't say he was just a person of interest. They said that this guy was our suspect. And he's wearing all white. He's wearing all white. Keep watching the footage I'm showing.
In there so that we could have debate.
Right here. See his hands? Watch. Boy's got some big ass fucking fingers, if you ask me. He's got some big hands. Big fingers. I think they're hooking up his phone right there. Hold on. See his hands? He's got big fingers. They said he was their suspect. And he's wearing white pants and a white hoodie. Yeah, he's got big fingers. The guy in the video has big fingers too. Are they fingerprinting him? What are they doing? Elizabeth, that's what they're doing? Okay, let's keep listening.
States within our government. Instead, it's a one-party rule. Most city elections, there's this neighborhood a vote, and that neighborhood a vote, and we'll probably get a Republican in and some Democrats in, which is all fine. That's the way our government's set up. It's called balance. We hold checks and balance.
Crime, because this is a true crime case. You've been out here multiple times. Back. What do you feel is happening now? What do you think should be done? What do you the officials that have been handling this case? What's your take on all that?
I don't think they have enough evidence to do anything with it, and that's a shame. My opinion on this, and it's just my opinion. I'm not an officer or a detective or anything like that. I think it was a crime went bad. Was someone who came out here to commit a crime, to do a robbery, probably thought the house was empty and may have checked it out earlier, and it was.
May have checked it out earlier. That's probably why they're looking for footage. Look at his hands. He's got big hands. Look at their DNA swabbing his hand there. Look. They're swabbing his hand. Or maybe they're fingerprinting. This is some good footage, huh? Holla to Lindsay and Ashley. Look at those hands, y'all. Dude's got big hands. This guy his name's Zach, I think. I think this guy's name is Zach. Gunshot residue test. This is the guy right here. JLR put his picture up right here. This is Zach, I guess. Allegedly. This is the guy who had the Range Rover, I guess. The new portable fingerprint readers are about the size of a credit card machine. Wow, that's amazing. So there again is the Range Rover. This whole thing was just bizarre, wasn't it? They did also hook something up to his phone on site, yes. Elaine, I think he's just showing who the guy was that was raided and had this happen to his vehicle. Susan says, I think you're going to find there are a lot of characters involved in this mess. Right? So here you can see kind of their faces. Hang on. As they peer into the back of this. Take a look at this. This is some good footage, guys. This is some good footage. This is when they were looking in the back of the Range Rover. I know, now we're side-eyeing everybody with the mustache and whatever. Thank you, Valerie, for your PayPal. I appreciate that. Good morning, Dr. Melmo. I don't know. I noticed the fog in the window of the vehicle too. But here you can get a good bird's eye view of how this went down. See the media over here? And people want to complain about JLR. Look at this guy back here with the camera. But Pat is going to say, "Oh, JLR, he should go to jail for this." Gotta know it. Thank you for your super chat. Hand swollen, injured. Interesting. Pat Brown needs to stand down. This was a traffic stop at Culver's, but we saw the footage of the white van, which was in front of Culver's. So were there other people here besides the one guy? Because I think he was hiding in the back of his vehicle. I think so, Trish. I don't know. I thought they said they found all kinds of drugs. They found drugs in his vehicle last year. That was in 2025. I'm just not all keen on throwing people's, past up here until we know they're actually a suspect. It's too much. It's way too much. Say hey, Sam Brown. Zach has something to do with the dealership that this car came from. That's all I know. Zach has something to do with the MG Motors that the plate on this vehicle is from. That's what that is. So here they are. They're tagging up the vehicle with the evidence tape here at the Culvers. Right, because he's affiliated with the vehicle. Sam Brown is just kidding. I know Sam Brown. They're just joking. I mean, there was a lot of FBI vehicles there for a simple traffic stop, huh? I don't know who Daly is. I think Daly's affiliated with the house that was raided. Okay? I think the Daly guy is affiliated with the house. This car is affiliated with that car dealership. Let me see. We've got more footage, different footage. Here, no, it's the same reel, but here he is in all white. Can't see his face. I don't know, Sophia. They said it was connected to the Guthrie case. The story keeps changing. We can't keep up. We're trying to keep up, but we can't. But we're trying. Okay, so what I'm saying is the MG Motors license plate on the back of the vehicle is affiliated with that Zach guy. Daly is, I guess, I don't know who was arrested because we can't see him. So that's why I'm not saying this is Luke or it's Zach. I don't know who the hell this is. All I know is that this person, we can't see their face. They're wearing all white and they were detained and let go. We just showed it, Cookie. I'm just not going to keep showing people's faces because I don't know their involvement. I mean, maybe this vehicle was stolen from that guy's lot. We don't know. Then we hear from the neighbor that 3 were detained at the house. Like, what happened? You want to pull up a side-by-side of the video of the gloved man? Let's do that. Dude's got some big ass hands. I will give him that. All right. I'm not sure you're going to be able to do anything with this, but there you go. Hold on. Dude, I don't know, man. Look at the facial hair. The news reported that this stop was affiliated. All right? Am I understanding that correctly or no? There you go. There's the hands. We can't see his ears because he doesn't show his face. He's hiding his face. Jay, I think at the beginning of JLR, he put up a picture of the guy in the Range Rover, allegedly. Yeah, it's this guy. Thank you for your super chat, White Lotus. It's this guy he put up. What do you guys think? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Angie B. Luke was affiliated with the house, so 2 different scenarios at Culver's. There's the photo JLR put up. Now I'll show you guys the video. Good morning. Stay humble. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I recall seeing a watch band on the right wrist. Most people wear on left. This was a robbery gone bad, in my opinion. Hang on, I'm going to blow this up a little bit. What do you think this is? Look how puffy this is right here compared to the rest of the arm. What is this? You notice that? Right here. I think that is a watch. I think that is a... Do you guys think that's a watch or a shirt? Look at his foot, too. Look at this. You can totally see the pigeon foot there. Look. See that? Watch her tattoo. He put up different pictures? Okay, let's see. Where? I see one. I see weather. He put up weather. I'm not seeing pictures of anybody else. If you could give me like an approximate time, because I only see him sharing this one. Excuse me. This one photo. Unless he did it after and I missed it. I'm not seeing any more photos that he put up. If you let me know. And this is another thing that they pointed out, that Maureen McConnell pointed out on Ashley Banfield, that when he bends down, he doesn't bend this leg. Maybe he had an injury to this leg or like a bad knee or something. Thank you, Cremo. I'll go check the beginning. But they said it was notable that he did not bend that knee as much as the left. All right, let's go back. There's your hands, guys. There's your hands for your comparison. I think it's a roll of tape. Well, it doesn't look poofy there. Maybe it's just the lighting. Because it doesn't look necessarily puffy right here. I think it might be just the light hitting it. Okay, let's do this. There it is. There it is. Okay. What I need to do is move this over here for a minute. Bear with me, folks. This is the guy he shared. This is the same dude, different picture. Okay. At least he has clean nails, right? What do you guys think? You did, Juanita? Does he show another? Is it the other video we see him walk up? God, it's literally, it could be anybody. What's this? Hold on. Ooh, that's creepy. I mean, I really think you'd need to have some tools to figure out if this is really a person from a picture on Facebook. You know what I mean? But look, that's pretty damn freaking eerie, if you ask me. And the police said he was a suspect. Hold on. I feel like this dude's head is too round. JLR went to his apartment this year or today, not this year. You guys think that that could be him? It's okay, Juanita. I don't have Instagram on my computer. I can't, which sucks, but I do have um some pictures that were sent to me. Hold on. Okay. Let me pull up some photos. Thank you for your patience. If you haven't hit the like button, now is a good time to do so. Wow, thank you guys all for the emails. Holy crap-olies. You guys have sent a lot of pictures of this guy. You guys are on it. I gotta say, you guys have sent me a ton of pictures of this very same individual. That's crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Okay. Now, this is all speculation purposes only. All right. Here is image one. Wait, hold on. I gotta unzip. I keep forgetting to unzip. Extract. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, this is, first of all, this is his Insta that I was being told about. Oops. Just so you guys know where the source is coming from. It's Zach. (1-800-ZACH), Tucson, Arizona, blah, blah, blah. And then these are some of the photos on his Insta. No, he didn't post the mask. No. Let me go through these and explain. Okay, so these are where everybody's getting the pictures of him from. Just to show the source first. Then we have, oops. This one. Okay. You can see a closer up. Oh wow. JLR is talking about this guy in the black glove, where he lives in correlation to the glove being found. You'll need to rewind a little bit. Okay, I will. Thank you, Bloom. Okay, so there's the eyes, whatever. Then we have the mask that they say was purchased. Okay. And this is his actual picture with the mask put on. That's his actual picture with a mask. There's one. And there's, hold on. A second one. These are his actual photos. Does that look like the masked man at Nancy Guthrie's house? This is the guy from Culver's with the Range Rover. I'm going to go grab something to drink. Hold on one second. Okay, so obviously the AI was used to put a mask on him. Okay, he's not really wearing the mask. This was just for purposes of seeing what he would look like in a mask, right? So a picture was taken of him and a mask was put on. This is a picture of him. This is a picture of him with a mask put on, just for purposes to see. No one is wearing a mask out and about like this. Someone asked me to show pictures, so we're showing pictures. That's all. That's it. That's all. I don't know, folks. We wait for the DNA. We wait for the DNA. We wait for the DNA. I want to hear what JLR is saying about this person, though. I really do. But anyways, back to the Range Rover video, which got us here in the first place, was we were looking at this guy and the size of his hands. This is the guy who was detained and released over at Culver's 2 nights ago. It's very, very strange. This whole situation was very, very strange. Watch how he works his hands. Watch. What's up with your wrist, buddy? Those handcuffs hurt? Yeah, it's wild, dude. There's just these reports are just wild. Changing by the moment, information changing. It's just like, what is going on? Hold on. I found this footage just to be pretty amazing, though, to see after the fact. I don't know how tall he is. That I'm not sure about. But I want to hear what intel JLR is getting on this guy. We're going to listen a little bit. Sorry about my screen, guys. I'm sorry if I'm making you dizzy. All right, there we go.
The reason why they have this guy as a person of interest, or maybe there's other information that we do not know. Only he will be able to share if he ever comes out of the. Only he will be able to share if he ever comes out of the, woodwork. His name is Zach. Well, he goes by Zach. His name is Zaudion, Z-A-I-D-O-U-N, Zach Jaghoub, J-A-G-H-O-U-B. So, I don't know. Well, good morning, everyone. So we got the camera planted. They're tucked in there on the left. Manhunt continues. A lot of people do like the AI versions and stuff like that to kind of clean up the faces. I don't know if that's sufficient or anything like that, but whatever you see on the internet with photos that are like enhanced or clear, I'm sure the FBI is doing the same thing. Possibility. But should AI be trusted in them? I've seen AI totally wrong at times too. So we don't know. Good morning. I mean, it's just weird.
It's very weird.
Some people say, so we haven't even seen a shift change on police yet. They usually do a couple shift changes again. I think the next one will be within the next couple hours.
Seeing Brian Ampton on?
I haven't seen him today. I don't believe anything is going on at Annie and Tommaso's home.
One thing is, since tomorrow's Monday, you think the sheriff...
Presser?
I mean, you would think Monday we're going to update the public. We got thousands, millions of people wanting an update of some sort from an official, other than statements issued.
I want to hear more about this Zach guy. I wish he'd come out and talk if he ain't involved, Be interesting to hear what went down at Culver's that night. But I sadly think we're waiting for DNA to come back that they took to see if it's a match from the scene. Do you guys think that?
Great question.
And why stretch it out another 24 hours? I mean, I get protocol and shit like that, but...
So again, people in the chat, this is the
the pool service being let in was crazy. Yeah. Ashley, did you guys watch Ashley last night? If not, we can listen to it after we get caught up here.
Range Rover guy. Zach. This is the guy that we talked about. Had the Range Rover. Lives on Campbell apartment complex down the road from where the glove was found on the side of the road.
Wait, what?
From where the glove was found on the side we talked about. Had the Range Rover. Lives on Campbell apartment complex down the road.
He lives in the apartment complex down the road from where that damn glove was found? and they say one of the gloves was different than 16 others, I'm thinking that this might be something. This might be something. Thank you so much, Kelly. Hey, the porch guy was a fist clencher. Someone kept bringing up his brother. They detained one guy at the house and one guy at Culver's. Maybe him and his brother. Someone said they sent you brother's pic. Well, remember the brother? Was he Luke? I don't know. I feel like that was a different family. I sent Jay a pic of his brother. Him and his brother. His brother has a slimmer head. Okay, let me look. Let me look. Welcome, Miss Margaret. Thank you for becoming a member today. I'm not seeing it. Did you? I'm not seeing any of it. I don't see that. I'm sorry, I can't find it. If you can maybe resend it. I don't see anything. That's the thing. Thank you for gifting a membership, Miss Margaret. Thank you for your support. Starla, welcome in. Jesus for Me 3. Thank you so much. I don't have any new emails. Are you sending it to the right email? Right. Let's say it's him. Where's Nancy? Good question.
From where the glove was found on the side of the road. Has since been released. Don't know where his Range Rover is.
Only the time they need a sheet is when
They put the sheet up because they didn't want the media to see what they were doing.
Well,
what was
when
gathered.
would they do that? The only time they would do that is, I mean, that looked pretty.
There is a plane over there. It's a military plane. Let's look at flight radar 24.
Everybody has those people box here. Every teammate that I've seen, you notice that, bro? Everybody has them.
Okay, is that it? Is that all he says about it? Then he talks to this.
What's this story?
All right, we got another
That are
interview.
pulled over another pair of gloves.
Hold on.
The FBI spokesperson said, but the Fox News is.
Okay, hold on. Let's listen to this. I'm almost there. Hold on.
Found on Campbell.
Here it is.
Show you an interesting perspective here about the black glove and that Zach guy in the Range Rover. Okay, so hopefully we can see okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right, so the blue dot is where I'm at, and that's where the black set of gloves were found on Campbell, right? Just south. It's Campbell Avenue, and it's about a mile or so from Nancy's home. Now, if we expand out, remember we went down to the Bat Bridge area to a river. We went to the Bat Bridge. We did a live there. We went to the intersection, River Road, East River Road, and Campbell, right? Now, that guy that they detained at that Culver's, he literally, I'm not going to share his address, but he literally lives in an apartment complex on Campbell, on the same road the gloves were found. He lives on an apartment complex just across the river, like literally across the river. He lives 3 miles from Nancy's home on Campbell. So it's just interesting that they got that guy at the Culver's, took his vehicle. I don't know where his vehicle is at this time, but he literally lives on Campbell where those black set of gloves are.
And don't forget, Campbell is the area they want more. They want more footage from that area. They want more footage from that area. I think they're narrowing in on somebody. I got it, Tammy. I got it, Tammy. Thank you, Tammy.
So I just wanted to point that out about that guy. The Zach guy. His name is Zach. Now, he hasn't been arrested. He has been released. But maybe the gloves, as we heard the report of the gloves, they're being tested now. They found DNA and it's going to CODIS. So I just wonder if you know, the fact that they're even testing the gloves makes me think that the perp took the way out and got onto Campbell, which is the up and down going through the Catalina foothills, worked his way down, and what we should see. I don't know what's going to come out of that, but you know, that's possibly some pieces here.
I don't
maybe,
like
maybe
that
not.
dude's eyes.
What do you think?
Everybody who's freaking out about addresses, you need to chill. Do you remember, are you old enough to remember when we used to have phone books delivered to our house like every year? We'd get a whole book with everybody's fucking name and address and phone number in it. This is just a person who was detained and they have his name and they know where he lives. It's an ongoing investigation. No one's saying he did it. No one's pulling him out of like a haystack. You know what I mean? We're not pulling him out of the woodwork. I'm just so sick of people saying people need to be careful with addresses. We used to have a book with everybody's address in it.
They're waiting for DNA and forensics from the vehicle. And now, I went to his apartment complex today. He lives in it's weird because the apartment complex is like surrounded by a giant gate. And surrounded by a giant gate, I looked in there both sides. There's 2 entrances gated. It's that big signs, no trespassing. But I was on the outside looking in and I saw racks of cars and vehicles. I did not see the Range Rover, and I scanned the entire parking lot on both sides. So the Range Rover's not there. So I don't know if he got the Range Rover back, but he definitely lives there. So take it for what it is.
How far was that from you?
We just heard this story on the gloves.
Yeah.
Remember, I went live at River Road at the Bat Bridge?
Yeah.
He lives a half mile away from the Bat Bridge on Campbell. He lives on Campbell.
Yeah, those are nice apartments, yeah.
No, it was not. There's a lot of apartments there, but it wasn't necessarily nice. But it was gated. Like, as far as you can't even get in the complex without going in the gate.
Was there a code entry?
Yeah.
Because if they did, they could see people coming in. That code is...
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And that would be a good point. Should this neighborhood in the future be...
Or is he just not the person? But what? But the Fox News is reporting him. He was Pima County's person of interest. Mm-hmm. The sheriffs had him as a person of interest. That's out there in the media. So, why would they have this guy as a person of interest? One, he kind of does look like, the perp. The proximity of where he lives. I mean, he does
Oh, I saw
mean,
that photo and I was like,
I mean,
wow.
do you think this guy kind of looks like him?
It does. I mean, the
Zach.
eyes. The eyes.
This is Zach. This is the guy at the Culvers in the Range Rover. He lives on Campbell. I'm not gonna say the address, but he lives in apartments on Campbell. The direction where the gloves were found on Campbell. That now are being tested.
And now they want more footage off Campbell. I mean, there's a lot of arrows pointing this way. You know what I mean? And he's not even saying he's at his address. He said he lives on Campbell. It's not doxing. It's not doxing.
So, you know, why did Pima County sheriffs have this guy as a person of interest? And is he still a person of interest? They're just waiting for
That's
see
what
if there's a
I'm
match
wondering.
or any type of forensic
I
match.
think they're just waiting
on him. So, or is he just not involved whatsoever?
Well, this has a homeowners association.
Mm-hmm.
You would think after this event that they might put a guard box where you have to put your code to get in here, right? Because if they had that, nobody would have been able to get in here without being seen into the entire neighborhood. So,
And I have some new breaking news, folks. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. I'm staying in Tucson, Arizona through at least next week.
Oh,
there you
damn.
go. Dun, 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 dun. Boots on the ground. Continuous
Through
coverage.
at least next week. Wow.
We here through at least next week. We're not going anywhere, folks. We're not going anywhere. So everything is set on that aspect. We will be here covering the latest of what's going on and where they go next.
Feel better, Tammy.
So a lot of people were asking how long you're going to be here, JLR. Well, we're here covering. Everyone wants to hear about the case, know about the case. Here we are. So at least we have eyes.
Okay, so this is what everybody
Now
was
the
going
question
crazy
is-
about. This is the brothers. This is that guy and his brother. And this is the only time I'm going to show this because I'm not interested in, you know, digging into these guys' lives. But this is the guy, Zach, on the right, and that's his brother on the left. Zach on right, brother on left. That's all I know. I hope you feel better, Tammy. He's kind of got a longer head. So that's who they were saying was a person of interest. In the Range Rover, we don't know if he still is a person of interest. They're still waiting. Look at those ears sticking out. What do you think, guys? What do you think? We've had a lot of people pop up. Their pictures pop up. I mean, a lot of people can start to look like this. It's just like Brian Laundrie. Everybody. Was there two people? You know, did two people do this? Or was it just one? Are we seeing two people in the footage? Is it one person standing? You know what I'm saying? Like, could one of the brothers be standing there with no backpack and one with a backpack? You know what I'm saying? We have those two. Remember, we thought, oh, he doesn't have a backpack on. Could that be one guy and then the one with the backpack is the other guy? JLR just interviewed the guy with the tie. Who's he?
Again, we do not want that to happen, please. Even if the sheriff says it's going to take years, please, family, pray for her and stay positive. I'm wearing yellow as long as I can in honor of Nancy. Now, I don't want to be wearing yellow for the rest of my life or for years. So please, just be positive. Prayers, set your candles, whatever you believe, positive affirmations that someone, that it will continue to eat them up, whoever knows what, and that they will say something. Travel with Tay Tay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
God
you for your
bless you,
time.
brother.
Thank you. Be safe.
Take care.
Be
God-
safe.
Nice
Stay
to meet you.
hydrated. All right. So she's out here. She streams at different locations. So She might have the goods at some location. Go check her out on YouTube. All right.
How would those guys even know Nancy?
Yellow.
How would they know her?
Yellow is becoming a thing around here. A lot of yellow all over the place. Yellow.
Oh yeah, that's another key piece.
Yellow.
Zach also follows TMZ on X.
Pay their respects.
Pay the respects. He's always got to chime in, dude.
Pages.
So my name is Jeff Reed of Traxcell Technology. Traxcell is proud to highlight the enduring legacy and wide-reaching benefits of technological breakthroughs developed by lead inventors. So, is this something he's saying that he could help track?
He said it's a new invention. He actually called it an invention.
Traxcell.
So maybe he's wanting to get this out to maybe help if it has some sort of technology with cell phones. I didn't even really read it yet.
So he's selling his services out here, or just I saw him with packets giving it out to everybody.
Yeah, he's just handing them out to media because he wants people to know about what he's doing here. So maybe
well, I mean, any little thing help. That's him.
Yeah,
let's bring him in. Let's bring him in, sir.
Mark,
you want to come over, share about your services? All right, come on in. You can come on the other side if you want.
You want to hold your package?
Yeah, come on over here.
This side?
Yeah, come on here.
Okay.
So, hello.
Hey, how's it
How
going?
are you doing? What's your name?
My name's Jeff Reed.
Hi, Jeff. All right. So, can you see Jeff? Can everyone see
sure
Jeff? Jeff? All right, Jeff.
Hi,
Jeff.
Jeff.
You're handing out, what's Traxcell?
Traxcell Technologies is basically the developer of the self-optimized network, which basically, you probably remember the Verizon ads that said, "Can you hear me now?" Mm-hmm. And they'd have said, "Can you hear me now?" Mm-hmm. And they'd have these armies of people driving around in trucks and so forth, trying to manually tune the network. And that's why they're saying, "Can you hear me now?" Because they wanted to, road test the network to see if it was working well. Well, basically, what my invention and my co-inventor's invention does is it automatically self-tunes the network. It's the way that the system works today. And basically what they do is they could tune it from the office. They can use the signal coming in from the cell phone and basically tell if the send or receive strength is correct and adjust the network automatically. That's one of the inventions. Another of the inventions that Traxcell does is your live traffic routing. So when you're going to go somewhere and there's an accident or something like that, Traxcell's technology will route you around that accident to the fastest point. It's live traffic routing.
Can this technology benefit with this, because you're handing it out here in this investigation in any way? What brings you here?
Basically, Traxcell has had a lot of bad press in the past.
Why?
Because these companies like Verizon and so forth that use Traxcell's technology without paying for it, well, it's to their benefit to give Traxcell a lot of bad press. And all I'm trying to do is to say, look at the benefit of the self-driving, the live traffic routing, and of the self-optimized network. These are positive things that Traxcell has brought forth to society and has not been compensated by these big companies. For the most part, we've settled with AT&T, Motorola, several of them, but several of them we haven't. I'm not here to talk about the losses, but I'm really here to talk about the positive things, positive press of inventions that Traxcell has brought forth that are used in people's lives today.
But can your technology be assist in this Nancy Guthrie case, or you just are here just... No.
Actually, yes, in a way, it does, because of the fact that one of the key cores of this technology is the monitoring of location. Just like how our traffic routing system can determine where the traffic jams are, and it can do it anonymously, so it doesn't have to know that who's there. Well, anonymously, it can monitor the locations of this. Supposedly, this event took place at 2 or 3 in the morning, right? Mm-hmm. So it would be able to monitor and keep track where these cell phones are by using the location database.
But doesn't FBI CAST have that already? CAST?
Yes, but it would have been through technology that Traxcell developed.
Okay.
Yeah, they got it. They're using our technology. They're using our database to track where this is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add? I'm not really educated enough about this topic, but it was fascinating listening to you a little bit.
Well, I just, since you're really here about the Guthrie case, I will say that I'm the one who called 88 crime and told them to count the number of bricks in the walkway so that they could determine the person's height when they were walking.
Come on, you think the FBI didn't know that? He's claiming that he called the FBI and told them to count the bricks. And that's why they showed up. Yeah, let's let all the criminals know you've got this kind of technology, dude.
Walking out.
You did that?
I did that.
Did you speak to FBI? Or
I called 88 Crime, which is a local reporting agency. So that morning they were out there. The morning that I reported that, they were out there. They had the tent up, and they determined the height and the weight.
They came there because of you?
They weren't there before me.
Interesting.
Yep. And I will tell you something else that I passed along to them that I don't think anybody else has picked up on. I appreciate your coming forth and giving me some time, so I'll give you some time. One thing that I think is a possibility that I mentioned in the 88 crime call was that you would be able to take a computer profile of the person's face and strip away the mask, because you can more or less see his facial shape.
Oh my God, dude. Come on. This guy's full of shit.
And so if you can see his eyes, his mouth, and I think that there could be a composite brought forth that would have what this person really kind of looks like. In other words, it's not a white guy. It's not a black guy. It's probably a Latino, maybe an American Indian. It's between 25 and 35.
You think he's between 25 and 35?
Oh my God, this dude's profiling now? Oh my goodness, dude. Stop.
Based on the photos, yeah, he's not 60. He's not 12. We need to work with probabilities here.
Anything else you want to add? Man, some people think you're fascinating, but you've got all types of comments. Some good, some bad. Everyone has opinions, right?
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I appreciate people's time in listening. That's all.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah,
good luck to you. Be safe.
Yeah, right on.
Thanks for being out here.
Yep, have a good one.
All right, what do you think, folks?
He could.
What's Crime 88?
Oh, so that's
like
that's
Crime
our
Stoppers?
Local, yeah. Do you have a local in Florida where people can call anonymously?
Oh, you took his paper.
I give this back to you.
Thank you.
He didn't even leave the
Nice
material.
to meet you.
What do you have in Florida? Do you have like where people can text
Crime
you?
Stoppers.
Yeah, so we have people in Tucson can actually anonymously call. They won't ever know who it is.
Next, he's gonna be getting out his Kirby vacuum and going door to door. Oh my God.
They can send in a text anonymously, and so if you go to that page, there's probably they list all the different homicides that haven't been solved, all that kind of stuff.
He thinks the purpose Hispanic, 20 or Native American, 25 to 35. That's what he said, right?
Yeah, and I was thinking definitely 20 to 25. That was kind of where I put it, just looking at the photos I saw.
Shut up, dude. He's
All right,
like,
let's
yeah,
get
that's
a
what I
little
was
bit more
looking at.
buzzy here.
Buzzy?
More people coming.
It's buzzy.
Seems like.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the car.
Sure.
You want to keep this?
I don't. Yeah, let me keep it. I'll keep it. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna read it later. I'm gonna keep his pamphlet.
Okay, let's fast forward to real time. See what's going down. Oh, we've got the sheriff. It must be a shift change.
Or something could be happening.
Or something could be happening. You're right.
All right, he's just letting them know something.
It definitely looked like that Range Rover had a dealer plate too.
Oh, he's leaving. The other one's coming in.
Shift change.
All right, rotation.
You guys want to listen to Ashley?
Nancy Guthrie's home. Shift change. Shift change. Let's see where he goes. Oh, he's going up there pretty hard. Nope, he's turning the other way.
He's probably just getting into position. That dude and his bricks, I can't. Give me a minute, guys. I'll be right back. And then we'll listen to some of Ashley. 2 minutes.
We'll kind of just keep it a view here. Like this, I get a good angle. Well, hey JLR, take a look at the flowers. Yeah, maybe we'll go look at the flowers. Yeah, that's a good idea. Matter of fact, I'm not sure if I brought water on me, but let's take a look at the flowers. If the flowers need water, I'll come back later with a jug of water. But there has been more flowers put up here. Flowers. Most of the flowers have like vases. They're like vases with water. Most of them. I think all of them actually. Water, water, water.
Dr. D. Who's Dr. D? You know who that black guy is?
I think he's a retired LE. Like he's social media, but he's retired LE. Law enforcement.
I think he's from New York. He's a fellow New Yorker. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So, one of the reporters, before the police came, or the sheriff came, was talking to one of the reporters. So he said that the mom at that house got brought out, but they were accommodating to her. And she really, only the reason why she got brought out was because it's the house and she can't be present for a search. So they were accommodating her. They put her in the vehicle. They offered her a hotel. Now, what he said is, though, as he's talking about person detained down the road was possibly the guy who lived in the house, but that has been conflicting. It appears it's this whole separate person, because Enton reported that 2 people got pulled out of the house, a mother and a son, all while it was going on with the other incident down there at the Culvers. Don't put me in timeout anymore. I'm not spamming. Really don't put anyone in timeout. You just let it, if you're going crazy, I don't know. I probably, in the course of being here in the last week, I probably banned maybe like 10 people that was just so egregious, but we just let it flow here. This is really just share your thoughts. Share your thoughts. I mean, we police ourselves. Share your thoughts. We want everyone's opinion on the matter. JLR, when you going home? Well, not until at least after next week. Book here. So, because raids could come down at any time, people get arrested, court hearings, we got to go to locations, whoever gets popped, we got to find out who they are. Would be crazy if the perpetrator left flowers with a note. Wouldn't that be crazy, Diamond? Sheriff should take the cards. There's a lot of times we've always heard the perp comes back to the scene. The perp plays games. The perp. Heard that many times about the perp. The perp. Coming back.
Good morning, everybody just joining. I am back. Okay, so since we're kind of just sitting here watching, what I want to do, my plan for today, it's so windy here, you guys, is I want to go over Ashleigh's with you. Hey, Colette, good to see you. Hey, Doc Bones, good to see you. Scooters. I want to go over Ashleigh because I think it's interesting. And then I'm just going to go over to JLR and we're going to watch. So I want to quickly do at least some of it. So I think it's really interesting to hear what she has to say.
That people are upset, they are frustrated, they have followed every moment. I'm sure you have been following every moment of this case. It is perplexing, it is confounding. How do you just steal an 84-year-old grandmother and get away with it? That's how most people feel, and I'm sure that members of law enforcement feel the same way. Guaranteed they know more than we do, however. On this episode tonight, I've got somebody just fantastic. I mean, God, Maureen O'Connell has always amazed me, right? She looks like she's this pretty delicate little flower, and she is one tough lady. She spent 25 years in the FBI as a special agent, and she knows her shit. I had this incredibly detailed conversation with her about specifics, about facts in this case and specifics, and she weighs in on stuff she hasn't said elsewhere and other people haven't said either.
Hey,
really interesting stuff. Also, did you hear that there is now a signal sniffer that's entered the story? Interesting, because Matt Murphy and I talked several days ago about figuring out some way to get Nancy Guthrie's phone to sort of fly over houses within 30 feet because it might reconnect to her pacemaker. Pacemakers don't die, they don't go away. Even if she's alive or dead, the pacemaker's still going. The signal sniffer apparently is supposed to do that job. I'm going to go into detail about the signal sniffer and one thing that I don't understand about the method that they're using. So it's a bit weird, but I will get to that in a second. Also, big question for you. If you were up with me until 4 o'clock in the morning last night, thank you. I appreciate the company. But also, I kept thinking to myself, as vehicle after vehicle kept entering the perimeter, dozens of federal and local law enforcement vehicles, SWAT vehicles, forensic vehicles, FBI vehicles, marked, unmarked, sheriff's deputies, all the rest. I kept thinking, it's a lot of vehicles. There's a lot of manpower. It's one guy. There's one guy who, albeit dangerous, got that. But most people have made a joke of him. They don't know what he's doing. He's kind of a dope. Some people have even said that the way he carries his gun is called a Mexican carry. Never heard that before. But that it is not professional. And
who said that?
This is like how you would respond to Ted Kaczynski. You know? Anyway, I'm going to ask Maureen about that. She's got something interesting to say about it. And then also, the sheriff has some new statements. I'm going to read those for you. A little bit of everything, including, you know what, strap in, pour a drink. It's going to happen a lot. Very interesting. What we saw last night and in Rio Rico, it's going to happen a lot. He said it's going to happen more than once. So I will read that for you so that you hear it word for word. New York Times had a really interesting story about the man who lived next door to the woman whose house was raided. And it is really fascinating to hear what happened to him and how she became part of his night and everything that transpired. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. Also, the hitman theory. Have you been thinking it? I know a lot of people have been thinking it. Was this guy, was he for hire? Did he show up there because he was paid, because he was hired to do this? A lot of people have said, really looks like he knows the place. Maybe he knows it. Maybe he's familiar. Maybe he was told about it. Going to get into that with Maureen because she's got something to say about that. And Maureen is really interesting in how she weighs in on this whole Florida lab controversy and the whole bitch scrap that everybody's making hay about between the feds and the locals. She's got a very different take on that. You're going to hear that in a second too. And then I dig down on that balaclava. I am not over this balaclava, the ski mask. Everyone's talking about the backpack. There's hundreds of those things sold at Walmart. But who buys a ski mask in Arizona?
She's so
who
stuck
buys
on
a
this.
balaclava in Arizona? Okay, a couple skiers here and there, but there's some.
She is so stuck on this ski mask and it being bought in Arizona. It cracks me up. It cracks me up.
Different about that ski mask. And since I'm a skier, I'm going to tell you exactly why I don't believe a lot of skiers buy that, even Arizonans. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in a minute.
Nobody wears those skiing unless it's 1972. Unless it's 1972. You have one of those masks, you might just be a little sketchy. Put a 1 in chat if you have one of those weird masks at home. I don't. Look at that vehicle. That looks like a Fed. That black vehicle. Look at, it's 2 of them. Are the Feds there? Hold the phone. Who is that? That looks like a... Are they parking? Or is it media? Maybe it's media. Let's keep an eye on that.
but that's coming up in just a second. First, though, I have to just thank you so much for being a part of this podcast. Thank you so incredibly much. This is my full-time job now. I left television after 38 years to do this with you, so your support means the world to me. Could you subscribe? Just, click, click, click. It's really easy. Could you just do me a solid and subscribe?
She
I would
did
so
it.
appreciate it. And also, I want to tell you.
She said, click, 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 click. It's real easy, man. Jammers, she said it. Freaking love her.
Television after 38 years to do this with you, so your support means the world to me. Could you subscribe? Just, click, click, click. It's really easy. Could you just do me a solid and subscribe? I would so appreciate it. And also, I want to tell you that I partnered with some fantastic sponsors that I personally use and like. Joy and Blokes is one of them. If you have been feeling exhausted, ladies, if you've been anxious or foggy, gaining low, let me go through that. Their mother, their grandmother, this is a real person, and they are hurting. They are really hurting. Can't imagine. Just imagine if it's yours. Just imagine if it's your mom. But 2 weeks in law enforcement isn't, unless you're dealing with a missing person, which time is of the essence. But solving a crime, which is I think what a lot of us are trying to sort of think through, 2 weeks is not a lot of time. And so there's a certain element of patience that we all have to kind of adopt. And I know it is hard, right? Because this is a batshit crazy story. And something crazy happens almost every 5 minutes. But you're going to hear Maureen O'Connell weigh in on that, because she did it for 25 years. A quarter century of experience. She knows the thing or two. Also, we had a federal warrant executed last night. So it wasn't one of these court-approved searches, which was what happened in Rio Rico. No, this was a warrant. It was got by the feds. I'm going to ask Maureen about the significance of that, because I thought it was unique, especially since the sheriff did not put out the statement as per the request of the feds. That was interesting. 3 people detained, nobody held, nobody arrested, right? So it kind of went nowhere, which I'm sure as you all woke up was the first thing you did, right? What was it? You got on your phone. What happened? I was so tired I couldn't stay awake. Nothing. I still have a lot of questions about what happened, because I watched as they towed off a silver Range Rover that they had put privacy screens up to take a look in the back. And we all know that privacy screens are usually reserved for bodies.
Yes, I will be.
No word about that. From the sheriff? What? I'll read you his entire statement and everything he said today. But also, Brian Enton said that when he talked to law enforcement, they said while there were no arrests last night, they're still following up, quote, on leads from last night. And one of the things that I learned from so many of these super smart law enforcement people.
Even though there were no arrests, they're still following up on leads from that night. It wouldn't be last night. It'd be 2 nights ago now. Ashley Plaidfield. I know she loves her plaid.
That I've worked with, that I've befriended, that I've stayed in contact with, is that a lead is kind of like a ripple, right? You throw a rock in the water and there's one ripple and then suddenly it's just lots of ripples. One lead can actually ripple into a lot of different leads. So you just imagine with the tens of thousands of leads that have come into the sheriff's department and also to the FBI, every single one of them is looked at. Now multiply them exponentially, because each lead can actually multiply into a rabbit hole. Sometimes it's a good rabbit hole. Sometimes it really does take you to where you want to go, but that may be the factor of last night when they say that still following up on leads from last night. So let me read you the sheriff's statement that I woke up to this morning. You may have already read it, but I want you to listen to the words specifically because, words matter. Good morning, media partners. Law enforcement activity, : Last night, a federal court-ordered search warrant was executed at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North 1st Avenue in connection with the Guthrie case. The warrant was based on a lead we received. No arrests were made. A traffic stop was also conducted. A person was questioned, but no arrests resulted from that incident.
See, they were related. The one at Culver's and the house raid were on a federal warrant. I know, Lindsay. She cracks me up, too. She's fucking hilarious. But no, a federal warrant for that, and it's related.
There are no further details available at that time. I'm going to pause for a second because that's what pissed me off. It's like, hold it. There was a lot of confusion. There was a guy that was sitting in the back of a sheriff's vehicle being interrogated by what looked like an FBI officer, maybe not a sheriff's deputy.
Amen.
He was kind of like obscured, but he looked like he was wearing a white hoodie. He definitely had some facial hair. And there was talk that he...
See, here he is in the car. Or no, that's their reflection. Sorry.
Might have actually been related to the folks who were pulled out of the house, the woman and the man. Some said mother and son. Some said this might have been another son. But there was some connection between these two stops. But we just don't know what was the connection. Was he the target of all of this? And the questioning happened there and the alibi panned out. I don't know.
That scene is perplexing right here. This one here. What in the world? Like, what is going on? This is the side of Culver's. And then they were back in the parking lot, and we've got this whole clusterfuck right here. And it's all bright, and you can't tell what's going on. Like, what? I don't understand this footage.
See shields in the yellow paper over the license plate. I know that was to keep nosy people like me from making connections and finding out who owns the car. But the car was dirty and was photographed a lot before the privacy shields went up so they could open. And I was actually watching. I'm not going to lie. It's the business I'm in. As they were opening the back trunk, I was watching the agents who were standing closest to it because I thought if there's been a body in there for a long time, they're going to look away because there will be a horrendous smell that comes out of the vehicle. I saw one woman do it a little bit. She kind of did that, but it wasn't so pronounced that I thought definitely there's a body in there. I didn't get that feeling. And then again, the other issue was a medical examiner's vehicle didn't show up there either. That's not to say the cars haven't been towed with bodies in them before. I've seen it happen. Aaron Hernandez's case, that happened. It's just not typical. So I can't tell you what the hell happened with that silver Range Rover. I don't know who owns it. I don't know who's not missing it. It's a nice car. Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI continue to work together around the clock on this investigation, tracking all leads. Another show of force in the language, because this is important. A lot of news, a lot of ink, a lot of social media on the bitch scrap between the FBI and the locals. I have my own theories on that, and I talked to Maureen about it because she's got some insight too. Very, very wise insight. We remind the public that there's a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the location of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. Call TIPS into 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI or 520-351-4900. Next subheading is briefings/interviews. Kind of know this one by heart. Don't read along with me, right? No interviews, press briefings scheduled at this time. If a significant development occurs, press conference will be announced via email and the @Pima Sheriff X account. Don't hold your breath. Haven't had one since a week ago Thursday. Okay. New York Times had an interesting story. They met up with the man who lives beside the woman whose house was raided. And the man gave a very interesting account. He said the sheriff's deputy knocked on his door and he had already been getting a lot of communications from neighbors and friends who were like unable to return to their homes. They were being locked out of the community. They couldn't come home. They were being stopped. And so anybody who was in their homes, they were all getting word around 4:00 in the afternoon, local time yesterday, something's going on because we're barred from entering our own neighborhoods, and y'all who are in there probably
so
are.
I want to pause here and say the glove that you see on your screen is now being reported to be the same glove of the perpetrator. Fox News, about a half an hour ago, reported that this glove that was found matches the perpetrator, and they have DNA. So I'm assuming they're going to match DNA from found inside the house to the glove found to see if there's a match.
Come out of your door. And so the sheriff's deputy shows up at this guy's door. And here's what's weird. He has the woman with him from the house next door and is asking this neighbor, could you look after her while we search her house? Could you be with her? Could you, give her a place to be? Super interesting. So she's not the target, right? Definitely they didn't want to question her. That's my thought, because you're not going to just throw her in the neighbor's house and then go back, do your searchy work. But this was hours and hours long. And this guy said he thought it was just so incredibly bizarre because this is an affluent neighborhood. It's dark. It's quiet. This was so unlike what they'd ever seen before. Said that the neighbors next door had never caused any problems, any issues. And he said that she did not want to talk about what had gone on. The New York Times wanted to interview her. She didn't want to. But the neighbor, when he took this woman back to her house after the search ended, they found the warrant. The federal warrant was sitting in the home. Because you know how it works, right? First, the cops have to have probable cause. I'm going to talk about the level.
Yeah, we'll get to that. First, I want to show you the latest update from Fox. This is coming out, let's see, 1 hour ago now. 1 hour ago. Here you go.
Breaking this afternoon in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the FBI says one of the gloves recovered appears to match the gloves of the suspect in the surveillance video, and the FBI has recovered DNA from it. Let's bring in retired NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher. Darren, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
What is your reaction to this breaking news on the search for Nancy Guthrie and specifically the glove with DNA in it?
Well, Mike, this is not just a lead. This has the potential to be breaking news because this is the crack in the case that we're looking for. How can we apply an identification as it relates to who we saw in the video to a DNA sample? And fortunately, this seems as if it's going to come to fruition because we're going to run this and we're going to place this information into the CODIS database to see if this individual, in fact, has DNA in the CODIS database. The CODIS database has information for all individuals that are arrested in the 1990s up until now. And hopefully this will be what we need to garner us into the directional path of rescuing Nancy as well as bringing the perpetrators to custody as in relation to this case.
There was a big SWAT team FBI raid late Friday night that got a lot of us excited. I was watching very closely, but it did not produce any arrests. Does that disappoint you?
Well, Mike, it is disappointing, but at the same token, we have to take in consideration there was a magistrate that signed off on this warrant. In order for a magistrate to sign off on a warrant, there needs to be probable cause. And oftentimes, the magistrates or the judges will demand information to support if probable cause exists as it relates to what law enforcement brings forth. So it's an unfortunate occurrence, but this also shows that the men and women in law enforcement are vigorously working towards gaining a lead to concluding this case with an apprehension and bringing Nancy back home. So I don't see it as an error. I see it as police doing what's necessary to bring Nancy back home.
2 weeks later, do you think Nancy Guthrie is in that close radius to her home, or do you fear she's far from Tucson at this point?
Well, Mike, we're 60 miles away from the Mexican border, and that's oftentimes been a point of contention as it relates to the international line and her possibly being brought there. I'm optimistic, and I genuinely believe that this is a localized operation, and I think that she's in the local area. However, one of the things that's being done right now is, based on her pacemaker, we have now flown overhead devices to try to connect with the pacemaker to to see if we can find her in this localized area. So I'm hopeful that she's still in this area of Tucson, and we can bring her back.
Let's go back to the...
See, why is everybody now talking about this? Oh, they look for a pacemaker if they did it on the 3rd. They're making it sound like they're doing it now. Or did they just release the information that they did that?
Breaking news of the moment, which is that glove that appears to match the glove that we've seen in the surveillance video of the suspect. How confident are you, or how excited are you about that development leading to our suspect?
I'm extremely excited and elated, and this shows the tenacity of law enforcement to move at breakneck speed to try to gain a clue as it relates to cracking this case. I genuinely believe that we're going to have a positive outcome as it relates to the analysis of this DNA, and this is a key component in getting us to that point. So going back to what you asked me, I'm excited about it, and I think that we're going to have a positive result in cracking this case.
Yeah, let's hope and pray we get some answers and bring Nancy home to her family. Darren Porcher, thank you very much.
Okay, so they could have matched, and I'm not saying they have, I don't know what they've done, but they could have matched the glove, the DNA on the glove, to the DNA found in the house that they didn't know who it was. And they have to get an identity for that DNA. You know? Hello, Chris. Hey, Tits McGee. I'm hoping they don't have to do IgG. Look at JLR, okay?
Do you?
I'm looking. What's going on? What's going on, Two Old Crows? I'm looking at the scene.
The good thing about this one that I have up is it's Oro Valley Police and just Pima County Sheriff. So it's the stuff
What
if
happened?
anything pops in this area.
Two Old Crows, what am I missing?
Yeah, well, no.
Did I miss something?
Cops.
Cops here, or?
Starting to beam a little bit.
Yeah, it's hitting that golden
What'd I miss?
hour.
Got some Gatorade everywhere, back. All right.
Not thirsty, are you? No, I got one.
I'm waiting for Two Old Crows. Did I miss something? Did I need to go back or? It's just a reporter, I think. I think it's just a reporter. But anyways, Fox is saying that the DNA, they're awaiting results from glove DNA before entering into the national database. But again, I want to hear this very beginning again. Oh, that noise gives me anxiety.
Breaking this afternoon in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the FBI says one of the gloves recovered appears to match the gloves of the suspect in their surveillance video, and the FBI has recovered DNA from it. Let's bring in retired NYPD Lieutenant.
Why does JLR's phone do that?
Darren Porcher. Darren, welcome.
I missed the whole thing.
Suspect in their surveillance video and. Breaking this afternoon in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the FBI says one of the gloves recovered appears to match the gloves of the suspect in their surveillance video.
Appears to. But that's the latest coming out an hour ago. And now we're going to go back to Ashleigh and talk about probable cause. Because that's 857's. Of course it is. So anyways, we have to talk about probable cause. This is important. They're saying it was a federal warrant. And you can't just go into someone's house. Like, you have to be specific, like Ashleigh's going to talk about. You have to know what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Like, when we looked at Brian Kohberger's search warrants, they were like books, magazines, notebooks. Like, they were particular about what they were looking for.
Probable cause, because it's different in this case, and you'll know in a moment why. Super interesting. But first, the cops get the tip, or the investigative work leads them to some kind of probable cause. They go to a magistrate or a judge or a night judge or whomever, and they get that signed off. That person has to decide, yeah, you know what, I think the Fourth Amendment, you cleared that. It's not an unreasonable search, right? Fourth Amendment's unreasonable search and seizure. So that cleared them to go in, kind of guns a-blazing. Brian Denton had some great reporting yesterday that they had been doing all this staging and that the helicopter had been flying around. So they were probably making plans and figuring out how they were going to, plan the attack. And the next thing you got to do is you got to have kind of a list of stuff in that warrant. You can't just say, I just want to go in and look at everything. You got to have an idea of what it is that your investigative work or tip is leading you towards. Yeah? I've seen him wear that balaclava. Want to find balaclava. I'm making that up, but that's kind of the idea here. So you kind of have to have a shopping list in your warrant. So News Nation also spoke with a neighbor of the woman whose house was raided. His name is Peter Mulk. And, Brian Denton talks to everybody, and News Nation was able to, get a few comments from Peter Mulk about what last night was like. Have a look.
Unbelievably absurd. It's making everybody nervous. It's just surreal. And we just can't imagine how the family is processing all this, as a neighbor, as a person that lives.
This is a neighbor? Damn, he's like looking dead in the camera too. What the fuck? Who is this guy?
In the community, we just wanted to resolve, for the positive.
He's looking through
so
me.
How's it feel? There's, 20 cop cars, a couple SWAT.
Yeah, I live right across the street.
Right across the street.
Yeah, it's weird.
Tell us your thoughts when you saw that going on, maybe, just about trying to process it all. Tell us how you feel about that.
We feel that they might have gotten a tip. There's been a lot of tips, I'm sure, over the past 2 weeks, but this seems to be a tip that's could be close. Hopefully, it's something that's credible and it's actual. So hopefully they get somebody. But living right so close to it, I can't imagine that if they get somebody that lives right next to me on my street, that that even makes sense. To be in this neighborhood, to have all these cops here. There's bomb squad vehicles, a lot of cops, a lot of presence.
Also, I read along with all of you on the Twitter, on the X, how annoyed we all were by this. Like, we waited and waited, for I think 2 hours for the sheriff who said, first there's going to be a press conference, meet us at this corner. No press conference. We're just going to put out a statement. It will be forthcoming. And then we waited and we waited into the late hours. And then we got this blurb. It's The fuck? It was like the smallest statement of nothing. And I know a couple of you said nothing burger and all the rest, but it was basically like, we can't really talk because the feds asked us not to. Interesting. Now we know it was a federal warrant. Maybe the Fed said, you know what, this was our warrant. We'd really like to keep quiet on this one. Let's just not say anything about it. There was just much ado made about the guy in Rio Rico. Didn't go well for us all, so let's just... Also, I've been really, really interested in the ski mask. It's driving me batshit crazy that there's not more talk about it. Everyone's talking about the backpack, which is a freaking dime a dozen, right? I think somebody said 100 of them were sold at a Walmart in Arizona. I don't know which one. In a Tucson Walmart. But the balaclava? You think hundreds of those are sold in Arizona? I got questions. I got questions about balaclavas in general. Who the hell buys these 3-hole masks? Because I ski. Not a lot of people use those. So I'm going to ask Maureen a couple of questions. Number one, how is that not the biggest lead they have? Find the purchasers of any of those fucking balaclavas that have the 3 holes in them. Because who buys them in Arizona? A couple skiers, maybe, but I doubt it. That's not a big skiing kind of mask. Trust me. And then I asked her about just tracking that kind of purchase anyway. Not just in this case. Because who buys those? A lot of people who use them for no good, right? So should we be tracking those kinds of things? Is that too big brothery? You know, are those tools of crimes just an obvious tool of crimes? You'll be interested to hear what Maureen has to say about that. Also, Michael Ruiz.
They've kind of updated ski masks since 1972. I don't know why anybody would need one of those weird looking ones because they have like updated ones that aren't criminal looking knit hats. If you have one of those criminal knit hats, please upgrade. Please upgrade. Those are weird. It's creepy. I don't want to see that on someone's car seat, sitting there with a friggin' weird mask, criminal mask.
Doing killer reporting on the ground for Fox News Digital. Had a really interesting tweet today. Let me read it. He said, we received a tip from an active duty Miami area police officer who believes that he has identified the holster seen in surveillance video on the belt of a masked suspect at Nancy Guthrie's front door. It is sold at Walmart just like the backpack. And he holds up a picture, which I'll show you. And then if you want to read his full story about it, just go to foxnews.com because I thought that was interesting. Nobody's really talked about what holster. Maureen is going to talk about, well, great butt. Wait till you hear her great butt story regarding the holster. I'm also going to talk to her at length about the blood at the front door because it's been driving me absolutely crazy. Why there are no drag marks or scuffle marks in that blood. It's sort of cleanly dropped, but no one's struggling or there's no sign of struggle there. So I'm just really fascinated with what her thoughts would be about that, just based on the amount of crime fighting that she has done. Matt Finn, who's been doing some amazing work on Fox News Channel. He's on the ground in Tucson. This is what he tweeted earlier today. Breaking. Pima County Sheriff Nano says to expect police activity every day and gives more details about last night's massive Guthrie police SWAT activity. Nanos tells Fox the person detained in the traffic stop last night outside Culver's, which we believe involved the gray Range Rover, was a person of interest who was cooperative and later released. Regarding any other detainees, this is the sheriff. I'm guessing anyone at the residence was detained, but that is standard procedure to allow investigators serving a search warrant freedom to conduct their search. I was not at the scene, and I'm sure people were detained, but no one was arrested, and more importantly, no sign of Nancy was found. Looking ahead, another quote from the sheriff here. Every day moving forward, there will be a lot of police activity throughout the community. As to what level of activity that is, depends on what lead they chase and how it develops.
Like, this guy doesn't seem to be taking any of this serious. Is this like a ruse? I mean, what does he possibly have to laugh about right now?
These leads start in the command post and move.
And he's the only one that laughs. No one laughs with him.
Field as needed. That is one reason you're seeing activity build up as the day goes on. And that can ultimately lead to a search warrant looking for Nancy and any suspect involved. So there you go. That's the official statements. Again, I keep wondering why the sheriff says I will not be giving one-on-one interviews, and then boop, he sort of does, kind of like blurp stuff out to certain people. But night is young. It's 11:23 on Feb 14. Happy Valentine's Day. Maybe there'll be another raid tonight. I don't know, but we're watching. We're always watching. And if there are more developments, you know you're going to get them here as long as you subscribe, because if you subscribe, you will get the developments. So now I want you to hear this conversation I had with Maureen O'Connell. She is so effing smart. Clearly, the 25 years, there's nothing lost in her experience because she is rock solid on so much of this investigative
stuff. This is
stuff.
Maureen
She's
O'Connell.
former FBI special agent. She's the host of the podcast Best Case, Worst Case with Jim Clementi. And I'm going to play that in 1 second, but a quick note again for my sponsors, because don't forget, I'm an independent journalist, so I really appreciate you.
I'm an independent journalist, too. I really appreciate your guys' support.
warrant that was executed last night. It wasn't a state, it wasn't a sheriff's warrant, it wasn't city, it was the feds.
It doesn't really surprise me because this is a task force situation. And in a task force, especially for a big case where there's a lot of moving parts, since we have the FBI there and a huge contingent of FBI agents and federal agents and officers, we're going to have an AUSA also. And so that United States attorney from that district will be in a position to help with these warrants. Now, the warrants could be put together as it's happening. So if a data point comes up that they think might lead to a warrant, it may be the protocol in place right now to start working on a warrant for this person. Or if they have a list and the first 7 people might be good for something that they're looking at and they have several data points, they're going to already start with those.
She's kind of fast for me. I'm going to slow it down. She's been on point, but now I think she's starting to reach. And I'll point out the parts that I'm just like, huh?
With those warrants.
So after the raid, or at least, midway through or late into the night, it came out that the Pima County Sheriff was going to give an update and a statement, and we all waited with bated breath. And then suddenly it was sort of a non-statement at the behest of the FBI. Did that surprise you?
No.
Tell me why.
God love them. The pressers have just been terrible, and they create more questions than answers. You can come out with a succinct statement, which I was actually surprised that at least a statement didn't come out. But I'd rather have nothing than something that's confusing everyone.
She could, Peter. She'd beat your ass.
It seemed almost terse, and there's been so much made in the media of the acrimony between the locals and the feds. I've been at this rodeo a lot. This story rises in every single story, that there's some sort of butting of heads. And oftentimes I feel like the headlines get away from the actual reality on the ground. What's your read of what things might be like between the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the authorities who are in the local field office, the feds who are in the local field office, and then the folks that have come in from, say, around the country or in DC?
I think they're all getting along great. The worker bees, the people out there doing it. You notice that bees. when all day yesterday, we saw one sheriff's deputy with an FBI agent. That's how we usually do it. And you rely on your partners to whatever the difficult task is at hand, who can do it quicker, who can do it a little bit faster and better. And we're all used to doing that. So I think the relationship is good. I think the big hiccup came when someone in the Bureau found out that a glove was sent to the private lab instead of letting the Bureau do it, when in fact there was no glove inside that house. And there's a funny saying that punctuation matters. And my understanding is it was a difference between a comma and no comma in the writing of that communication. So it's kind of like text messages where you see that the funny meme where it's like, wait, you said what? How dare you? And then you realize they didn't mean that at all. They're driving and voice to text mixed it up.
Sure. Hey, Brian, if you missed it earlier, check it out. Check it out, Brian. We've done this. Please stop promoting someone in my chat. We've already done this and done it better, in my opinion. We did this already. You guys calm down. Calm down. Calm down in the chat.
So I think something like that.
Maureen, I think you know what? My favorite line in a movie is from My Cousin Vinny. I shot the sheriff. With inflection, you're asking a question. But when you see it in print, it says I shot the sheriff. Mm-hmm. And so people just, and that's exactly why I asked you that question, because I really felt as though, every media outlet, large, small, and otherwise, is scrambling for any kind of story they can tell. And I felt like that one just shot out of a cannon and took on a life of its own. But on the ground, I really felt there might have been a snipe here.
Thank you, Val, for your cooter chat. She said, thanks for the daily coverage. I think it could look like him, but we're waiting on the DNA, man.
Here and there, but I just don't think it's endemic.
Right. And I've been in these situations a lot. And, I'll be with my sheriff's partner. I've been on task forces, or I'll be with the LAPD or the LA County Sheriff's Department or a local municipal. And and I'll say something about my boss and they totally agree, and vice versa. But we're rolling up our sleeves. We're completely, I'm not saying that the bosses aren't dedicated, because everyone here, you can feel.
She said, we are rolling up our sleeves. Girl, bye.
The dedication in these people and the drive to bring Nancy home. That's what everybody wants. But some people have a different way of how they want things run. The worker bees were the ones that were, these guys are out there pushing to black and white. The other people are searching in the desert all night long, all day long in the heat. Some people are down on their hands and knees looking at evidence. Other people have been working 12, 14-hour shifts trying to figure out what vehicles, what devices were in that area at that time. And does that correlate or does it not correlate with the list of people that they're looking at or that they're getting close to, Because if you get 3 or 4 data points on one person, that person's getting shot to the top of the list. And that's a person where that might be enough probable cause to get a warrant. And that's why that early warrant writing, I think, might be what's going on with that Fed warrant you talked about.
Okay, I want to talk probable cause because that's high on my list today. We had a warrant. Well, I'm not sure if we had a warrant. The language was really unusual. It was a court-approved search in Rio Rico. I thought that might have been exigent circumstances, says the U.S. courts say we can break in without a warrant. That's my read on what that might have been. But we had a search down, Rio Rico, and then we had a search last night. And I wanted to know if probable cause is a little lower when you got an older woman who's missing and doesn't have her meds, as opposed to standard magistrate behavior or late night judge behavior.
Look at this vehicle. I mean, you guys can't say that's not weird. You can't say that this is not strange. It's very weird. It's very weird.
Behavior and getting a warrant.
Yes, and an at-risk youth or a baby. When you have those images of that guy at that door with a gun strapped on him, and when he dragged Nancy out of there, however he got her out of there, she was bleeding. Not only does he have a predisposition and a proclivity to violence, but he proved that he was willing to do anything to get her out of that house. And with that type of information and a couple of data points, this car was in that area and it was also over here. And someone called the tip line and said that guy who was down on the list because he was just in the area, but now we hear he has a backpack that looks like that. And someone else called in and said he's got a mustache. Those data points.
Does white show up as bright white in night vision? If you're wearing white, does it show up as bright white?
Might just get you the warrant.
Yeah. But here's what I didn't understand. As Brian Enton was reporting live from the scene in the perimeter, he's counting dozens of federal and state law enforcement vehicles and dozens of personnel, including bomb squads and SWAT team members and forensics units, etc. And I wondered about the show of force because the guy on the Nest cam, has his gun pointed at his business. It just did not look like a pro. He didn't look like a dangerous.
No, but he proved
terrorist.
That he's willing to hurt people.
Did we need that many people in the show of force on executing that warrant? That's what I was wondering.
Well, they put it out on the radio. Maybe they put something out along the lines of, hey, if you're in the area, we might need a perimeter. First of all, I would bring in the cavalry just to keep everybody else out.
Okay, so Vinay says in infrared, black shows up light and white shows up dark. And we don't think it's weird that this motherfucker's in all white? We don't think it's weird that he's wearing a white hoodie and white pants? That's weird to me. That means that if he went on an infrared camera, that he wouldn't be seen. That's weird. Why is he dressed in all white? Is he going to one of Diddy's parties? I mean, what the hell?
zip line and said that guy who was down on the list because he was just in the area, but now we hear he has a backpack that looks like that, and someone else called in and said he's got a mustache. Those data points might just get you the warrant.
Yeah. But here's what I didn't understand. As Brian Enton was reporting live from the scene in the perimeter, he's counting dozens of federal and state law enforcement vehicles and dozens of personnel, including bomb squads and SWAT team members and forensics units, etc. And I wondered about the show of force, because the guy on the Nest cam, has his gun pointed at his business. It just did not look like a pro. He didn't look like a dangerous
No, but he proved
terrorist.
that he's willing to hurt people.
Did we need that many people in the show of force on executing that warrant? That's what I was wondering.
Well, they put it out on the radio. Maybe they put something out along the lines of, hey, if you're in the area, we might need a perimeter. First of all, I would bring in the cavalry just to keep everybody else out of that place, because that would be a hot number to be there and to witness. And, as you saw, they made Brian back up and move out because they have to have a secure perimeter at that time. They don't know what this person is. And for all we know, someone could have said they thought he had explosives or something. I don't know, because the bomb squad rolling out, that had me scratching my head a little bit, because I haven't done that a lot.
That's what surprised me as well. I mean, the bomb squad, both nights. And I thought, well, I'm not sure about last night, but I just sort of thought, look, the guy's dangerous certainly to Mrs. Guthrie, but it didn't feel like he was the, Sheikh Rahman or anybody who's going to bomb the World Trade Center. I didn't feel like he was that level of danger. I felt like,
if you're demonstrating a complete disregard for human life and well-being of the most innocent, vulnerable members of our society, they're going to have no problem showing that type of behavior toward law enforcement.
And I do like the idea that the perimeter is important, because they have tried to keep so much of this quiet, even towing that Land Rover last night, the Range Rover, and putting yellow paper over the license plate so that people like us couldn't trace it and find out who owned that Range Rover.
Did they have a warrant for that Range Rover?
My only thought is yes, because they said in the sheriff's comments today that they had executed, I believe he used the term plural. He said a federal court-ordered search warrant was executed at a residence in connection. Warrant was based on a tip. A traffic stop was also conducted and a person was questioned, but no arrests. Doesn't say anything, though, about...
Well, we did hear that they wanted to conduct the traffic stop before they went in the house. So pretty sure they're connected.
The towing of that Range Rover. And then the privacy screens that were going up. In my business, it's usually because there's a body. You don't usually put privacy screens up for evidence, do you?
That's like a death shroud that you put up. So I'm wondering, wasn't there, I heard chatter on the scanners about a dead body, but I never heard any follow-up on that.
Well, there was a hot mess of social media about a suicide and a shooting and all of that. And none of it came to bear, certainly for this story, whether that ended up not being related to Nancy Guthrie, but at the moment they thought it might be. I can't tell you that because they're not telling us that in the statement today. But I want to ask you about a little bit more about that Florida lab, because you and I talked the other night about that particular Florida lab, and it turned out to be the one that you brought up from Deerfield Beach. What's the name of it again? International DNA International?
I'm not sure.
I think it was DNA International, and they're extraordinary. They've solved extraordinary crimes. And I think I heard you mention earlier that they specialize in touch DNA. Is that true?
That's what I understand. My experience with that lab is through a series of double homicides called the Colonial Parkway murders. They were able to solve 3 double homicides. So 6 people they've attributed to one person, but he died in 2017. So they can't upload his DNA into CODIS, which I think is strange, but I'm making some phone calls about that.
Okay, so she thought it was strange too that they're waiting to put it in CODIS. I think they're giving this guy like 24 hours to turn himself in or something. I don't know. Or to see if he makes a move. Maybe tries to move some evidence somewhere else. I don't know.
I feel like they can. I feel like they could exhume that guy, get that DNA, and then upload it and maybe be able to solve many of the unsolved that may be attributed to him.
Right, because we're looking at, there are people that believe that number may not be 6 people. It may be as high as 15 more.
But this lab is no joke. I mean, they've done remarkable work. And when you mentioned that you think that they specialize in touch DNA, that also keyed for me, because what happened is homicide showed up at Nancy Guthrie's home on Sunday and processed that scene. And obviously, with a missing woman, speed was of the essence here. And they used their regular pipeline and went to that Deerfield Beach lab that they use all the time. FBI is brought in the next day. So it's not as though there was an argument and they rebuffed the FBI. And from what the sheriff said yesterday, and take it for what his word, is different word on the ground from local FBI, but that they were all okay with it. That the next day the FBI was fine with that. But the fact that they have this savvy on touch DNA, maybe that's exactly what the evidence was that they got. Something that is touch based.
I think that's exactly what the issue is. I also there is a hiccup with it though, because that lab doesn't have access to CODIS. They don't have access to our databases. So whatever they come up with is going to have to either go back to the sheriff or to the FBI lab to be uploaded into CODIS.
Is that a problem? Is that difficult?
I don't know if it's a problem. I just,
one more leap,
one more move, one more chess move. It's, I like keeping things clean if I can, but I can see his point. If he thinks he can get something back in 24 hours and he thinks that the FBI, because the FBI lab oftentimes is notorious for taking a long time, but not when the president of the United States says you're going to get what you want for this entire investigation. That tells me carte blanche, no red tape, moving forward. Here we go.
I think that took a few days though. Certainly on Sunday, they didn't know they were in. Everything's in hindsight so easy, but on Sunday they had a missing woman, and they probably knew that she was the mother of a Today Show host. But much more than that, I think we've learned since, and certainly the president weighed in.
So as I told
later.
You that night on our call, I'm a big believer in treating everyone the same way. And even though everyone's like, look at all the resources. Yeah, there's a lot of resources, but I've worked kidnappings with small children who were very poor, where we poured exactly what you're pouring into this case, into that. Our hearts, our souls, missing everything at home, staying extra late, showing up early, sleeping in our cars sometimes. I mean, that's the level of dedication that you get when a vulnerable member of the community is
in trouble. I'm glad you brought that up, because I know that, listen, everybody wants Mrs. Guthrie home. I don't think there's anybody out there who doesn't ultimately feel the sadness of this story, not only for Mrs. Guthrie, but her family. And everyone's hoping for a resolution where she comes home alive. But as you get in past now, we're at day 14. We're at the 2-week mark tonight where she was last seen. Some of the critics will start to come into the conversation, and the arena is imbued with those who say, wait a minute, why all these resources for this one woman? What about everybody else? But you feel differently. It's just maybe that it's very visible that everyone's watching it happen. But in those other cases, there's just as much dedication. It's just not on the news every night.
I'm not saying that it's 1-to-1, because when you're sending HRT out, that's a whole contingent of tier 1 operators. When they don't show up on a plane, with their duffel bag and a backpack. They come loaded for bear.
Yeah.
But for these several children, I mean, we worked a very long time. One of those children was brought home alive after like a week or so, and was being kept in a house by a woman and her family, and they were being paid by these drug dealers to take care of the child until all the negotiations were worked out with the ransom. So we did have one situation where, the child came back alive, but it was after several where the children didn't, which just, I mean, when I tell you it tears you apart, You can't imagine what that does to people.
No, I can't.
Those
I can't.
working, let alone the family.
And HRT being the hostage rescue team, yeah?
Yeah.
That's also the big federal unit that's come in on this case from above. So I wanted to ask you about these raids and what you think they are the product of. I wondered if they are the product of tips or if they are the product of the gumshoe work, looking into the purchases of the things that we can see. The backpack, that gun holster, but also, hello, a balaclava in Arizona. How many people have ski masks in Arizona?
Good question. I think it's a combination of everything we talked about. The FBI has the analysts and the software and everything that do all the intake of the information, all the any and all data points that you have on any of these people, even if it's just a first name with no last name or last name with no first name. And we try to build up these profiles as more information comes in, as the other analysts are looking everything up, as we're trying to figure out how many people in this, city own vehicles with this color, with this license plate, with this, and we saw a sticker on the back. I mean, you just can't even imagine.
Okay, lady, I want to play this. This is newest from Michael Ruiz.
All right, so we just got a big news update from the FBI in the Nancy Guthrie case. We heard last week that they found some gloves along this road here. This is North Campbell Avenue. It runs north to south near the home of Nancy Guthrie. What we heard last week was that they found a pair of gloves. We've now learned this morning that local sheriffs in Pima County found 16 pairs of gloves. But of those 16 pairs of gloves, one in particular is especially interesting because that one may be a match to what was seen on Nancy Guthrie's Nest doorbell camera video. So the FBI says there's a DNA profile recovered from those gloves. They're testing right now. They're going to run it against the CODIS database, which has all the criminals registered in the country. They're going to see if there's a match within 24 hours. So we're expecting possibly some kind of lead in the case to come out of that. If not, the next step that they could do is IgG, investigative genetic genealogy. That's where researchers take the DNA profile and try to find the heritage of whoever donated it. So if they're not a match to anybody whose DNA they swabbed already, or anybody who's a criminal with a conviction and in the database, they can still try to find who it is by going through this IgG process, which is a huge forensic tool that we've seen in a lot of cold cases, but more recently, they use it to catch Brian Kohberger in the Idaho student murders.
What do you guys think? Then 2 hours ago, Michael Ruiz, breaking news. Gloves found near Guthrie home appear to match suspects. DNA results imminent.
All right, so we just got a big news update from the FBI in the Nancy Guthrie case. We heard last week that they found some gloves along this road here. This is North Campbell Avenue. It runs north to south near the home of Nancy Guthrie. What we heard last week was that they found a pair of gloves. We've now learned this morning that local sheriffs in Pima County found 16 pairs of gloves. But of those 16 pairs of gloves, one in particular is especially interesting because that one may be a match to what was seen on Nancy Guthrie's Nest doorbell camera video. So the FBI says there's a DNA profile recovered from those gloves. They're testing right now. They're going to run it against the CODIS database, which has all the criminals registered in the country. They're going to see if there's a match within 24 hours. So we're expecting possibly some kind of lead in the case to come out of that. If not, the next step that they could do is IgG, investigative genetic genealogy. That's where researchers take the DNA profile and try to find the heritage of whoever donated it. So if they're not a match to anybody whose DNA they swabbed already, or anybody who's a criminal with a conviction and in the database, they can still try to find who it is by going through this IgG process, which is a huge forensic tool that we've seen in a lot of cold cases, but more recently, they use it to catch Brian Kohberger in the Idaho student murders.
It's not a guilter chat, it's a factual chat, Peter. You have no evidence that Brian Kohberger was framed. And I'm not doing that. We're not talking about Brian Kohberger. Knock it off. So this IgG thing, they're saying, may be used if they can't identify this person. That's the latest and greatest.
The amount of information flying around one of those data centers.
And I also think AI is going to help, right? AI is going to help a lot in this and aggregating so much data and spitting out some analyses, which could take, humans hours and hours and days and weeks and weeks
months,
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
AI should help, but those cameras and the data centers that deal with those cameras, those should help also. But a lot of that, it's analog still. It's just not gonna be fast like AI.
This is a question that's going to piss off so many people who are listening right now, watching. My husband and I looked up those balaclavas, right? And there's not a lot of the 3-hole, right? The 2 eyes and a mouth. Many of the balaclavas you buy these days have just an eye, square across the eyes. So I just kept wondering, what use is that for anybody to purchase? Does anybody track purchases of those kinds of balaclava face coverings? Because
Ashley wants people who buy those creepy masks to be trapped. That's so funny.
It seems to me, certainly in the southern states, there's no need for those other than bad behavior.
Unless they're flying to Utah to ski. I mean, that's something that's not going to be on the list of what we call tripwire ski.
No need for those other than bad behavior.
What?
Unless they're flying to Utah to ski.
What?
I mean, that's something that's not going to be.
She said Utah. Why did she say ski Utah? You guys, she says ski Utah. Ski Utah.
To me, certainly in the southern states, there's no need for those other than bad behavior.
Unless they're flying to Utah to ski. I mean, that's something that's not going to be on the list of what we call tripwires. So we have tripwires in the FBI where if someone's buying a lot of fertilizer, we're going to get a notification, all those kind of things, anything that could be made into an explosive or things like that. So that's not on the tripwire.
Is that because it's usually petty crime? It's usually B&Es and convenience store holdups and that kind of thing that the balaclavas are bought for?
No, I because there's just legitimate uses for those masks. I think it's kooky. I think you're up to no good, especially if you're buying it around here.
It's kooky.
I mean, right? And by the way, I'm a huge skier. I've been skiing since 1969.
Ski Utah.
Well, you're Canadian. You better be a good skier.
And I'm from Winnipeg, and I can tell you, I almost never see people wearing the 3-hole balaclavas. Almost never in the cold weather.
It's the worst look ever.
Yeah.
Who wants to wear that thing? You look frightening. You're going to scare the children on the slopes.
Because it's mostly for criminals. That's why I just wondered. Right. You can't buy balaclavas in Arizona without having people look askance for a hot minute. Mm-hmm. It's likely not for skiing, honestly.
What if that glove came from the car dealership? Mechanic gloves. Remember they said mechanic gloves?
Not many of them are.
She's cracking me up with the ski mask. She fucking hates those masks. Hates them.
But I digress. I want to ask you about
I'm going to make a prediction that holster was not purchased at Walmart or at an Amazon together with those other items. I bet it's old.
Yeah, well, it's interesting.
It's old.
Who was it today who actually found that holster? Lindsay, who is it? Do you know?
It was Fox that was reporting it.
Is it Matt Finn?
There's Lindsay. There's our Linz.
Lindsay, who is it? Do you know?
It was Fox that was reporting it.
Is it Matt Finn?
No.
I'm trying to find it in my notes. Michael Ruiz. Is it in my notes? Yeah, here it is.
She's like Michael.
Well, Michael Ruiz actually identified that gun holster. He was able to. Well, they think they have an investigator who was able to identify that gun holster. Will that be helpful as well?
Yes, but it could be very old. It could have belonged to his mother-in-law's great uncle. Who knows?
Could have been stolen too.
Yeah.
So the video, clearly this is not the only video. I mean, things happened before and after the things that we saw. And so I wonder what you think about the timing and the release strategy of video. Do you think there's another batch that's going to be dropped our way to keep the tips coming in, to keep the public interest on the story?
I don't think it's going to get dropped to the public because that's been nothing but trouble for the case. And the person that we hold most dear in this whole investigation is Nancy, and then her children after that. So they're the only people we really feel we owe information to. But for the sanctity of the case, I wouldn't even do that anymore, because unless it's something that has a really good picture of his face, I would release that portion.
Or some kind of body behavior. So there was an investigator from Connecticut who spent 25 years as a police officer, and so did his brother. He's also a professional hockey player. So he has lots of skill in body dynamics and also skill in investigations. And he said to me,
body slamming
and injuries. And he said he'd heard somewhere that this guy might have had knee surgery. I don't know. But he said he was very interested to see how the guy leaned over to pick up the shrubbery. He couldn't bend his right leg. He had a straight right leg when he bent down. I don't know that that's so odd for somebody who's younger. They might find that very easy to bend that way, but did it strike you interestingly?
No, I heard everybody saying that. To me, it was more a case of one of two things, or both. He had skinny jeans on over his regular pants or something, because he was wearing, it looked like double of everything else. He had way too much clothing on. I think we can all agree with that, and gloves and everything. But I also thought he was high. He looked absolutely high to me.
Wait, what?
Tell me about that.
He was.
Wait, what? Now she's saying the guy looked high. See, this is where she's losing me here.
Calm. His face was completely relaxed. His eyes were relaxed. His hand motions, everything was slow. He bent over in a weird way. He goes over there and just rips out a handful of foliage and then goes back to the camera. And it just seemed to me that he was high. And I'm not saying that because he was high, he didn't do it, because a lot of people that are high commit crimes. So I don't know. I just thought, and by high, I mean smoking some weed to calm down before he does this dastardly deed.
Wait, what? How could you tell he smoked pot? Yeah, but she's saying pot. She's saying pot, dude. She's saying he smoked a joint. He smoked pot in his skinny jeans before he did the dastardly deed.
What do you make of the theory? I've been trying to work through this. When he brings that vine that he pulls up from the garden, he's got it tightly grabbed in his fist, as he's, what everyone says, trying to cover the camera. I have a different feeling about it, because there's such a narrow opening between the camera and the bracket that it's on. It's literally about the width of a quarter, and you can't get your fingers in there if you're trying to dismount or
Criminal
disconnect.
Network.
Especially when you have two pair of gloves on, yeah.
Right, when you got the thick gloves on. I'm wondering if he wasn't holding that with the fists in order to get the vine in between there and yank, if that might not be the motion that we're seeing.
Yeah, but he could very well have been doing that, but it's moronic.
Yeah, is it ever?
Yeah.
Piece of tape.
Yeah, he's got all that clothing. He doesn't have any string on him or anything, or tape, or, I mean...
Well,
he's got all that clothing and he doesn't have any string. Wait a minute. Is she joking? She thinks they were going to take the flowers and wrap it around the cradle and pull back. What? She's like, he doesn't have any string. Do you?
Plus, the idea is that he absolutely wanted that thing off and thought that he might be able to do it with his own hands, and realized it's a little tougher than that. And what my source said was that those cameras were smashed. And I don't know that the vine worked. The camera, well, the video that the authorities gave us stopped at that point. But I suspect that may have continued to a point where he got something bigger and stronger and smashed the camera off its mount instead.
Well, what if he manhandled it? It would have come right off. How many times have you or I tried to pull something and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do it. This thing is stuck. And then my husband just goes up and just manhandles it and it's off and broken,
That's what I thought.
What the fuck? What? Manhandle. My husband manhandles it and it is broken. She's killing me.
You or I tried to pull something and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do it. This thing is stuck. And then my husband just goes up and just manhandles it and it's off and broken,
That's what I thought he was doing at the beginning, when his hands were it looked like they were tightening up and gripping at one point. But again, you can't get in between there with your fingers. It's hard to get between the bracket and the camera. And so I just wondered if maybe he thought he could do it. He realized it's too skinny in there to get your fingers. Maybe the vine didn't work. And then ultimately it was smashed. As my source said, the cameras were smashed.
He may have been high on gabapentin or whatever that.
Wait, what?
is, or oxy, because
she said high on gabapentin or oxy now. And she said gabapentin.
And gabapentin.
I think it's gabapentin, not gabapentin.
Or whatever that is, or oxy, because that makes you do those kind of slow, dumb moves,
Interesting.
Slow, dumb moves? What?
Talk to me about the blood drops. I keep going over scenarios in my head. And
is she naming specific drugs? Did Nancy have gabapentin or oxy? I'm confused. Why is she naming specific drugs?
None of them works, given the fact that there's no smears, there's no sign of struggle in the blood drops, there's no footprints, there's no drag marks with the blood. And I'm trying to figure out what possibly could have happened where Nancy is dropping blood in those patterns without any struggle at all around her.
If she was being dragged out by her with his hands under her arms, and she's facing away from him, and he's dragging her, and all of a sudden when they get out the door with the jumbling around, her head turns, everything that would be in her mouth and her nose would just go to the ground right there. But then we might see drag marks. I don't know, but that rug, that mat that's in front of the door,
that's still there,
absolutely should be taken, and should be. It's a little late now, but it should have been taken to the lab and it should have been examined. And I understand that their initial thought was it was a missing person, and they get a lot of these calls, and that's a lot of the work that they do, is looking for people that have wandered away from their homes. So, we can beat them up all we want, but I would have taken that rug for sure.
Oh
to
my
see
God.
what's on it. Could you have drag marks on that rug? You would have been able to see.
And Michael Ruiz said that there were glass fragments down below, which might support the theory that the camera was actually smashed. He said that that's what he spotted, which leads me to the number of people who have been in that vestibule on those tiles. Pizza delivery guy, flower deliveries have come there. Pool guys have shown up, multiple detectives, several reporters. So yeah, I guess you're right. The rug now, that welcome mat, is it useless? Is some of that forensic evidence now so compromised it's not even useful for analysis, let alone the prosecution?
I mean, it would be hard to get a lot of that stuff admitted, but I wouldn't say it's useless, because drag marks are very specific and leave very distinctive marks. And if there are drag marks, like two heels consistent with someone her weight, it might be a good clue.
The other thing is that my mom is 87, and she
lucky,
very lucky, and she can get cut very, very easily. Her skin's very thin. She can bang up against a table and be bleeding, and it's a lot, right? Because she's blood thinners as well. And I wondered if maybe Mrs. Guthrie had a small injury and it did produce that sort of amount of blood, but that she was literally being marched. I mean, because you're not going to really argue with the gun. Certainly not at 84. You're not going to argue with a gun. You can be pretty compliant.
If she hit her arm inside the house, they'd have blood inside the house also. It might not be a lot, but based on what we saw outside, it should have been more than it is. That's why I think that it was, whatever it was contained in her mouth and sinuses maybe. And when the head turned for whatever reason, it all just poured out into that location. People are also talking about the blood stopping at the end of that stair, or moving on a little bit forward, as we saw in the last couple of days. They were saying that the droplets actually
did continue,
continued for a little bit, but that could just be a matter of putting a towel or a shirt or pulling something out of that backpack that was packed with God knows what, and placing that over her face so she stops bleeding. Because the last thing any kidnapper wants is to bring a person who's bleeding into the vehicle, whatever the vehicle is.
Yeah,
but that's why I think that there was a tarp or something in that backpack. And I think that guy was probably going to end up being hired by somebody to go in and just drag her out and bring her over here or whatever.
I had my thoughts about that being a hired gun, that guy.
an unsophisticated one, but we got to give him credit. He got her,
Yeah. My source said that there is blood inside the house as well as outside the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe she did hurt herself.
And the other thing I
Hey,
can't
Lindsay.
get past is my source said that the back door was wide open. Some people say wide open for unlocked. Some people say wide open for standing wide open, and I don't know the difference. Yeah. But that's where I'm trying to sort of get my head around how this crime was committed. I almost wondered if Nancy Guthrie was, out cold asleep at 1:47 a.m. and that dingle happens on your phone. There's motion at your front door. And she reaches over and looks at it right at the point where all of the foliage is dangling in front of the camera. And she's wondering, is that an animal? What is that? Puts the phone down and goes to the front door to open it and take a look. And maybe that's how he got in.
I would say no.
No?
I mean, seriously. The first thing, if I were 85 years old and I heard someone at my door, first thing I would call is the police or my daughter or son-in-law if I were her.
But if you thought it was an animal, because you saw the dangling
foliage. I wouldn't care if it was an animal. I wouldn't care if it was a horse. I'm not opening that door.
I agree with you, but she was different. I read about her decisions to get the ring or the Nest cameras and said that it was less about security and more being able to see animals in the night. Wildlife.
I don't know. The only reason that guy went to the front door was to disable that camera. I think his marching orders were disable the camera.
His marching orders were to disable the camera? I don't know about that. I think Ashleigh's theory could have happened. I think that it's possible she heard motion and picked up her phone and saw the weird flowers and wondered what the hell it was. I mean, if you looked at that and you were sleeping, you'd be confused. You know what I mean? It would be confusing at night. Like, whoa, what is that?
Camera, because there's no way that guy was getting into that front door. That's a gated. That's a gated door or screen door, what we call a burglar door, and behind it is a very thick wooden, like Spanish style door. I've kicked down doors in my life. I've been with teams that can breach just about anything. Those are two very difficult doors to get in. So I think he was just disabling the camera and then he went around the back of the house and that was whoever hired him or however he got there goes to the back because that door would be a lot easier to break in. But it begs the question, if they kick that door in, is there a chance that it wouldn't show signs of forced entry? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so, but it hasn't been clarified to us whether or not it was forced entry. But
my source said forced entry, and when the sheriff was asked about that, he said, "I'm not confirming or denying that."
Okay.
Yeah.
So my guess is he went in through the back. I don't know. Going into people's houses in the middle of the night is a very high risk situation because you can't see anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they may have a bag of trash by the door that you're going to trip over. I mean, it's not an easy situation. So he must have had intel or been in there before or something.
Intel or been in there before? What do you guys think? I know my hat's on my big bun.
That's my thought. So he goes in the back and then he gets her and whatever, but he's been there for 41 minutes. And then he goes to the front because the car's out in front.
And I keep wondering, is the car out front? Because if you're going to try to stay out of sight, you got a nice place to tuck in at that garage at the back. And there's that little pathway from the garage through to the back door. So if your plan is to take someone out live or dead, that is a better and easier way to do it without anybody seeing who might be driving by.
Okay, but we didn't see the tire impressions that would support that. So I would say that the car was in the front, in the circle driveway with its lights off, that it got up to the house or they drove by a little bit earlier. They didn't have their phones with them or had them completely disabled because even a flip phone would ping off of something. But then I was also talking to a friend of mine that was a national asset on the CAS team for the FBI, the cell phone analysis or computer analysis team. And he was saying that that area is so hard to get in and out of. And I heard a law enforcement officer describe the roads as almost like spaghetti noodles going all over the place. It's very hard to figure out where you're going. So did they go?
Hold on. Have you guys seen JLR driving on spaghetti noodle roads? Have you guys? I'm just curious. I never heard it described as spaghetti noodle roads. Bye, Lindsay Hendricks. See you later. Have a good one. Have a good Sunday.
Old fashioned and use a compass or what? Or did they turn another phone on when they got lost a couple blocks away? I don't know.
Did they know their way?
Or did they know their way that well?
I thought about what you just said. If somebody was using Waze to find their direction to Nancy Guthrie's house at that particular time of night, that would be traceable, wouldn't it? The FBI could get that.
Absolutely would, because it's pinging off everything. That would absolutely be.
Who's that guy?
So anybody who had to use any kind of directional help, that they could get that. And would they be getting that? They think of that, right? They would be looking for that now, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. These forensic teams that the Bureau has, they're just magicians.
Amazing.
I'm not kidding. They're just unbelievable. They think of everything.
Speaking of that, Brian Enton reported something so interesting tonight. He said that a signal sniffer, I'd never heard of that. It was sent in and was affixed to one of the skids on the helicopter that was circling overhead while he was doing live shots yesterday afternoon. And Matt Murphy, homicide prosecutor from California, had said to me, I would like to see them take Nancy Guthrie's phone and move it all around the neighborhood because it will reconnect with her pacemaker. And we looked it up and it's actually 10 to 30 feet. Within 10 to 30 feet, the Bluetooth would reconnect. And so this apparently...
That's weird. You really think that they can get 10 to 30 feet away in a helicopter? I don't even think this is real. I don't believe this. How can a damn helicopter get 10 to 30 feet away?
Might have been the effort with the signal sniffer to detect Nancy's pacemaker. I mean, talk about magician work.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like just a fantastic tool. I would love to see it in action. But again, you've got to be so close. You'd have to grid that place out in little 10-foot wide,
I'm saying.
Squares, and you're only about 10 or 12, maybe 20 feet off the ground. That's hard with all the big cacti and everything else. Even the shrubs are taller than.
No, they did not say it was a drone, guys. They said it was a helicopter. They said it was a helicopter.
And that, some of them.
I mean, if you're flying a helo 30 feet above street level, you are nearly chopping off the antennae of the car. It's right. It's really close to be 30 feet above street level, isn't it?
Yeah, but it also shows the level of dedication and the risks that people are willing to take to bring this woman home to her family. I mean,
30 feet. That helicopter that they showed was more than 30 feet. That's ridiculous. That doesn't even make sense. I feel like they're trying to spook someone. That's what I think.
I cannot imagine what Savannah and her brother Cameron and her sister Annie are going through. I just can't. I'm surprised we don't find them wandering out.
When they were searching for Brian Laundrie and we followed Flight Radar, the lowest that the helicopters got were 500 feet. 10 to 30 feet? They're saying it was a helicopter, not a drone, is what I'm telling you. They showed a full-size helicopter.
Out in the desert by themselves looking for her,
Yeah, none of us can put ourselves in their shoes. And I often try to think of it, if this were my mother, I don't know.
I think they want to see if the perp will move evidence. I'm not going to say a body, but evidence. I don't know. A backpack. I don't know. Maybe a body. She's somewhere. I mean, this woman didn't evaporate. She's somewhere. Because they're fibbing. I don't think they really did this. Signal sniffer? I don't know.
I don't know what I'd be doing. I honestly, I can't even imagine it. And I don't even want to go there with my mind. It's just so terrible to think of it. Last thing I want to ask you about is the very white roof. Neighbors had pointed out that Mrs. Guthrie's roof was very, very white, and in the desert, there's only one reason it would be really white: a hell of a rainstorm that cleaned it off from the desert dust, or a recent painting. And so
This is the chopper they're saying did it. They had something on the bottom of it. I ain't buying it.
Only assume that any paint contractor has been looked at, and not just recently, because I heard from another analyst that sometimes these guys will go back years. Like, they'll think of people they've worked on a year ago, and they'll target their victims from work they did a year or two prior.
Yeah, well, you don't want to target someone whose house you were just at 3 weeks ago, because then you're at the top of the list. You know, if it takes them that long to get down there. But I didn't know that it was that much whiter than every other roof. But it was clean. It did look very good. I know a lot of people, like, you know, when you're in a fire zone, you always keep your roof clean. That was part of the problem here in California. There was just dried up foliage all over the place. And they say that you've got to remove that. And I have an uncle who's actually 84, who goes up on his roof to clean his roof and gutters out. Oh my God, when we find it. But he was an iron worker for, you know.
You can't change them. You can't change an iron worker. I said last question and I lied, because I actually have two more. Matt Murphy again used the phrase DNA is a dirty word, and it means DNA, depending on the source, can be remarkable or can be, you know, very average. Touch DNA found in, say, the front hall of Nancy Guthrie's home could be the FedEx guy whose touch DNA was on a package that came into her home and dropped on the floor.
Or on the kitchen counter where the grocery delivery guy puts the groceries every single time, right?
But semen and blood, those kinds of things are incredible sources of DNA. But that's why he says DNA is a dirty word. So everybody who's so excited about hearing about this, this mystery source of DNA, put it in context.
Right. Or someone else's saliva on her pillowcase, something like that. That's, you know, the whole thing we're doing with these search warrants. Right. Or someone else's saliva on her pillowcase.
Why would there be saliva on her pillowcase?
Something like that. That's, you know, the whole thing we're doing with these search warrants is trying to tie a person to something within that house. And whenever, to walk you through it, like when we're doing a dope warrant or a narcotics warrant, we would go in and we would find, let's say, a bunch of methamphetamine and everything that goes along with it. We're trying to figure out a way. We interview people. Whose room is this? Who stays in this room? Who else does he allow in this room? You know, we try to really tie down the fact that this person was right there. And so those are the things that go through a law enforcement officer's mind when they're walking through houses. And that's that. The other thing I wanted to say to you was, you know, when those officers first showed up, it's going to be very interesting for me to hear how everyone was acting and reacting. According to what we've heard so far, everything they said and did was very appropriate. But they're leading that whole walkthrough. They're saying, well, is your mother's car keys? Are her car keys here? Oh, yes, she keeps her car keys over here. And this is where that is. And every day, this is her iPad. And her iPad always comes with her when she goes here and there. And then she reads it at night, every night in bed. And they, you know, so it's like a tour guide through the house of where everything is, where it should be. Is there anything missing? That's going to take a while. And so there was a lot of movement in that regard, but that could be overcome by a good forensics team.
Okay, last question, honestly, last question. We are only 14 days in, and, you know, these kinds of cases aren't like television. They're not solved in an hour. In the grand scheme of things, 14 days, people are screaming from the rooftop, how could we not have found Nancy Guthrie or solved this case yet? But from a law enforcement officer's point of view, put that in perspective.
Well, we have to be patient, and I'm saying that as a person who has no patience when it comes to this stuff. I never had patience. I have to always slow myself down. Like I got so excited the other night when they arrested or they detained that one person. And then last night, I just couldn't go to sleep. You know, I couldn't sleep because
You
I
and me
thought,
both.
oh, please bring her home. Wouldn't that be a miracle? And then someone said there was an ME truck there, which turned out not to be the case. And that, you know, this is a
Wait,
roller
what?
coaster.
Wait, what? She just said roller coaster road. Hold on. Then someone said there was an ME truck up there. What is she talking about?
Bring her home. Wouldn't that be a miracle? And then someone said there was an ME truck there, which turned out not to be the case. And that, you know, this is a roller coaster. And a lot of big investigations are, but this one is one for the ages. And I have never, ever seen, experienced, worked, or even heard of a case like this before.
That's saying a lot.
So we have to have patience. We have to have patience and show grace to these people that are working so hard and pouring everything into this. I mean, you know, there's 14 days that I'm not saying anyone is complaining about being tired or working too hard, but I mean,
I never heard an ME truck
it's
was
14
there.
days of being away from your family, missing your kids' games, everything, which we understand that's the job, and we do it with an open heart. But it does take a toll on you, especially with these roller coaster up and downs, the emotional up and downs and cortisol dumps. And then
She keeps saying roller coaster, and then now we've got roller coaster road being mentioned. That's weird. I know what medical examiner is. I'm saying I never heard that. Cricket Day, if she walked out of the house, they would have found her. She couldn't walk far.
you know, and then peak and dump, and it's no wonder we like a glass of wine or a glass of whiskey after work sometimes, you know.
And to God.
Mm-hmm.
Maureen, thank you so much. So there's where we leave it.
That's a weird way to end it. There's some leakage, I think.
And to God.
Mm-hmm. After it's no wonder we like a glass of wine or a glass of whiskey after work sometimes, you know.
And to God.
Mm-hmm.
Weird thing to say. Okay, Lindsay, I will. Very, very strange, right? I'm looking to see if there's anything new. Nope. All right, let's go to JLR, see what's shaking. Thank you for listening to that. That was Drop Dead Serious, Ashley Banfield. I wait anxiously for her episodes every night. And I love reviewing them with y'all. So we are still live on the scene with JLR at Nancy Guthrie's house. He's reading that someone else just saw a black glove.
Go down there. So this guy is posting that's out here. Check this out. This is interesting. He said he found a black glove down on Campbell under the Bat Bridge.
What?
Remember the Bat Bridge?
I remember the bridge. Val, thank you for your PayPal.
I found this glove under the Campbell Road River Bridge. It's the perpetrator's gloves. I tried contacting FBI for hours and hours, phone and hotline. Literally impossible. I couldn't believe how difficult it was to report. This is the Retillo River. What do you think? He said he found these under that Bat Bridge. Think legit or not legit? Considering that they found a set of gloves, that would be the third. But some people are saying that the perp wore gloves over gloves. Some people are saying planted. Should we go down and look? It's down the road. I responded to him and I said, are you still there? The glove's still there. So I'm going to wait for a response. And if he says, yeah, let's go down there. Did it wash up from the river? No, it was brand new. No sand on it. The river is a massive sand watch, exactly 2 miles south of Nancy's, Campbell Road. Heading south southbound is where the 2 gloves were found. Campbell also goes directly to the river, and it's in the search area. What do you think? Call the police. We tried. They directed us to the FBI law enforcement hotline. After calling and waiting an hour and online multiple times, we gave up. Over 18,000 people were reporting stuff, so I get it. So I responded and said, is it still there? Hopefully he sees this and he can let us know. You want me to go look? I mean, because gloves are gloves. I mean, you know, that's that area. Well, we wouldn't touch it, of course. We would go look. Hoax, yeah, no. Yeah, we'll just see if the law enforcement comes out there. Many people say yeah, there's some that say no. I mean, we could, it's not far from here. We can always come back here and look.
Wow,
right.
this is
Let's
weird.
Go.
I just got a weird email. Hold on.
We'll go down there and see if we see a glove. Maybe we see it, maybe we don't. If not, we'll come back.
Could the perp be playing games?
Let's go see. Hey, 857, I'm going down to look for the glove. I'm going down to look for this glove, 857. Oh, he's busy talking. All right. Well.
Hey, don't worry about him. Just do your thing, chicken wing. Look at this, guys.
You would think law enforcement would at least have...
Look at this. This was on X, and it says, so this is disturbing. It happened shortly after Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker stopped. Again, probably unrelated, just crazy timing. Look at this. This is from Tucson Police West Division. It says suspicious activity at West River Road and North Oracle Road. And it says it's going to be at Oracle and River. The caller is advising they saw a female out of a vehicle window screaming. Then it went southbound on Oracle. The vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu, no plates. Advised that the female was hanging out of the window, wearing all black, and the door was also open. That sounds to me like someone trying to fucking get away. February 1st, 3:01 Central would be what time Mountain? What time is it Central Time right now? Are Central and Mountain the same right now? Central Time, it's 2:23. It's an hour behind me, so it would be 2 o'clock. So that doesn't track, because that's Central Time. Central Time. But her pacemaker get disconnected at what time? Hold on. Let's pull up the timeline again. Pacemaker disconnected at 2:28. 2:28. Oh, Central is an hour ahead of you? Oh, so it would be 4:01? Just tell me what time it would be in Arizona. I don't understand that. If it's 3:01 a.m. Central, what time is it in Arizona? That's all I want to know. I don't know how they could be behind Central or ahead of Central. So it would have been 2:01. That doesn't track then. That doesn't track then, because that would be That wouldn't even work, right? That wouldn't work. But crazy, what the hell's going on around there? Some ladies just randomly like screaming out the window? Did they ever find the car? 201 was a reading from the pacemaker. That was when we had the spike in heart rate. Interesting. All right, we're going to drive over to where this glove was found with JLR. I'm going to take a little break and leave you guys with JLR for a bit. And if anything breaks, I will come back. All right, guys, let's see what's happening. JLR Investigates live on YouTube.
I haven't personally seen the glove, so there's nothing for me to tell the sheriff. Somebody's posting on the internet that there was a glove under the river. We're going to look. If we see a glove, we can send it in to the tip line. But I have to personally see it, because I'm not going to call in hand, oh, someone said there's a glove. I'll have to see it, and I'll let you all decide whether we should call. But somebody's claiming that they found a glove down there under the bridge. We have to get confirmation first. Oh, someone just posted on the internet that there was a glove under the back bridge, but I haven't personally seen it. Somebody's saying it. Calling it in. No. Let's go see. Could be somebody playing games. The other glove was found, the two gloves were found right up here on this road here. It's on the same road. It's just down at the bottom at River and Campbell. Probably a wild goose chase, maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. How many wild goose chases have we been on in the last week on this? What's all this? Oh look, they're all looking at the spot where the glove was found. This is the spot where that one glove was found. Look at this. All these media are here. This is media. And there's the media guy. There's the reporter for the Daily Mail over there. I know that one. So they got media parked across the street here at the Globe. It's crazy. Alright, I'm going to keep it moving. I'm going to go down the bridge. Dude, they're all media is all pulling up after the fact for this glove. That's crazy. Look. All this media here for the glove. Glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Media are everywhere here, all over these key spots. They're still taking pictures at the spot the two gloves were found. right, so this guy's posting saying the glove is found right down here. Over under the bridge somewhere. So I'm going to go back to where I parked before. See what we can find. See if anybody's down here. So the bridge is right here. He's claiming in a post that it's under the bridge. So a guy named David Texaco is the one that's posting it. A guy named David Texaco is posting that there's a glove. Backwards. But he's saying there's a glove under the bridge up here that was just found. He posted an hour ago and he said they tried to call the tip line. Nobody responded. Or they haven't responded to get this glove. I'm gonna look. Call the police. We tried. They directed us to the FBI law enforcement hotline. After calling and waiting an hour and online multiple times, we gave up. Over 18,000 people reporting stuff, so I get it, but the Relito and the glove are in the search area. The Relito is a massive wash, big breach. Someone responded and said, contact TMZ, at least they'll report it. So I'm going to go in the parking lot up here on the left, and we'll just go take a look. Now, what's interesting is the Zach guy lives, the guy with the Range Rover lives on this road here, about a half mile down the road on the left, in an apartment complex. And as we just passed, the gloves, the two actual gloves that are now being sent for testing, just up the road there on the same road. So if we see it, I mean, we'll make the call. I mean, we'll make the call. You ever heard the saying, if you see something, say something? If you see something, say something. All right, so here it is. He's claiming it's under here somewhere. Where's this glove? There's a lot of people walking out here. Look, there's a media camera here. What's going on? Look at this guy. Why is this guy here? Dude, there might be LE here somewhere. Dude, the media's here. Oh yeah, there is a first alert. Why is Arizona first alert here? Dude, the media's here. What's going on? Let's go investigate. Where's the glove? Somebody reported a glove. The glove. They're here for the glove. So are we. All right, let's go do this. Or they're just there taking a live feed at the wash. Maybe I ask him. Maybe he's leaving. Hey, what was going on here? A glove? Was there police here? What brought you here?
They said that there was possible.
A glove? Possibly what? Law enforcement. Possibly law enforcement, he said. So he got wind that there was law enforcement possibly here. I'm gonna look at his post. I don't see anything down here. How did he get wind that there was possible law enforcement? We were here days ago. I see a glove. Black socks. Bat cave. Bat bridge. Bug fighting bats. There's bats. This is creepy. Ooh, it stinks like bats. So where's this glove at? Did they get it already? I responded to him and I said, are they still there? Some people say it's a media setup. Yeah, that's interesting. Notice the media person was there. How did the media get wind of being here? And are we going to see something at the 5 o'clock news saying there was a glove out here and the media just happened to be here? All right, well, I'm not really in the mood of going in there. The guy said he reported it. He reported it. Let's go up on the bridge. What do you think? We're chasing gloves now. The glove. Now chasing gloves. Wait, there's a lot of people over there, but there's also a lot of businesses. That's why I was saying that. There's no way the perp would come through an area like this, man. All like that, because
Wasn't there a report of a business giving footage as well? I don't remember what exactly that report was, but I want to play this clip for you guys really quick. This is Brian Etten and your friend Maureen.
The sheriff is
Listen.
It's not going to take that long. They're going to send the DNA. The sheriff is probably going to send that DNA to that private lab in Florida, which specializes in touch DNA. And they can do a one-to-one comparison with the known DNA that they have and this person to see if it matches. What they cannot do is they don't have the ability to run it through CODIS. So it's going to have to go probably to the FBI lab at that point so that we can keep this lab situation down to a manageable number. And then the FBI or the sheriff's department.
Now News Nation says, look, former FBI agent Maureen O'Connell discusses the ongoing search for Nancy, including how authorities could be using, before it was a fact, they were fucking 30 feet from the ground with a fucking helicopter with a signal sniffer to track her pacemaker. They could be now. Now they could be. Stop.
Can run it through CODIS, the national database for DNA, and then determine if that, will hit with anyone else. But the DNA sample that the FBI is or that the private lab is in possession of, if they have sent it back to the lab, to the sheriff already, it's already in CODIS. If they haven't, then they're going to have to send it back to the sheriff or to the FBI to get it uploaded into CODIS and then compared.
Maureen, we've all seen the horrifying, frightening photos from the front of the house that the FBI was able to get off the Google Nest camera of the man, covered from head to toe. Do you think, and I've thought a lot about this, do you think someone else involved, and I don't mean just someone else to plan this thing, I mean someone else who was actually at the house that night and also went into the house to kidnap Nancy?
Well, obviously we're not sure, but I would say it's probably likely there was someone driving the car. And the car could have been right there in the driveway. It could have been halfway through the circle driveway. We don't have the entire video. I'm sure the FBI has much more video. Did this person attempt to open the front door here? Did they have a key to the front door? Did they go around to the back door? Do we have that video? There's just a lot of unanswered questions, but for me, it would make a lot more sense if you had at least two people involved in this conspiracy and the other person was driving the vehicle.
Why do you think his backpack is so full, Maureen? It looks stuffed. I mean, what do you think could be in there?
Violent criminals, he's obviously got a proclivity to violence, and that's one of the questions when you're trying to analyze the offender of a situation like this. He's got a proclivity and a predisposition to violence because she was bleeding on the front steps when she left. So there's just no question there. That is an actual fact that we know. So, and he's got that gun on his waistband, but with regard to that backpack, could he have a tarp? Could he have restraints? Could he have tape? Those would be the things I would expect to find in something like that. He could have rope. Who knows? But this is why when municipal law enforcement officers pull people over and they see kits like this in their trunk, or burglary tools or whatever, it gives them probable cause to search or detain or even arrest.
And just real quick, Maureen, there's something I learned about that hasn't been reported yet. We saw a helicopter very low over Nancy's house and in the surrounding area the other day. And I'm told there was something called a signal sniffer on one of the skids of the helicopter, a very, very small box, like less than 7 inches long, that could actually detect Nancy's pacemaker. And again, I have not heard this reported before, but we were able to confirm it. And it just made me think about all the technology that the FBI is likely using now that we don't know about. I mean, is there AI involved? What else do you think other tools they may be using that we just don't know?
Here they go, showing this fucking helicopter again. Like, this fucking helicopter was 10 to 30 feet over the yard. Stop. 10 to 30 feet above the ground. Not happening. Just not.
every tool we have to try to bring Nancy home. With regard to this particular tool, I don't know, but I do know that the pacemaker sends off a very short distance alert or whatever. So they're going to have to get really close. How close were they to the ground?
They were close, Maureen. Yeah, that's what was so interesting when we saw the helicopter. They were so low, and we were all talking about it. Like, what are they doing? Why are they hovering so low?
It was so low. It almost touched the ground. They almost landed. Oh, my God.
Different spots around the yard. Come to find out, they actually had this signal sniffer sent in, special for this. It's, it's like a special piece of equipment that had to be sent in, which it makes sense now why they were hovering.
A special piece of equipment that had to be sent in? Where'd they get it from? Temu?
So low. Maureen O'Connell, I always appreciate talking to you and your expertise. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Brian. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. You always do a great job.
Oh, we love ya. All right, back to the glove hunt. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed by this signal sniffer. It's such bullshit. It didn't happen. It didn't go that low. I'm calling bullshit.
All right, well, I don't see a black glove. This is our last opportunity here. It was clearly in the sun, so it's not going to be under the bridge. That glove was in the sun. He posted again. See what he said. Hold on. Follows me. Where is that at? Looks like footprints with a long track. It's a brown railing. All right, so he's claiming it's still down here somewhere, but it's a brown railing. You can see a brown railing from his pick. So it's those railings. Now I have to find out where the single mark is. These are double, so I don't think it's on this side. Let me just go back. Okay, so it wouldn't be over here. There's one option. It's not going to be over here. I don't think it's on this side either. So it either has to be on either side. Unless he went down. Cybertruck. Look at this reporter. The reporter got his camera facing that way. He said, why is the reporter back out here? You see a black glove? Are you looking for a glove?
I don't know what I'm looking for.
They just told you to come down here. You didn't see any police here at all? Sorry. I'm gonna go down the walkway. He's here for a reason. He got wind. He told me over there he's here for some law enforcement activities. Got called down here. No, he don't want to tell me because he wants to get that exclusive footage. But how does the media get sent down here before law enforcement? There's a glove around here somewhere. Some brown stuff by a railing. Here's the brown railing. Footprints. Let's go up here a minute. It's behind the Long Realty office. South of Long Realty. Behind the Long Realty office. The heck is the Long Realty office? Long Realty. Long Realty, Tucson. Long Realty, Tucson. Oh, hold on. Might be down more. No, that's not it. Hold on. Is it? Why is he here? Dude, I feel like we're going on a wild goose chase. I don't find any Long Realty around here. Unless he's talking about another bridge along the river.
This is how we usually do it.
I got it. I got it. It's on the other side. It was on the other side. It's right there. We're going back over. Back over. Didn't look like that on the thing. He's saying it's behind the Long Realty building. On the north side of the river. It's behind the Long Realty office south. He just posted it. On the northwest side of the Campbell Street Bridge. All right, let's just go. It looks old. Washed down, really. Honestly, I don't know, man. Here's the thing about it. It's a shoe. There hasn't been any water down here. What do you think? Here's where it's at. Compare it. See the bridge? See that? You journalist? What do you think? I think the police should definitely look at it. I don't know. Are you guys going to report? Who's reporting? Send the tip line? I'm not walking down there. We got other media here now. Look, we got another media here. We got media here. Media here. I think the police are coming. Hello.
Dude, I was listening to you.
Look, there's a black glove here.
Watch out.
Look at that. What do you think?
I don't know. There's a shoe, too.
There's a shoe there, too.
The only thing is, why would it be so far away from the road? The guy didn't get out of the car over there.
What's over there?
I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing is, I mean, but how old does that glove look?
I don't know. Let me see. No, I don't think that's it. It's too far away from the bridge.
Yeah, it's just the location, you know?
It is odd.
It's odd. I mean, there is a lot of homeless. I've found all types of stuff around here because the bridge is right there. Now, if it was right under the bridge, then I would think there could be something of it, right?
Yeah, that's what I would say. He's not going to get
Here,
out of his
what do we
car and
got?
come over here.
Unless he pulled in this parking lot right here.
Do you think it looks old still?
I don't know.
It's hard to see. I don't think so. It's a rubber glove, you guys. Look.
It's a rubber glove?
Yeah.
Is that the same one kind of like what the perp used?
Didn't he have a bunch of rubber gloves on? Like several?
We got media here now. Mm-hmm.
Did you call over and grab a sandwich?
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you.
Did you call police?
I didn't. Should I?
Yeah.
Well, who's going to call police? I don't feel like calling the police.
I'll call the police.
You're calling the police?
Yeah. I mean, tell them you heard somebody was here.
All right,
and
so
they
the
saw a
ladies
black
that are
glove
with
in the
me, they're going to
wash.
call the police.
On Prime
I
Crime.
mean, what's the harm?
What's the harm? You see something, say something.
We're going to tell you to call the sheriff's department.
They'd probably twist it around, try to say I planted it or something crazy.
It's not an emergency, but I'm at the Rita Wash at First or Campbell, and there's a black glove in there, a black rubber glove. And a shoe. I mean, there's some shady ass people here.
It's like homeless.
Ski, Utah.
She's on the phone with the police right now.
It is. I took a picture.
Got media here now too. How are you? What do you think? Look. Hey, what's your name? Hi, Ryan. Nice to meet you,
They're
Ryan.
watching you coming on over here, cracking the glove.
I don't know, man. A lot of people are coming out looking at this glove now. She called the police.
I'm on hold though. Been on hold for a long time. But
You're on hold?
I did say it wasn't an emergency.
You calling the sheriff?
Let me just step away a minute.
Won't they connect me?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. I think the police are coming. And then there's the shoe. Don't forget the shoe. But I don't know, I don't know. I don't know what to take out of that. There's a shoe and a glove. You don't think it has anything to do with it?
I don't. It's too far away. He's not gonna get
I
out of the
agree
car,
too.
come over here and
Like
do
it's
it.
over here. Like this is where this. See, the other two gloves were found up there, about a mile on this side. It's too. I mean, unless the perp came into the parking lot, I should go get my camera and come back, or get my tripod. They're calling the police. The police are called. They called the police. Well, I'm sure the police will. Did they refer it over to the FBI or anybody?
What?
Did they refer the call to the FBI?
She's doing it right now.
Oh, she's doing it now. Okay. Yeah, they're calling the FBI.
Yeah, she's doing it.
FBI's involved now.
They're at the very end.
We are here at the Bat Bridge, folks, behind the Long Realty. There has been a glove that has been found. Individual up on X posted about this. David Texaco tweeted out a long time ago saying he contacted police about this glove right off the bridge. Now this is Campbell. Nancy lives about 3 miles up the road in the Catalina foothills, but Campbell is also where the two other gloves were found. Now there's another glove. So
They said they received several calls on social media.
oh, they did?
Multiple calls.
They said they received multiple calls. So they're gonna. All right. So they said the Fed said they received multiple calls about this glove. But it could have been washed here and then just go dry. No, I didn't plant it. I knew some people would say in the chat, JLR planted it.
Have a good day.
I'm gonna go get my car and bring my vehicle over here and then sit over here. We got some media here. I'm gonna see if the I'm just gonna go in my car real quick and come over. Put the tripod up. I don't know. I don't know if the police will come. FBI. Got more media coming in. Dude, the media's arriving. Seriously. Seriously, the media is arriving. Let me go over and get my vehicle.
Okay, while he does that, I want to read this to you again. This is a tweet. It says, "So this is disturbing. It happened shortly after Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker stopped. Again, probably unrelated, just crazy timing. This was heard on Tucson Police West Division. It's going to be at Oracle and River. The caller is advising they saw a female out of a vehicle window screaming. Then it went northbound on Oracle. The vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu, no plate. Advised that the female was hanging out of the window wearing all black and the door was also open." Creepy. Creepy.
I'm gonna get my car and come back. Get the tripod. Going to get my car. I'm going to come back over. The feds might come. I think the feds might come. I don't know. It seems like it's starting to become a gathering point. Look. My take is I don't think it's connected. But they've been rounding up gloves all along the area, so who knows? But what would you do if you were law enforcement and you received a bunch of calls saying there's a glove? I mean, you'd think they would have to at least check out, I would think. I mean, but it's not really Tucson's police jurisdiction, even though this is Tucson. This is a Fed Pima County Sheriff's here, so maybe they're going to just bring someone up to bag it, at least just bag it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they're like, figure the other two gloves are part of the case. Anything else is just a bunch of nonsense. And the shoe, what about the shoe? It's just, I personally think stuff got washed, but hey, we've seen so many weird things with this case. Yeah, I think maybe the media is following where we're headed to. They're like, they probably got me on like in the command center at the media's. They're like, yo, follow where he's going. Just like they did the other night when we went to the wrong house, right? We were all up there in Marana, even though the scanner said the situation was in Marana, and it ended up being the wrong house. All right, we're going over here. Windows down, seatbelt on, safety first. Crazy stuff, man. Breaking news, glove found down by the Bat Bridge. dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Dude, there's lots of media out here now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go over here. All right, give me 1 second. FBI has been called. I'll just keep this here for a second. Okay, so it looks like it appears a lot of like the media journalists are just like waiting and seeing. I'm just gonna keep it here for a minute.
man. Appreciate your news, man.
Yeah. I think everyone's just waiting around to see what happens out of this. The FBI comes. It's like they're journalists, they're photographer journalists. One's with the Daily Mail. I'll show you guys what's being talked about here. Now, I don't know what's happening here, but they got a large group of journalists here. Now, you see exactly what's going on. So, someone on Twitter posted about a glove found here right off the, this is the Bat Bridge, so this is Campbell. A few miles south of Nancy, and there's a glove there. It has been found, so this is what's piquing everyone's interest, including ours. I'm gonna hang around and see if law enforcement comes. Something tells me they are, but is it legit or not? Only law enforcement will be able to tell that. And then also people are pointing out that there's a shoe over here. So it's pretty far from the bridge. I mean, it could be wash here, or somebody here threw it off. This is supposed to be a river. I'll park over here. See what happens over here. A lot of media journalists here. Let's see what comes out of this. I just spoke to some of the media people. They just say, you know, they're sticking around just to see what happens here.
Looks over. Did you see it? Yeah, I didn't see it. I just saw it from here.
Yeah, it's Right over that sign there.
Yeah. But I was thinking if it looks older, if it's been there, it's just, it rained and the rain doesn't absorb in the desert, it just runs over it.
We'll just wait and see.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's going to come. right, just gonna wait here and see for a bit. Who knows? They might not even come. It's another thing. They might not even come. That bridge. Yeah, I was just waiting to see if something comes out of this, folks. People are here waiting, but I was just viewing Twitter to see if there's any new information on this case. But again, right at this sign here, do not enter when flood debris may be present after flooding. There is a black glove right there below. Can I get the tripod over here? See if I can get the tripod. Does it look like FBI over there? Got a tripod on the glove. What do you think?
on this side. So now I have to go on the actual. Yeah, go on. CO2 to get there.
Anybody's gonna come around. This is as far as I can zoom in. So here along the bridge here, back with Long Realty, many of the media journalists left now. So yeah, I don't know if the feds, police, I don't know if anyone's gonna come. Maybe they're not taking this seriously. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they're just like nothing of nothing. Maybe they'll come later. But there's a glove down there. In the mix. Black glove. All right, folks. So I have a anonymous person here. He's local. He's with his dog. You live right by here. So what's this area all about?
Yeah. So what you're looking at here is like the wash, and I go down here like every single day. As you can see, people tread down here, walk down here, but it goes throughout the whole city. I mean, if you look left and right, it goes through the whole city, and like when it rains, this will get flooded out, and you can see all the trash that it carries. So I mean, if you look down here, you could probably find like thousands of gloves, articles of clothing.
So you're taking unrelated, like it's just.
I think it's unrelated. I'm literally down here every single day with him because I grocery shop right across the street.
Trader Joe's.
Yeah, and then you like my dog chases rabbits in here all the time.
What's your dog's name?
This is Muggins.
Black Labrador. I had a black Labrador a long time ago.
Yeah, I was watching your stream on that. I'm taking a lunch break right now, but I figured I'd just jump in and say hi.
No,
I live
yeah.
right in these condos right here that you can see.
I don't think law enforcement is taking this serious because again, look at the shoe over there. I mean, because it's just homeless and just washed.
Yeah, the homeless, and then this is a bat cave, so like in the summer, all the bats will come out and people will congregate right here and watch it during sunset and stuff. But as far as down there, I mean, there's this trash all over the place. And that's why I don't think the cops would take it serious, even if you did call me, because they know there's thousands of pieces of trash down there.
Yeah, like up the road, they got the glove up there on. I mean, that's a little different because it's just a glove, right outside
right.
the
and
exit
this
area.
This doesn't make sense. Like if you were doing anything, why would you? I mean, you can get down on the wash. There's a little ramp right there.
Yeah. And I climbed down the other side.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I went under the bridge, and there's like a spot there.
Yeah.
Actually, climb under.
Yeah, but I mean, you'll see people walking down here all the time. It's perfectly normal. Like, I'm always keeping an eye out. But as far as that glove goes, I don't think. People just toss shit.
People just toss. Where this could have came down from all the way that way. Where's the river start? All the way up in top of Arizona.
It'll go all throughout the whole city. Like, First Ave where Nancy lives. Yeah. There's another underpass on First Ave. Like if you walk.
Yeah, there's one on Oracle too.
Oracle is right underneath Oracle.
Yeah.
And it goes right to First Ave. So
this just goes for miles. I mean, this is technically a river, but it's just there's no water right now. There's just no rain.
Exactly. Yeah, we call it a wash.
Yeah.
Like when it rains heavy, you'll see this. It gets all the way up pretty
really
high. It'll kind of overflow on this concrete. It gets high. All these bushes will be overflowed, but it carries trash. Yeah, so that means if you look in some bushes, you'll see it all.
Thanks for the insight.
Yeah, just figured I'd stop by. I don't want to waste your time. I know I saw some media down here earlier, but...
Oh, you saw me here earlier?
Well,
there was a guy across the street with a camera, too.
I was watching your stream, I've been following it. And I was over there at the Culver's the other night, too.
You were at Culver's? What did you see? Come on in. What did you see at Culver's?
So at Culver's, I was walking, because there's another park right behind there where I walk in, and I just saw some action going over there. But when I got there, FBI was taping up a Range Rover. But I saw like a report that someone was like shot, killed themselves.
You didn't see
no bodies.
No bodies,
nothing like that. And I'm sure they would have been there all night if that was the case. They towed the vehicle.
You see it get towed?
Yep, saw it get towed. FBI looked like it was handling most of it.
But did they take stuff out of the? Did they take stuff out?
They were taking like little items FBI was, and they were putting it in bags and putting it in their truck. So I think they took it for evidence. And then they ended up lifting up the back, and they put like yellow tarps over it. So I thought like it might have been a body and stuff, but I highly doubt because they towed it away. They wouldn't have towed it away with a body in it. You know what I mean? So they were just collecting evidence right there.
Interesting. Yeah, the rumor was somebody was shot, and that's what people really thought into the night. They were just going. Most people went to bed thinking someone got shot. Most people went to bed thinking the conspiracy's over. It's unraveling, and we're gonna get more answers in the morning.
Because I think one of the local news stations put out an article.
Yes, KVOA.
Yeah.
And then they deleted it.
They deleted
They
it.
deleted it. Yes.
Yeah, it was nothing, honestly. I think I saw them sitting in the vehicle, but I don't think everything with it.
Seal of the vehicle.
Yeah. So how long are you going to be in Tucson?
At least into next week.
Heard you were going to go through the mountains?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know if I can stream going up. I can stream once I'm up there, but I don't know if going through.
Service-wise?
Service-wise.
Yeah, you might get spotty, but...
Pixelated.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out and saying hello. Be safe out there.
Good job doing your stream.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hopefully you like Tucson.
Be safe by your dog.
You see any rabbits down there?
No, yeah, actually I did. You did? Yeah, so we saw one on our stream. Take it easy. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so he was there during the
Addiction to alcoholism.
Range Rover raid. You keep this here and see what's going on. Stick around. If not, we'll just go back up to Nancy's. Let's not take this glove seriously. Just say, it's many gloves. I'm not worried. I don't know much more we're gonna get out of this because I don't see anybody here. The media was here, they took pictures, but I don't think law enforcement's coming, but at this point, because you look around, there's just a few people left out here. So I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Oh, thank you. Right there. So someone else just came out. There's a few people here. I'm gonna go back up to Nancy Guthrie's house. Thank you. Might give me a Gatorade. Move on to something else. Yeah, let's go back up to Nancy. I think we'll go back up to Nancy's home. What do you think, 857?
I mean, they don't respond quick, so.
Well, they might not even respond at all.
No, they exactly. So, I mean, it could be like watching paint dry.
Paint dry. Thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So, whether they take it seriously or not.
It's a black glove.
So on there, we brought awareness. Move on to the next one. Going back up to Nancy's. Follow me?
Yep.
I bet you we come back and it's gone.
Well, we got this media guy over here. He's hanging.
He's just hanging out. That's I think he's Daily Mail. I think that's. I know Daily Mail was here. New York Post was here. All right. So I don't know. Don't see. I mean, they didn't come. They're aware. They don't care, or they just feel like it's not related, or they got their. We're off. Nobody showed up except a bunch of media. So I would say some of these media outlets do a check up, and we'll see if they'll do any reports on this. Up the mountain. Where is Nancy Guthrie? This is 15 days now. Still no answers, and still no surveillance footage of any vehicle. No more information on the perp, suspect, the man with the backpack, the Ozark Trail backpack. No new information on that person. No other additional surveillance footage. At all. Navigating back through the neighborhoods. Camino Escalante, we're here. I don't know who that is. Thank you. I think we're gonna get some new stuff coming. If she's not found tonight, tomorrow I think we're gonna get a breakthrough again. I'm actually praying that we get a new breakthrough in this case. Back at the scene. go down here and see what's going on, folks. Back at Nancy's home. It's a media circus out here. Media staging ground. Why the lights keep coming on. Still bike riders out. Have all the delivery drivers been vetted? Everybody that delivers packages around here, like FedEx, UPS, and the other services. Did Nancy get a delivery package? I mean, they went after the guy Carlos, possibly because he delivered a package. Has there been other delivery people that have come to Nancy's home recently, or even as far back as years ago?
Okay, where are you guys seeing that, Penny? Penny, where are you seeing that? Brian Ensign, you said?
Sun is blazing out here.
Hello, hello. Thank you for letting me take a break, guys. I had to get my caulking done in my bathroom. What is going on? I don't see anything on X.
The home.
Where is it posted at? On YouTube or? Oh my God, my dog. Can you let me know where? Is it like a short or YouTube?
Let's go back under the shade, kind of regroup here. Media's still out here.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him. Brian Enton. 20 hours ago. I don't see it. Is this today? Wait, what?
Which I'll have video of later. And
Hold
hey
on.
guys, so I'm outside the house where the SWAT raid happened on Friday night. This is actually the house right here.
The fuck?
And I went to the door, which I'll have video of later in my podcast and on News Nation. But I went to the door, I rang the Ring doorbell and knocked, no one answered. And then for a second, I saw
Oh, it just says he's at the house where the SWAT happened. Not that there's a SWAT going on right now.
I saw the curtain move and like an older woman looked and then she closed it, and it's pretty clear that she wasn't going to open the door. I know some other reporters probably have already been here, but it's interesting. There's a car in the driveway.
I'm pretty sure her neighbor said she didn't want to talk. But
and then there's also
6 minutes ago,
this like beat up car over here. I can kind of show you guys again. That looks like it was in an accident. But it's a pretty nice neighborhood. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Nancy driveway. And then there's also
hold on,
this like beat up car over here.
Is that a
I'll
Malibu?
show you guys again.
Is that a
looks
Chevy
like it was in an
Malibu?
accident.
Is that a Chevy Malibu? You guys, I need my car people. Is that a Chevy Malibu? I don't see anything 6 minutes ago. Does anybody else? Is this a Malibu? What is this? Because the report here, whoops, not that one. This one. It says that the vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu. No plate. It's a Dodge Challenger? It's not a Chevy Malibu? Okay. I'm looking for Penny 6 minutes ago. She hasn't said anything else.
But it's a pretty nice neighborhood. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. It's my first time seeing it in the daylight because I was obviously here on Friday night. But the houses are closer to the road and there's not as much like shrubbery in front as in Nancy's neighborhood, but it's about 2 miles away. So we're still waiting to get more information about exactly what happened on Friday night. Of course, the sheriff said no arrests, but then my sources were saying just like, be patient. There's more testing happening behind the scenes. So anyway, that's the latest from over here. Hey guys, so I'm outside.
Okay, let me see if I refresh. Maybe there's another one that I didn't see here. Shorts. Nope, that's the last one. New info on gloves.
Hey guys, so we just got a new statement from the FBI that is pretty significant. I'm going to read you the...
That one's old. I don't see any new one. That's the latest one that I played. He has no posts and no current videos. And he has no recent acts. By the way, that's Starlink right there. Yeah, I don't see anything 2 hours ago. Signal sniffer is sophisticated tech. Libby Dean confirmed. He confirmed that this signal sniffer is legit. It's okay, Penny. It happens. It happens, girl. Let's go to Michael Ruiz while we're here. Okay. 4 minutes ago, we have an update from Michael Ruiz. I'm the first repost. Clarifying it wasn't a set, one glove that had the DNA profile per the FBI statement. So he's clarifying it was not a set of gloves. It was just one glove with a DNA profile. So that's 4 minutes ago. Let's see if Brianna Whitney has anything new. 3 hours ago, it says latest on black glove investigation. A black glove found near Nancy's home appears to match those worn by the suspect. The glove, which has DNA evidence, was one of 16. The FBI tells me they're working on a new statement to clarify what has been reported. We are standing by for that. I will have other details from the investigation later to report today. So that's that. 3 hours ago, Brianna shared this video of the Culver's incident. Still sharing that Culver's incident, even though it's, allegedly doesn't mean anything. I think it does. Let's see what old Nerdro addict is doing. I have serious doubts about the glove. This guy appears to have used nitrile gloves over regular gloves and tossed them on the road. I doubt it. He could have dropped them in the trash at any gas station or fast food place. See, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think that if she was in a vehicle, it could have come out the vehicle. Very easily it could have come out the vehicle. Let's see. Oh, here's a better picture of that guy. The one in all white. This is him. That guy they say is Zach or whatever. There you can see it, get a better glimpse of his face and his nose and stuff. We saw that, I think, yesterday. Well, that's what we're waiting for, Paula, is to find out if it matches and if they can find out who it is, I guess. Does it match? And, I mean, wouldn't they find out if it matches the DNA at the house before they do IgG? So should we assume that they matched it? You know what I mean? All right, I guess that's it for updates. I don't see anything else. 3 hours ago, Jonathan Gilliam. I just can't keep talking about that glove. It's getting on my nerves. Look at the Sun, 8 hours ago. Savannah Guthrie looking to quit today's show for good. No, that guy's name is Zach. This guy here is Zach. This is Zaodun Zach Jahoub. He was driving the Range Rover. Oh, let me see.
Very optimistic.
Judge, do we all just need to be patient, hoping for answers, wanting her brought home, and obviously holding the suspect accountable? I mean, is it just going to take time?
Sometimes it does, Mike.
What?
I mean, unfortunately.
Okay, so now this one 6 hours ago from Michael Ruiz says Sheriff Nanos is given a timeline for DNA testing, which says can take up to 10 days. So results should be imminent. What's this? Savannah Guthrie caught hiding something on air. What? What is this? When is this from?
30, and I was rushing back into the inside, and I tripped. As Matt would say, I could trip on a cordless phone, but I did just trip, and I really sprained
What's the
my
prognosis?
ankle.
That's not broken?
It's not broken, but it's probably as close to being broken without being broken as could be. It's a very bad sprain.
How long will you be in the booth?
I 3-4 weeks, something like that.
So how come we're not all signing it
You
like in
sent
high
some
school?
pictures. That was pretty nasty.
Yeah, it is. My
It's
whole
very
leg
purple.
is bruised. It's like, this is the safe for
Oh
TV
my God.
version, but I sent some really ghastly pictures to these guys over the weekend.
Did
But
you
this
do a
was the
little wine
offending
therapy?
boot. A lot of wine therapy,
Good.
let me tell you. So see what happens when you wear 3-inch heels. They kill.
Well,
And it went like this.
running.
They kill. Weird. People pull the weirdest clips. Okay. This is CNN. A glove found near the home appears to match those of the, but they're not saying it matches DNA. They're just saying, like, basically visually. This is getting to be ridiculous. Oh, look at FBI says DNA on glove matches subject seen in Nancy Guthrie's security video. See how they're wording this? This is so fucking weird. Yeah, look at this. It's a match. Hold on.
This is the crack in the case that we're looking for. How can we apply an identification as it relates to who we saw in the video to a DNA?
And the FBI has recovered DNA from it. Let's bring in retired NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher. Darren, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
What is your reaction?
When's this from?
Of federal law enforcement, FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution.
Well, that's old.
We have some.
That's old. Daily Mail, glove found near matches man in video. The only one saying the DNA matches is freaking TMZ. Savannah Guthrie off Today's Show for foreseeable future. I'm just scrolling to see. Here, 6 hours ago. One of Nancy Guthrie's last posts on Nextdoor app shows her asking whether someone named Amy Jacob might be missing an Amazon package after reviewing all the people in the area stealing packages from doorsteps and mailboxes. Can't stop thinking about this. Nancy Guthrie, is Amy Jacobs missing a package from Amazon? They leave packages everywhere and anywhere. Please use Amazon drop boxes when available or when possible. So she got someone else's package. I don't think that's a huge deal. But Miss Nancy was active on social media, you know? She knew how to do it. Two hours ago, latest updates. Glove's preliminary forensic results mark breakthrough in Guthrie case. I can't. That's what everybody is reporting on. Look, match it. I can't. Put a name to it, man. Put a freaking name to it.
Developing here.
I think it's a tip line. These are things. There's 20,000 tips coming in, and those are leads. They have to be collated and cataloged, and then put out. They could use AI to do that. I hope they do, and then take them down to more serious and go from there. So that's where they're going right now. It's a lot of leads. When you double up your reward money, that's what you're going to get.
Why don't you triple
Alex, what's next in the investigation?
Triple the reward.
Well, it's really hoping that they get the big break. That this glove goes somewhere again and or may not. They want to put that into the DNA database and see if they get a hit. Does it come back to somebody? Does it match any of that unknown DNA that was found here on the scene that they've been trying to figure out who that goes to? A lot of work that they have left to do. And the sheriff telling us that it is going to be slow. It is going to be methodical. They may not get answers very soon. As you reported a moment ago, Andrew, our sources telling us they're moving away from any relatives or those two people who were detained in the last week, the two men. They don't believe that they had anything to do with it. Now, the sheriff telling us nobody has been ruled out as a person of interest, but they are moving away from the two who were detained and any family members. They're trying to figure out who it was. They're not there yet. Alex.
Whoa, moving away from family members.
I noticed they said that.
Investigators are starting to move away from family members. And those two people that got detained. There
Where
was
are they
multiple people
moving
got
to,
detained, more than
man?
two. But what is that? What is that? What's going on there?
No connection between him and family, were they?
Huh?
Or Tommaso or anybody?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. It's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a really good question. It's a really good question. What got them probable cause to detain those individuals? And are they officially cleared?
The sheriff said no one's ever cleared ever.
Are they officially cleared?
I just took off a pair of black nitrile gloves. Believe it or not, I did.
This is what I was showing you before, the resolution of the abandoned ICE, Pima County Board, going on federal.
So you think that really is part of this? With
No,
with
it's
the sheriff?
just it's just part of how the whole cabal runs.
Yeah.
That's how the ball runs,
Imagine
folks.
the city trying to ban federal officers from coming onto their property.
Yes.
Sorry, folks, park's closed. Okay, while we're waiting, I have an interview with the stupid sheriff from yesterday with Brianna Whitley. Brianna Whitley did a pretty long interview with him. Have you guys heard this yet? Mr. Epstein's freaking twin. All right, more word salad. And watching her face is freaking amazing. Her expressions when she talks to him are amazing. Okay, here we go.
I'm going to ask you just a slew of different questions within the case, starting with, have you been able to clear any of the Guthrie family members?
Well, I put it like this. Everybody, particularly the Guthrie family, but everybody has been very cooperative with us. We've done a number of interviews and investigations and taken DNA swabs from a number of different people. They've all cooperated with us. And we look at what their stories are and we go, okay, the Rio Rico case, perfect example. That young man, we got a search warrant, went search his house, and he talked to us. We thought, okay, makes sense. And we left. But is he clear? Well, no, we don't know that. We don't think there was anything else to get from him at that time. But what if we end up, because all that evidence was taken and submitted for DNA, what if that DNA at that search warrant scene shows that Nancy was there? It's not clear. So the family, I'm going to say this real careful.
Shows that shows that Nancy was there. Nancy was where? What is he talking about? Shows that Nancy was there. Where?
Tremendous pressure and tremendous grief. And I think it's really irresponsible for anyone to start pointing fingers that way. They have been nothing but cooperative with us.
But I think cooperative and cleared are two different things.
Bing bong.
I know, but the evidence.
She said, I think cooperative and cleared are two different things. Everyone's on the same page, you guys. It's not just us.
This will take us there if that's the case. Right now, we are working close with that family, and yeah, our hearts go out to them.
So they are not cleared as of now.
Nobody's cleared.
Nobody's cleared. Okay. I know there's still a lot of investigative efforts going on at Nancy Guthrie's home, at Annie Guthrie's home, and around southern Arizona. My question for Nancy Guthrie's home is, if there are continued investigative efforts, why is there no crime scene tape up?
So I don't know where this started, but let's go back to the beginning. Our team gets a call. We're looking for search and rescue efforts. Shortly around 2:00, I get a call. I said, we need to turn this up. This could be a homicide, could be a kidnapping. And so we go that direction.
Wait.
They work at...
You said we need to turn this up? You weren't even fucking there. You said that your officers... You said your officers, your deputies called you and said, this doesn't look great.
I was out there till probably around midnight or 1:00 and went home. And when I'm out there, I'm not in the scene. People report that. That's not my role. I'm there to ask, what do you need? What does my team need to get? What resources can we get to accomplish? And we move on. They were out there probably till 7, 8 o'clock that morning. That's a Monday morning. I now start getting calls and I field all the media, but I realize that the national media is getting involved, and it's like I'm there on the phone in front of cameras like this from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I can't do that all day and still get this job done. And I think we tried to have a press conference the next morning. It was a little chaotic. I'll take that hit. But nevertheless, we held another press conference 2 days later. I think it went a lot better because we knew what you were looking for in terms of evidence and timelines. But that morning, Monday morning, because they're always saying the sheriff didn't get the FBI involved early on. The FBI was involved Monday morning, within hours of that. We knew that, hey, we have some physical evidence here that needs to go to the lab. But we also knew we had some physical evidence here that the FBI has experts that are better at analyzing that, and we gave it to them. How do we know that? Because we've worked with the FBI for decades. I have department members assigned to that office and have for years. That relationship is critical, not just to the FBI or the Pima County Sheriff's Department, but to this community.
But why not secure the scene now? I mean, as you guys continue on, why not secure it better? I mean, we had a guy deliver pizza up at the front door.
Because we processed the scene. We were done with the scene.
Look at this idiot. She's like, we had a guy deliver pizza. He gets very defensive.
The front door.
Because we processed the scene. We were
secure the scene now. I mean, as you guys continue on, why not secure it better? I mean, we had a guy deliver pizza up at the front door.
Because we processed the scene. We were done with the scene. The FBI, when you saw them come back, that would be a normal situation. They come in and say, hey, we're looking at this electronic stuff. Can we go see the house? Absolutely. And so they go back. There's no evidence gathered there. It's like yesterday, they were there at the scene doing what? Taking measurements to see, that video we have of that individual, that's critical to us.
So are they not taking new evidence, not seizing new evidence from the home right now?
I'm sorry?
Are they not collecting new evidence right now? When you say that part's done, they're just taking measurements. Are they not taking any more evidence?
I guess we have to understand what you're speaking of evidence. Are they gathering pieces of evidence off there and taking it in? No. What they're doing is they're doing some analysis of the evidence we gathered to see what can fit. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, it's no secret to you. There's been a lot of talk about tension between your department and the FBI and the controversial where the DNA is being tested, where the evidence is being tested. Can you just clarify the order here? And did the FBI want to test something at their lab, which is typically known to be the pristine lab? And did you say no?
So their lab is a great lab. We've used them before. They've solved cases. Our lab is a good lab, too. We've used this lab for 40 years. So it's not like, oh, whose lab is better? They're both very capable labs. What happens is in these kinds of situations, we make a decision. We sit down at the table and talk. Investigators the sheriff doesn't make that decision. Investigators sit down and talk about it. What's the best strategy here? What happens is we had submitted our DNA to a lab for analysis. The FBI took the camera images and did that. When those camera images came back, what happens? FBI shares them with us. Right. When our lab reports come back, we share them. We now have a glove we found. Somebody found it. Not at the house. Somebody reported that. It's 2 miles away. But we're not going to disregard that. That'd be silly. So we go gather that glove, and we take it. And the FBI said, well, we could send it to our lab. I said, well, why would we do that? We have a lab that has all the markers, right? You have the family members' markers, you have the landscaper, pool people, all those people, and they're at our lab. And we also have other evidence there. We had evidence from the Rio Rico search warrant scene. It's submitted there.
You did tell me last week, though, that your lab was down, and that's why you'd sent it to Phoenix. Last week, though, you did tell me at one point that the Tucson DNA testing lab was down, and that's why you sent it to Phoenix. Is that back up and running?
I don't recall ever saying the lab was down. I don't know what you're talking about.
You had said that in our interview last week, I believe on Tuesday.
Maybe I was confused with something else, but that DNA lab's never been down.
Maybe it was the rapid DNA in Tucson? You said that's why you had sent stuff up to Phoenix.
Yes, gotcha. Yes. The rapid DNA test is not a test that you can use in court, but it gets us quickly at a result to say, hey, we might have something here. That was down. So we went to DPS, yes.
Is it back up and running now in Tucson?
I believe so, yeah. I don't know. Tucson's deep, so you have a DPS office here in Tucson. Not. TPD has it, but for whatever reason, I didn't get into those details. Their labs said our DNA, our rapid DNA is down, or whatever that meant.
Whatever that.
Okay.
We just wanted some rapid DNA done, and so we sent it to DPS.
That makes sense. Important investigative tool to at least have on that.
I'm sorry. When I think of DNA at labs, I'm thinking our lab, FBI lab, those kinds of crime labs. Understand.
That makes sense. I want to ask you a little bit about the press conferences.
Did you love that answer? What a freaking clown. Thank you so much, Penny. And don't worry about it, honey. Thank you so much for your PayPal.
I know PCSD has said multiple times you will hold a press briefing if there is a significant development. We've had this surveillance video come out that was huge. We've had somebody detained and released. So what does your department consider a significant development to address the media?
You know, we discuss all of this, and it is a discussion with our team, the FBI, and talk about it. You know, if you go back to those press conferences, you'll recall who's standing next to me?
The FBI.
The FBI. They were a part of this. We still are a part of this. Nobody gets to say we're doing this or we're doing that. It is we collectively sit at it. The SWAT team used at the home in Rio Rico. Who was that going to be? We talked about it. FBI had that. So ransom notes. Who should handle ransom notes? FBI, you're great at that stuff. Give it to them. But that's the kind of process. I don't think what I've spent time talking to you about was probably 10 times as long as it talked to the FBI about, hey, let's send this to your lab or my lab. It's just, that was just crazy. And that's what got me out here. I know you guys want information, and we want you to have the information. That camera, the video that you see, that individual, people say, oh, we had it for days. We held that for less than 2 hours. We got it and said, we need this out there. And so you get it, you have some work to do to put it together because it's pretty fresh. So we sent it out because we know that's vital. It's generated more leads than anything else we can imagine.
I would imagine. I mean,
last question.
It was key evidence there. Okay, I'm going to ask you one more thing then. Based on
who said that? Her producer or someone in the room with him? I couldn't tell.
Than anything else we can imagine.
I would imagine. I mean,
last question.
It was key evidence there. Okay, I'm going to ask you one more thing then. Based on where we are now, that man was detained and then released. You said he's not clear, but he definitely is not still in custody. Are we any closer to having charges for the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie, and are we any closer to finding her?
I think we're closer. Yes, absolutely. Every lead counts. That we had, just going back a couple of days, we had 18,000 calls. FBI had 14, 15,000. That's 30-some thousand calls. I have 400 cops, feds, state, local, all over the state, people volunteering. I would be crazy to say, no, I don't want your help. That's what's crazy about this with the FBI.
So should we expect an arrest soon or charges soon?
Well, I would hope so, but I can't say that. What I would tell you is look, all 400 cops out there, Everybody's working hard. The community is working hard. We want Nancy home. That's the key. Does it happen in an hour? Does it happen in a day, a week, a month, a year? I don't know, but I know this.
A
We're
year.
not going to quit. We're never going to give up.
My
We're
very last question on that, just from based on what you said, is this still a rescue mission, or have you shifted into somewhat of a recovery mission? Where does that stand today?
Every time we go out, we're looking to rescue somebody.
And it's still
this answer. Listen to her question. Listen to his answer. Every time we go out, we're looking to rescue somebody. Really, Jeffrey?
Very last question on that, just from based on what you said, is this still a rescue mission, or have you shifted into somewhat of a recovery mission? Where does that stand today?
Every time we go out, we're looking to rescue somebody.
And it still stands as that. You still believe that Nancy could be alive?
I believe she is. Why would I not? The family believes it. I believe it. There's nothing to indicate she's not.
Okay. Didn't he say that the fucking scene when the deputies arrived made them think almost immediately they needed homicide? What in the hell? We need clown emojis for him. He said that they got the homicide. Oh my God. A reporter asked him, is it normal procedure to bring the homicide team out? And he's like, well, no, there were things in the scene that made us think that, we need to get homicide out here. And now he's like, the family thinks she is, so I think she is. Why does he have to say that? Like, the family thinks she is. What is going on? I'm on a freaking tilt-a-whirl. I'm on a roller coaster.
Mission, or have you shifted into somewhat of a recovery mission? Where does that stand today?
Every time we go out, we're looking to rescue somebody.
And it still stands as that. You still believe that Nancy could be alive?
I believe she is. Why would I not? The family believes it. I believe it. There's nothing to indicate she's not. So I'm not going to go there.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you to your department for doing this interview.
Sorry for cutting you short, but yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, that was on his end. His PIO was like, all right, thank you so much. Bye-bye. He's already dug himself into a bigger hole. Bye-bye.
So I'm not going to go there.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you to
He's
your
like, I'm
department
not
for doing
gonna
this
go
interview.
there.
Sorry for cutting you short, but yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna ask.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare he is. I so badly wanted you guys to see that. I didn't retweet it because Coffin Daffer posted that. But I'll be unstubborn and repost it so people can find it. I just reposted it to my ex. Oh, let's see if there's any other reports that are new. We've got people walking by. A lot of people. Nope. Nothing new. Let's head over to JLR again. Heading back over to JLR Investigates. See what's going down. Looks like a lot of people are moseying by on this Sunday afternoon. Checking out the situation. If you have not hit the like button over here, if you could, it would be wonderful. Sheriff Pissy Pants. Sheriff Pissy Pants. So right now it is 4:13 local time. And we still are waiting on DNA results. DNA results were tentatively scheduled to come back to yesterday. Now it's today. I don't know. We're just waiting. JB, you need to stand down. Pat Brown, you need to stand down, Pat Brown. It's good to see you today, Mr. Paul Sorensen. Why have Nancy's children stopped pleading for help? I don't know. It's very strange. It's all very, very strange. If you make sense of it, let me know. please, Nancy Guthrie's Facebook friends list. Has anyone reviewed her friend? Yes, Jen, we showed that where she was involved in that like Lutheran immigration thing. Rican Elite, thank you for gifting 5, dropping 5 on us. Stargazer, Doc Bones, Kathy Shields, Little Kazat. Welcome in, and Wrestler's Mom, if you received a gifted, thank Mr. Rican Elite. They never showed up for the glove.
Why don't we do this? You guys want to go over to Annie and Tommaso's for a little bit and see what's going on there, so you guys can see the view there.
Let's go where the raid
see
was.
the atmosphere at that location.
Yeah, let's go.
Switch up.
Let's go to Tommaso's.
I don't see much activity going on right here right now. We can go over there. Sure, yeah, no. You guys want to go for a drive?
Why not?
It's like 10 minutes away. We can see what's happening there.
Why not?
Oh, yeah. I'm seeing more yes and no. Majority rules. So I'll let the yes, no. So keep it going. We obviously see more yes than no.
I need to get
majority rules. Yes. Okay, you guys want to go on a road trip?
I'm glad you have fun.
Sounds like it's going to be yes.
I'm glad I provide a good environment.
It's going to be a lot of yesing. All right. Let's do it.
Oh, sure.
See a few no's.
Let me check fan funding. What did we get while we were absent? What came in here? Oh, we've got some super chats. Thank you. Liz, thank you so much for your $19.99. Purple, thank you for the $5. Glove slap. Baby Homer Simpson, glove slap. Flo, thank you for gifting 1 membership. And Jen, I got your super chat. And Rican Elite, thank you. And Just Another Human, thank you. White Lotus, thank you. Thank you guys. And thank you, Flo, for keeping me in check. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Gifted memberships coming in hot from Rican Elite. Thank you.
Plus all of you, anytime you learn something new or you all share in the chat, we'll look into it.
I just ordered Culver's. How long can Annie and Tommaso stay away from home, huh? Fox
we shall
News
see.
Or Fox what? Let's see. We got Fox News.
Back at the car.
The car.
We have a routine.
We have
go
a
put the thing in
routine.
the slot.
Da. Let's see what's on Fox News. It's a commercial. But I'll keep my eye out.
Nancy?
Thank you, Paul, for all the hearts. I swear he reminds me of Rain Man sometimes. Oh, thank you, Jen. She said, enjoy Culver's, you rock. Thank you, girl. Trying to get a sound bite up here. Okay, Fox News is back. God, they're so corny.
Welcome back. If you weren't aware, the government is in partial shutdown mode.
No, there ain't nothing on Fox News. They're talking about... Did you hear them play Def Leppard going back into the scene on Fox News? What dorks. They're trying to be cool. Amos OG, thank you for dropping 5 on us. Real Mojo Rising, Ann Mountain, Paula, and Kathy, and Astro. Welcome. I actually did not get a frozen custard, even though I love the custard. I did not get any ice cream this time. I did not. Thank you so much, guys. I was on Fox News. They're talking about the Capitol Hill, and it's not about this. I don't know. There's so many Foxes. It's like Fox is out of control. They have too many stations. All right, let's see. We're on the road with JLR.
This area has beautiful sunrises and sunsets. Like 70 degrees. 74 today, I think. Oh, we'll make one stop first at the people that got picked up at that raid, because their house is on the way. We'll just see if anyone is there. See what's going on there. Maybe they return home. Coincidentally, we might be able to bump into them and ask them for comment on why they were considered or why they were picked up, detained. What got authorities?
That's where I want to go, over by that house, but I don't think they're going to talk.
Additional people. Probable cause.
I don't think they're going to talk. Do you guys?
Say him. Probable cause a ham sandwich. Just like you can indict a ham sandwich. Probable cause. What type of probable cause did authorities have to detain an individual?
Good
individuals
question.
There present. A link to Nancy.
What was the probable cause? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Had to be something specific, right?
A strong link to Nancy. What would that link be?
Money?
Knowing her? Thank you. Buckle up.
Payments?
Says,
Payments?
buckle up.
Maybe she...
It's the law.
Maybe they did work for her?
DNA coming out. Need water. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. DNA. We might know something within 24 hours. A hit. Could. We could be optimistic, right? Did the perp leave the glove? Remains to be seen.
Oh. Check this out, guys.
That would be a big break and a big miss.
I'm muting him. Look at this. There's a post from that Zach guy. It says, this is that Zach, the one that had the Range Rover or whatever. He says, guys, the car sold a week ago to a guy with his mom. I'm not the owner of that stupid Range Rover. And I'm not inside the country from long... Oh, shoot. Hold on. I just dropped something. I'm not inside the country from long time ago. Don't believe these stupid people and their lies, too. Then this lady says, I'm not saying you were involved, but if the car was sold a week ago, then who had it prior? She's been missing for 2 weeks. Reach out to the media on their post and tell them to stop spreading your name. And then this other lady says, I feel bad for you. You should contact the media and let them know who you are so people stop spreading your name and picture. That's from Zach. We're going back to Tommaso's.
Talk about Luke. Luke. Whoa! I ran over a pothole or manhole. Look, you can hear it. All right, make a right. Almost here, right up here on the right. $857 has his vehicle. It's the house. This is where all the SWAT and all this stuff happened Friday night. Doesn't appear anyone's home. Except that car. Huh. They still haven't returned home. Did they go in hiding? Well, they probably don't want like the media or anyone. Brian was there earlier, Enton. I've seen lots of journalists here. Going door to door. No, I'm not gonna knock. I knocked a couple days ago. I'm not going back on the property. I knocked. I did the one knock. I made a video. I knocked. I was with some other journalists. Like collectively, we knocked. Point was, they asked for a comment, right? Knock on the door. There's nothing illegal about knocking on somebody's door. Like, why did you get detained? Why do police think you're involved? Like, what's going on here? What do you have to say? Are you innocent? Are you involved? Do you know Nancy? You know her? Why do authorities think or thought to pull you out of the home and question you? Why? Things like that, questions, right? Kind of like what they did to Carlos. They're out there by Carlos's doorstep. Like, hey, what's going on? All right, Annie and Tommaso's. Anyone getting Nancy fatigue? Tomatoes. A lot of tomato emojis. So people are like, yeah, I'm getting kind of Nancy fatigue. We can't just abandon this, right? We can't abandon this situation, right? I think what happens is we might have little lulls here, if I'm saying that word right. Quiet before the storm. And then boom, something. Like it could happen tonight. It literally could happen tonight. Like they could literally get their, they want to get this person off the streets, whoever did this, rescue Nancy or find out what happened to Nancy, like ASAP. So I don't think they're slacking. I do think they're working on a Sunday. I have confidence law enforcement, all of them, including Pima County Sheriffs, will get to the bottom of this. I have 100% confidence that they'll via a tip, a slip up, something else they uncover, new information, glove, DNA, purchase of the backpack. They might even be watching whoever did this right now. Like watching. The perp. Perp might be watching this channel in the media. The perp. All right, in a second we'll be making a left. A lot of traffic. Where is Nancy? I still can't cross. All right, next one's coming up. I said she's in the desert. Desert terrain.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
The heck was that?
JB, it's we have to stand down.
Just a man in a backpack running in black. He's dressed in black. Here, I'm going to turn around and go back the other way for a minute.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
There was a man running down the street with a backpack dressed in black. Seriously, I'm not playing. We'll go look. Everyone's a suspect until proven otherwise. No, I mean most likely not Bob, but I just want to show you that there was literally a man in a backpack running down the road. Let's see if we can find him. No, I'm not going to talk to him. I see him. He's way up there. I see him. Somebody in a backpack. Man in a backpack. Black clothing. Dark clothing. Could be black, dark. We'll see shortly. It looked like the guy had a clean cut face though. There he is. All right, I'm not going to interact with him, folks, so we don't want to.
Bueller.
But here he is.
Bueller.
See him? I'm going to go up farther as soon as these cars go by. A lot of people.
Oh my God, I've been talking this whole time. You guys weren't getting my commentary.
It's worth noting.
You couldn't hear me that whole time. I was muted.
Know.
I can't with this. I've been commentating the whole freaking time.
Now
Dude,
he's running.
no, he's running. He's. Watch JLR catch the perp.
What do you think?
I was over here running my mouth, playing sound bites. JB, you gotta stand down. None of you could hear me. Never heard a word. Who is this guy? You heard the sound bites, just not me. What is happening? Living Dead? What? Immature? Never grow up, girl. Never grow up. Don't do it. It's a trap. Is he gonna ask him if he needs a ride or what? There's nothing on TMZ. He waved? The guy waved at him.
Thought you were recording me.
Oh, nah.
I thought you were recording me.
Is that an Ozark?
I didn't want to give myself away.
You already did.
Backpack, side of the road, running.
You already did. He's like, I thought you were recording me.
Took a shoe off.
He is limping.
So he took his shoe off.
He is limping.
What do you think? I mean, that's kind of weird. I'm telling you, that's kind of weird.
I don't want to.
But I guess, I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
He thought that was incognito.
Yeah, we're not going to interact with anybody.
Maybe he's illegal. You know, they're probably scared to get deported. I don't know. I mean, he probably thinks that someone's gonna call ICE on him or something.
No, I'm not calling the police on that guy.
No. People are dying.
We're on our way to Annie and Tommaso's. See what's going on. Continuous coverage of Nancy
Arizona
Guthrie.
Family did? Where at? On their website, Mojo? What?
There's a jogger.
On their
website? A lot of joggers
website?
out here. A lot of people exercise. This area, one thing I've noticed is a lot of people do all types of exercises, and even in Nancy's neighborhood, I see a lot of walkers, a lot of joggers, a lot of bikers, trikes. People really into physical fitness around here.
That's not what it says. It says, source, Nancy Guthrie. Look at this. Hold on. We have a new thing. It doesn't say family. Wait, hold on. Hold on. What does it say? What are you saying? A family abduction? Now they're saying it was a burglary? Oh, think it was an abduction gone wrong. I read that wrong. I saw family. I was like, a family abduction? They think it was a burglary. Source. Okay, I'll just read it. Let me get it off the screen. Fuck. No need for you guys to see it. Okay. This was
an accident.
Oh my God. These ads. Okay. New investigative leads are being uncovered in the Nancy Guthrie case. An inside source tells Arizona family true crime correspondent Brianna Whitney there is widespread belief that the 84-year-old could be alive. Yeah, even though they had to bring in homicide right away. In the past week, multiple experts who reviewed the doorbell camera footage told Arizona's family the incident did not appear to be a planned kidnapping. Now, the inside source says that investigators believe this was a burglary gone wrong. On Sunday afternoon, the source said investigators are waiting for DNA results from the Range Rover that was towed from the Tucson area Culvers late Friday. The source said they were waiting for DNA results from the Range Rover. The Range Rover. A black glove recovered last week appears to be the same worn by the man on surveillance video, the FBI confirmed. And they said about the glove, the one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the glove of the subject in the surveillance video. Meanwhile, investigators have confirmed that a person of interest in Guthrie's disappearance was questioned and released. So that doesn't mean he's not still a person of interest. On Sunday, Pima County Sheriff told Cold News 13 that a traffic stop at a fast food restaurant at First Avenue and River Road on Friday night was related to the Guthrie investigation. He added that a man was a person of interest and that he was cooperative and had since been released. When asked if the man was still a person of interest, he said no one's been eliminated. So now they're saying a burglary gone wrong? The freak is going on? Ugh. Was anything even stolen? I'm literally on a roller coaster right now. Till tomorrow.
Walmart employees specifically said they steal them. They steal them. And here's another thing too. Have anyone considered that the perp stole a backpack? Or he didn't purchase the backpack at Walmart and he got it off of Facebook Marketplace, some sort of reseller. Someone gave him the backpack. He obtained the backpack through somebody else. I mean, that's another thing. I mean, we're all assuming, oh, yeah, he had to buy it at Walmart. Look at all the Walmart purchases or, but somebody could have gave it to him. Somebody else could have bought it for him at a different time. They could have had it years ago. I don't know, when they were made. Let me look. The backpack here. I got the backpack.
We got a video probably tick y'all off. This is Representative Alma Hernandez. She took to freaking CNN.
Everyone thinks that they're
she took to
helping in
CNN.
the search. State lawmaker Alma Hernandez took to social media to accuse them of undermining the investigation, saying in part, quote, "I am so sick of watching the reporting, grifting, insane speculation, lies, and BS by random wannabe journalists and YouTubers who have now caused more harm than good to this entire situation and put this serious case in jeopardy. Please go home. Let law enforcement do their jobs." All right, with me now is the woman who posted that on X.
That's her.
Arizona State Representative Alma Hernandez, who was born and raised in Tucson. So good to see you. So what provoked you to do this?
Well, first, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. It's great to be with you, unfortunately, under these circumstances. So I think I just want to start off by saying everyone in our communities, everyone in Arizona really wants to make sure that Nancy comes home to her family, both safe and unharmed. However, at the end of the day, what we're seeing in our community, in our city right now is just not normal, right? We have individuals who are calling themselves journalists who are...
Okay, lady, but it's not normal to have an 84-year-old woman abducted from her house. That's not normal either, Alma.
YouTubers and, quite frankly, just really random individuals who are out there with their cameras.
She's got a problem with YouTubers, but she doesn't have a problem with Brian Ensign being in the crime scene, in the SWAT scene. Shut up, Alma.
who are calling themselves journalists, who are YouTubers, and quite frankly, just really random individuals who are out there with their cameras and live streaming. But I think at the end of the day, what we need to be talking about is the fact that these individuals are actually, like I said, causing more harm than good. I have, just on social media these last few weeks, we've seen rumors start that individuals posting videos and pictures of people that have nothing to do at all with anything in this case, and they're trying to point at, they're trying to find anything at this point to stay relevant and get the clicks on social media, and it's extremely frustrating. I felt like I needed to call it out because every single day when I log onto social media, and I live here in Tucson, every day I log into social media, it's a random, quote unquote reporter, if you want to call it that, who's saying, oh, I'm following FBI, I'm on the mission to go and find these individuals that they're serving a warrant on. And I just think that's extremely inappropriate.
Yeah. So what's been the response to you posting, and calling out many of these individuals that you describe and telling them to go home?
Yeah, I've been told everything from you go home, you're not from here, which I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. I've had extremely racist remarks thrown at me for that. And honestly, it's the individuals who call, CNN and other news outlets fake news, right? What I would consider truly fake news are the ones who are upset and offended by what I said. And I stand by what I said because at the end of the day, I'm receiving a ton of angry messages from individuals right now who are saying that I am not doing my job as an elected official, or that I was extremely offensive and I should be nicer. This isn't a situation where I'm not here to make anyone feel better about themselves. At the end of the day, I'm here to call out the fact that there are individuals who are taking advantage of a very, very sad situation and profiting off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have individuals who, are just posting this on media and asking people to share it and follow them. It's become a national sensation, of course, and it's really sad that individuals are just not allowing, things to kind of go the way that they should be going.
Yeah, I wonder, this is a heartbreaking situation. For this family and for, their neighbors and everyone who is watching and waiting with bated breath. And I wonder, what kind of impact do you think it is having on the community there in terms of, the search is now entering its third week.
She's probably watching JLR now.
It's unfortunate. And quite frankly, I think that, I'm not a law enforcement agent. I don't know what the proper protocol would be because I don't work for the sheriffs and I don't work for the FBI. However, I think that some things possibly could have been done differently. I think that a lot of us in the community are feeling frustrated. I don't think anyone enjoys in our community seeing that an individual who they, got a tip saying that they are a suspect is now all over social media and everyone, calling them the kidnapper, right? So it is extremely disheartening. And I think the community truly is just frustrated at the fact that there's a lot of lack of answers that are, we have individuals who are quite honestly just upset that they're not hearing enough from the family. But I think these are very sensitive issues. It's a very complex situation. And quite honestly, I just don't think that it should be left to, individuals who are these YouTubers and these, I don't want to call them reporters because I don't consider them that, but they're just taking advantage of the situation, and it's really frustrating here in Tucson.
Wow. I think everyone understands where you're coming from. Well, State Representative Alma Hernandez, thank you.
Wow, she's gonna get eaten alive on X. Wow, what a smug biatch. Let's see what's going on at Tomatoes. There's a car there. Where's the
landfill? That's a great question. Where is the landfill? How far is the landfill from here? Where does the trash go? Because whoever did this crime,
we saw those trash
might have discarded things in the trash, which end up at a dumpster, transfer station. Let me see, Pima County. Where does the trash go in the Catalina foothills?
Trash in the Catalina foothills is taken to local transfer stations, like the WM Catalina transfer station on Oracle Road. Private companies such as Titan Trash or Waste Management collect the trash, and take it to these stations, which then transport the waste to regional landfills in the Tucson area.
Aha. Transfer stations. Like the WM Catalina transfer station. Where is that? Let's see where that is. Is it close by? It's kind of like at a... It's on Oracle Road. Oh my goodness. Look how far up it is. Literally up like... Hi.
You're in trouble.
Oh, all right.
We were.
No,
What
happened?
We're just watching your broadcast.
What, you got in trouble?
No, well, what we did was we came here. We knew you were coming here.
You knew I was?
Yeah, we watched the show. We're
how are you?
Big fans of JLR Investigates.
Oh my
Nice. What's your guys' names?
My name is Scott. This is my wife, Sherry.
Scott and Sherry. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Came down from Phoenix.
You came down from Phoenix? Oh, can I show your little doggy?
Of course you can.
Okay. Look at that. What's your little doggy's name?
That's Maxwell.
Maxwell. All right, guys. You guys watch the channel, and you guys been following this case?
Yes, we have been. Yeah.
So, what do you think?
Well, I think she's got an opinion.
What's your opinion? We'd love to hear it. Look, you got 39,000 people watching.
Oh wow, my opinion is it's usually family, somebody you know, close, and I think that there could be a couple of close family members that are involved, possibly.
Close family members. The opinion.
That's my opinion.
That's we want to hear from the people. We want to hear what public has to say, right?
Yeah.
During the course of this whole 2 weeks here, I've heard a variety of opinions in the scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone's watching. Everyone has a thought about the situation. Everyone thinks.
Yeah.
So you think it's someone close to the family?
Well, yeah, because how did they know where all the cameras were and everything like that?
To eliminate them. That was kind of that really stopped us in our tracks when we heard that. It's like they eliminated all the cameras and they knew where they were. I don't know how many there are, but as far as they had multiple cameras, and that's kind of an inside track, you would think.
Dang. Now going back to you almost got in trouble. What did you do?
Oh well, what happened was we knew you were coming here, and so we took a picture of the house and we crossed the street. And we were.
Oh, so that guy over there?
Yeah.
No, he's cool. No one knows. He just says, "Hey, where did you stand on the?"
Just on the gravel.
On the gravel.
Like, go over there on the gravel, and I was like, I don't think I should. He's like, yeah, go. I'll take a picture.
No, he just comes out and says, "No,
You got to get off the gravel."
When I first got here, I parked on that side, and I just parked on the gravel. But there was another car there, so he gets out his car, and then he says, "Hey guys, can you do me a favor? No parking here, no going on the gravel, whatever, go on the other side." So ever since, stay off the gravel, don't even bother going on. But you don't know. I mean, the gravel, technically, I think that's some of that easement. Probably all the way up to the gravel, or probably all the way up to the mailbox.
But we want to also be sensitive to whatever they're doing, because I know that we haven't eliminated anybody from the
Well, that's
equation.
what I'm saying. I mean, some people are like, well, like for me, they're like, JLR, stay away from Tommaso and Annie, right? Because they're innocent. But how do you know that? Until the authorities say, hey, these two aren't involved, or one's not involved, or whatever like that. No one has been cleared publicly. So therefore, this is a mystery. Everyone wants to know if Annie and Tommaso come back to their home, or if they're going to come out and give a statement, or they're going to come out and help, or they're going to do anything. And everyone just wants to know. No one knows. We can't say that they're not involved until something happens.
Exactly.
It's all speculation.
Right,
but I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions.
And we wanted to let you know we really appreciate all the questions you have, because it's been really fun actually to kind of go on this ride along with you. That was kind of what we've been doing, because we see the news reports on finished, polished news reports on all the networks, but when you do it and you're driving to this place and to that place, we were able to come in here and say, oh yeah, that's the place that JLR was.
That's the future of crime scenes. This is the future.
I think you're right.
This is the future. Anyone get your camera and you can come out here and do the same thing. It's the future.
Oh yeah.
Because no one wants those 5 o'clock clips or just clips. We want to know what's going on in real time.
Yeah.
And by the time these you can break what's happening in the moment where authorities run up in their cars, jump out, and we're there. Well, we'll get there if we're not there. We weren't there the other night of the raid, but we went there.
Exactly. Well, and that was kind of cool too, because we were able to see not only your report, but we were watching other reports, and your report gave us perspective that we didn't have before. And it was kind of just visual perspective of where everything was in the lay of the land.
Yeah, exactly. People want to know distances. They want to know what the terrain looks like. They want to know just the characters involved in this case, the names that pop up, where authorities take. They want to know the theatrics. They want to see some of the side drama, because a lot of times there's drama and crazy stuff. You know, they want to see who visits the house. They want to see who's reporting. Now, it's just people want to see.
Well,
including myself. Like, I'm generally like, this is like, I want to know each and every day what happens here. And every day they're saying different things. Like we've learned today about the glove, that it's going to now go to CODIS, and possibly it has DNA of the suspect if it's the glove, the same one, the perp. I mean, that's big. I mean, you know, they got the DNA, they got the...
So with what you know, where are you tending to?
I'm tending to someone close to the family.
Someone close to the family.
Someone close to the family.
Yeah. And
until subject to change. Everything's subject to change. I mean, just I can't see a rando going in that house.
Yeah.
I just can't see it. I just don't see it.
Yeah. The guy that was at the porch, not this porch, but you know, the ring camera and the flowers and all that was just too weird.
It's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's weird. Like flowers. Why would somebody people said somebody would do that would be a gardener that would pull weeds out. Maybe it's all fakeroo, and you know, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, we just don't know. Yeah, and it's been really kind of interesting to hear other perspectives of that too, because of the fact that nobody's going to go to a front door, especially a heavily fortified front door, and try to gain entry that way. And I think I heard a report today that possibly they were scouting it out. They took the ring camera off, and then they went into the back, and there was a weaker. You know, you always search for the weak point, and that's where there's these ne'er-do-wells, you know, enter into your home. It's not because of, you know, they're not going to go through the front gate. You know, it's all heavily fortified, and you got cameras, and it's, you know, it was a huge door. That's why I understand.
Yeah.
And so why would you go there? So it's been pretty weird, pretty strange. The twists and turns, and we appreciate you bringing us along. Like
Thank
I said,
you. I appreciate that. Very grateful. Thank you, guys.
We live a couple hours away, like North Phoenix area, Northwest.
So you just came down to see what was going on here?
Yeah. We just thought that we'd travel down. Plus,
traveled a couple hours to see what's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen quite a few people from the Phoenix area come down and just check out. Some laid flowers, some would just stand around and take pictures, and some of them would talk to some of their favorite journalists, because it's like journalism row. It's like journalist row.
See, that we were kind of expecting that here.
It was. If there's something going on here, this whole street gets full.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's becoming the media staging ground at the Nancy's home until the next move.
And there was nobody here until you decided to get here too. There's a couple other people in the back now that are.
Well, they follow me.
Yeah, exactly. As we will too. I want to warn you.
They follow. I get followed around. I look at my rear. Look at my mirror behind me, and there's always somebody.
Okay, you got somebody
behind me.
You got somebody following you. Okay. Well, you'll see us again. We have yet to go over to Nancy's. We wanted to kind of see what that was all about, and we wanted to bless you because we love the listeners, your true fans.
So
wonderful
nice,
folks, really wonderful folks. We really want to thank them for being so wonderful to you. Because you're a good guy.
Yeah.
And we also wanted to see if you needed anything or...
I'm good. I got plenty of liquid.
Okay,
I got people bringing me sandwiches. No, I got plenty of food.
Okay.
I don't need any more food.
Yeah, because
each day somebody brings me sandwich or something.
So
you know, and I'm grateful, totally grateful for that. And I eat stuff. You know, you need to stay replenished out here. You really do. I mean, I think walking around burns a lot of calories, and people said I've already lost a lot of weight because I'm on my feet. So a lot of times now in the last day I have to sit because I'm just all over, man.
Right.
Your legs get it's taxing, but we're here. We're grinding it. I'm gonna be here through the next week, at least. I don't. I will. You know, at one point, if she's not found, I don't know if the media and everyone just moves on and just waits for the latest or whatever like that. But you know, it's still a heavy police presence. I still think things are happening, and
heaven forbid, we don't even want to think about that yet. You know what I mean? But
I'd like for her to be found tonight.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or you know, the people held accountable.
Yeah, just don't want to go there. Yeah.
That's what we're praying for.
Yeah, definitely get the people held accountable.
Thanks, guys.
For sure.
Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
Can you recommend a place to eat? Because we're
no, I don't.
okay.
You
We
know.
saw that big giant burger you had.
Oh
last
man, where
night.
did that burger come from?
Exactly.
Tucson Burger. Hey, does anyone know in the chat where that burger came from? That was actually pretty good.
That was like a 5-pound burger.
Yeah, it was good.
It's
It was
crazy.
actually good.
It's crazy.
Does anyone know everyone know the burger?
JLR, we'll look at you back.
All right. God bless you guys. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well.
Thank you for saying hi.
What a nice couple, man.
All right. No, it wasn't Cole Burgers. It was like a Uptown. It was Uptown Burger. Uptown. Uptown. Thank you. Uptown Burger. Yeah, it was delicious. Our friend from Texas sent an Uptown. Uptown. Going uptown. Uptown. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to this cul-de-sac a minute. Because one place down here, this dirt road, piqued my interest. Culver's is good. I mean, yeah, Culver's. But I don't think they were talking about fast food. I think they actually wanted to go into a restaurant. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Dives.
That's how the people feel, Alma.
Thank you. Dinner on me.
Hey, Alma,
Dark
put that in your
Dives.
pipe and smoke it, lady. Alma. Alma.
There was, hello.
Hello.
Back behind the house here, there's this gigantic, like, basin. But I saw on the map there was, like, a dirt road back here. And it goes, like right near Roller Coaster Road. I never went down this road, ever. So I'm kind of just like, what I'm doing is I'm kind of just like looking all on this terrain here. That piqued my interest on the map.
I don't think they're ex-military because of how they carried that gun.
There's so much of it. But I
Jams,
saw
I'm really
cul-de-sac
confused where you
dirt
sent
road.
that to. I've checked everything and I see nothing. Okay, thanks, Momo.
Grande Avenue.
Grande, that means lodge. Grande means lodge.
Grande Avenue.
Grande.
Grande Avenue. Hear the birds? I'm just seeing like there's like dirt roads back here, and it looked like there was, but okay. So, all right, it takes us back here. This trailer was 100% the feds went in that trailer there to look for Nancy or evidence. Or both. Now the feds, looks like there's a giant school over there, but the feds went down this. No, it was here. Is that somebody's driveway? I don't think this is a driveway. I think this is an actual road.
Okay. Thanks, Jammers.
But I'm not sure. It could be a driveway. But the feds went down there, I think.
I got it.
Hello. I think they went like down there, I think. But I think this is a private driveway. I can't go down because I see mailboxes. I think it's a private drive. But it goes back, like the feds were all looking in here. They were walking through this area, but it really piques my interest. Huh. All right, we'll go back in front of Tommaso. You made my chihuahua bark. You made my chihuahua bark. Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy?
Okay, things just got a little bit
There he
weirder.
goes.
Little bit
There's a couple I
weirder,
met
little
from
bit
Phoenix
weirder.
right there.
If
There
that's
they go.
possible.
Have a good day. Nice to meet you.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Things just got a little
The
weirder.
feds went to this guy's house.
You guys ready for this?
We filmed it.
All right, guys. Here's the next weirdness of this case. Savannah Guthrie's husband breaks cover at Florida airport for the first time since mother-in-law Nancy's disappearance. So Savannah's husband is not with her, dude. He's not effing with her. He's with the kids. Look. He's in Florida. He's down here. He's down here in Florida. Dude, what the fuck? He was spotted touching down in Florida with his children Friday. He wore sunglasses and appeared somber and serious. They're not saying what airport. He was accompanied by his 11-year-old daughter, Val, and his 9-year-old son, Charlie. The family, toting several pieces of luggage, was escorted by at least 3 security officials. Savannah did not join them on their travels. He last spoke out Tuesday. There he is. I wouldn't want my kids out of my sight if my mother went missing. Here he is again. Looks like he's got like FBI agents with him or some shit. Or is that personal security? Prepper. I guess that's it. He was seen in Florida.
On Oracle.
I don't know, guys. It's weird.
I kind of want to stay away from the schools, you know what I mean? My dog. Nah, I don't feel comfortable live streaming up there at the school.
Yeah, not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Even though it's closed. Yeah, some people say don't go. I mean, we don't even... The feds have not... Now, if authorities go up that way, whatever like that, then, you know, that's fair game.
I mean, if no one's been cleared, would you want...
Nah, I'm not going to go.
Savannah alone? You know what I mean? I wouldn't want my... I mean, I don't know.
Go see Jim. Where's Jim at?
I don't think they're in school. They don't live in Florida. They live in New York. For the holidays? What holidays? JB did that?
Somebody's coming out to say hi. Give me a second.
We got someone else coming out? It's all weird.
Somebody was like waving. Let's see. Somebody got some note or something. Let's see.
I mean, these kids have been on Good Morning America. Like,
coming over.
They're not shielded from shit.
See what they have to say. Hello.
My name is Samantha Ornelas. I live in the Catalina foothills.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, and I was wondering if I could talk to you like without being recorded.
Sure, I'll mute it. I'm gonna mute.
Oh, she wants to talk off record. Huh. I mean, it is probably a good distraction. I don't know. It all just seems weird. You know? She wants to talk off record, guys. Oh, tomorrow's President's Day. Oh, I didn't realize that. I know tacos. He's a dork. Well, we've got someone, she said she lived in the Catalina foothills and she wanted to talk off record. People trust him, man. Believe it or not, he gets scoops because people would rather go to someone like him than the cops sometimes. Cops lie to you, dude. Like, a lot of people don't trust cops. A lot of people don't trust the FBI. I think it's very good that people trust coming to him to tell him stuff. Thank you, Iaka. It's good to see you today. Tiffany, I don't know. I think it's weird that the family's really quiet too. And I don't think that he's necessarily going to solve anything. I just think that someone like him, some people who don't trust law enforcement might feel more comfortable coming to him. You know what I mean? A lot of the locals are very comfortable coming up to him. I think they, like that last couple, they really appreciated that, you know, they can watch what's going on in their neighborhood. And he
So, folks, I'm just getting some good info here.
Oh.
So, which person wants to be off the record? So, just stand by, and
it is good info.
I'll share.
Getting the mods.
But just stand by. I'm going to mute it here. She don't want to be on. She don't want to be on record talking her voice or anything. So, you know, we protect anonymity. So, stand by, and
this
I'm
is
gonna
why
mute it again.
This is why people talk to him, in my opinion. There we go. Getting some off the record info. There might be somebody who, you know, saw something, has a feeling about something. You never know. Excuse me. She just doesn't want to be recorded saying it. So she's telling him, and then he's going to reiterate it to us. He's got the mots. Take that, alma.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
Hey, Frag. Right now, JLR is muted. He's talking to a local that wanted to talk to him off the record. Let's listen to this. This was just released by Fox 12 minutes ago.
ATF Special Agent in Charge, Bernard Zaper. Bernard, what do you make of this
Bernard?
On, the glove that was found, male DNA, that's all they're saying so far. That really could be anybody. It could be anybody.
Okay, wait a minute. So we know for sure it's male DNA now? Did we know that before?
Information has been made public. And I'm also very surprised that the scanning for the pacemaker telemetry is made public as well. Regardless, the investigators are not...
Okay, hold on. Hold on, he's back.
A group of people from the Catalina foothills. They think this case is crazy. And she just shared with me, she just gave me a picture. we never talked about this, and I don't know if anyone's aware of this, but what she said, two things that touched in. A lot of stuff we already know, but she's like, if you go to the house right now, in their door, there is a card.
Yeah.
Inside their door, and she just let me copy this picture, and she said, it's Deborah M. from Advanced Investigator Adult Protective Services.
Yeah, we've seen that.
And she told me that Adult Protective Services comes to people's house for elder abuse.
Right.
Elder abuse. So, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but this is in their door. Okay, some people are saying it's been all over X. Okay.
It's Nancy's door.
What she's saying is that there could be some people are saying old news. Okay, there you go. Well, I wasn't aware of this thing. People posted on X, but now she's saying she personally took this picture. She also says that if you go Nancy Guthrie right now, and all her backstories, who she is, has been completely scrubbed from the internet. Do you know anything about that being scrubbed from the internet? She says it's completely scrubbed from the internet. She
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam,
no
for the
investigators
pizzas.
in that area have really gone outside that box there where they live. It's news to me. But here's the thing is, why was Deborah M. with Adult Investigative Services? She says that it has to be elevated to certain levels. It has to get to certain levels before it gets to this. It has to be like a 3-level thing. So, I don't know. Somebody investigating Nancy for elder abuse, and she suddenly vanishes? Well, who was abusing her, if that's true?
Exactly. It's like Sebastian. It's like Sebastian Rogers.
What do you think? It's in her door. I saw that card before online, but I didn't really pay it no mind or anything like that. I didn't see it personally in the store. She said she took the picture. Tucson, Arizona. The Department of Economic Security. But then she also went into the Epstein stuff too, and her Savannah's husband and Epstein and everything like that. So I'm just saying, somebody came to me, said mute it. Let me give you some stuff. Elder abuse? Is there, I want to take it back to the Summer Wells case. I don't know if you guys follow Summer Wells. Summer Wells vanished June 15, 2021.
I went right to Sebastian.
Rogers, Tennessee.
Sebastian had
and the day before
CPS
she vanished,
involved in his life.
The father was investigated for Child Protective Services. They paid a visit at the home, and then she suddenly vanishes.
What if Savannah wasn't aware? I don't know if her history's scrubbed. I don't think it's scrubbed. I think that's bullshit, because I just found an old article that I'm going to pull up right now, because we've already talked about this, and I don't want to go over it again. This is interesting, though. Look at this. Check this out. Nancy was pretty open about, look at this. The sweet story behind Craig Melvin visiting Savannah Guthrie's mom. Love in action. Savannah Guthrie is grateful for her Today family. This is 2024. On March 8th, Savannah shared a photo of a beaming Craig Melvin posing in Arizona with her mother. This is a @Craig Melvin appreciation post, Savannah wrote. This lovely human took time out of his busy visit to my hometown of Tucson, where he is spending his weekend and personal time supporting Colorectal Cancer Alliance in honor of his beloved mother, to visit my mom and give her a hug. This is friendship and love in action. And there they are in the back at in Nancy's backyard. So she had her coworker go check on her. I wonder if she was, worried. I wonder if Annie was kind of neglectful. You know what I mean? He took time out of a personal trip to go over and say hi to her and give her a hug and send Savannah this picture. No, he was there raising awareness for cancer. Nothing to do with Nancy. I got him, Momo. Huh. Interesting. Look at the shirt she's wearing. Does that look like that blue LL Bean shirt? Could that have been one of Nancy's regular staples around the house? A blue LL Bean? Yep. But it shows you, you know, she's got her windows here, the courtyard area, and a gate. See the gate there? Yeah, interesting. This was March 8th of 2024. Yeah, it looks like the shirt on the rocks, doesn't it?
Let's see if any of the news journalists are reporting anything before we venture off. Oh, there's somebody coming out of the car there. Guthrie. Whoa, look at this reporter right here. Brittany Whitney.
That's what we are.
True crime correspondent, 3 TV, CBS, AZ family. We can now confirm through an inside source, investigators believe Nancy Guthrie abduction was intended burglary, and DNA evidence is currently being tested from the Range Rover that was seen being towed away Friday. Whoa! She just tweeted this out.
Hi guys, we are now able to independently confirm some new information in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This is from an inside source that is now reportable. I want to take you through the new information we've learned. We can now report investigators now believe this was a burglary gone wrong. We've interviewed multiple experts since this began who also said, based on the evidence, surveillance video, and other aspects of this case, that they also believed this was not an intended kidnapping. As for Friday night's operations, law enforcement activity, we can now report from our inside source that DNA evidence is currently being tested that was found from that Range Rover at the scene outside Culver's. You could see when investigators were there, they put up a tarp that they were doing some sort of investigative work there. And last but probably most important, the widespread belief by investigators tonight is that Nancy Guthrie could be alive. We'll keep you up to date as we learn more. We are working on many things behind the scenes, but again, tonight, big updates. They believe this was a burglary gone wrong. DNA evidence is being tested from the Range Rover, and the widespread belief by investigators is that Nancy Guthrie could be alive. Stick with us. We'll bring you the very latest as we learn more.
Whoa!
Yeah,
this is
I'm
coming
not buying
from
Brianna Whitney. I don't believe it. Are you guys believing that? Get your votes in. Get your votes in, folks. Get your votes in. Do you think this is a robbery gone wrong? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, unless you count taking a person, right?
Street from Nancy down Campbell. We talked about him at the beginning of our live stream. He involved? That guy there, and I'll show it to you, hold on. The guy that got picked up at Culver's, who was let go, by the way. Zaydouin Jaghoob. To me, he looks like Middle Eastern. Just the name. That's the guy.
No, see, that guy, I don't know if that's the guy. I don't know if he should be saying that's the guy. I'm actually going to mute it because I'm not sure it is the guy. Oh, look at this report. Look at this report. Look at this report.
What's also interesting about what happened Friday evening and Saturday morning is not just what we know, but also the number of false reports that came out over that time span. We saw multiple people, we saw reports rather saying that multiple people were arrested. That is not true, according to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We saw reports that the home belonged to a former county attorney. That is also not true, according to the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And we saw a report that a suspect had fled the scene and later died by suicide, which once again is not true. And all of that speaks to an interesting and somewhat dystopian dynamic on the ground here, Jackie. And that is that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of members of the local, national, and international media here. But there are also hundreds of influencers. And in these moments of developments in this story, they will go live to their hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of viewers, and I will overhear them just say things that are not based in fact, things that are not based in reality or have been checked with the local authorities. And it's interesting to see in real time, outside of Nancy Guthrie's home or outside of a crime scene or outside of law enforcement activity, see how some of these comments that are made without regard to the fact that a woman's life potentially hangs in the balance here, how those little comments snowball into this misinformation. And
what misinformation? The only misinformation has come from the sheriff himself. Is starting to piss me off. Here we have multiple additional gloves found by the Post in the same area, Nancy Guthrie's house, where FBI found potential evidence. So the Post has found more gloves. I wonder if they were picked up. I wonder if they were picked up. And this is where people came up with Zach, I think. They're looking up the vehicle. Here's JB Bueno. Look, 18 minutes ago. I don't think people converging on the case is necessarily a bad thing. Many mean well. The problem, some cross the line. Example, creators recklessly posting photos of individuals who have nothing to do with the case. Example, divulging sensitive details on an active LE response. Sounds like he's really mad about Brian Ensign getting the scoop. Hold on, I gotta repost that and comment. Where? Okay, we've got Harvey on Fox News, a new one. Here we go.
If this ransom note that we received is legitimate, and I think the FBI has reason to believe it may well be, this person has been incredibly successful at hiding his identity. Believe me, it's not for a lack of trying. So, you know, as technology advances, not just for the FBI in crime solving, but for perpetrators, for kidnappers, you know, to create anonymity, I think we're seeing that much more than I've ever seen in the past, because usually the FBI is able to crack things much more easily, but this was really sophisticated. So, you know, look, I mean, there's a profile already in this guy. I mean, the guy is 5'9", 5'10". He appears to have a mustache, a goatee.
Sophisticated? Shut up, Harvey. The fucking flowers?
We have identified both the backpack and the jacket that he's wearing, both of which were purchased at Walmart. There's no doubt in my mind, and law enforcement believes this too, that the guy is from the Tucson area. He is tech savvy and he is smart. The letter that was written is really well constructed.
He could have used Chat GPT, dum-dum. Okay, let's see what this is.
It says, hey guys, so we just got a new statement from the FBI that is pretty significant. I'm going to read you the full thing. It says, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff's Office and sent overnight on 2/12, and they arrived at the private lab in Florida on 2/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 2/14 and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau. This process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Now, this is the important part. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. Let me read you that line again. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. And it's kind of a confusing statement, but the way I read it is the glove that was recovered 2 miles from the Guthrie residence is different and appears to match the subject in the surveillance video, and they're now waiting on the full DNA profile, which could be significant because this is another big piece of the puzzle. If they can get a DNA profile off the glove and it matches the DNA profile in the house, and then they can be swabbing people who they suspect could be involved, this could all start to tie things together.
Makes no sense. He tried to make it make sense, but he had to keep repeating it because it doesn't make sense. Let's see what this lady says for shits and giggles.
What happened with that SWAT raid. No arrests were made in that operation about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. I mean, Friday night was glued to the TV as News Nation was the only news outlet
Looks like we're on the
at
move.
this home that was being investigated and surrounded, and yet we don't have anything now. So what do you think it means about the evidence that was found during that raid, and what steps will be moving forward with what you saw?
Well, I think that, you know, the Ring camera really gave us a lot of information as far as his height and, of course, his build and his gait and his movements, and also his facial hair and his eyebrows. So now let's kind of move forward. And here we are now. Still, we can't locate this guy. I don't know what these other people look like that were detained. We don't know. We haven't seen them. We haven't seen anything on the news about what they look like. Are they going by those specific identifiers, or are they linking DNA or whatever to that location? But now we've had boots on the ground, for a couple of weeks. We need to move also further, which is really great when we start talking about technology and how technology might even break this case.
Right. You know, that's really interesting you say that, because you're right. We don't know beyond this one picture of the guy that was pulled
always
over.
breaks the case
It's not a
these
great
days.
picture because he's hiding his face, but that's really it.
Thanks,
and
Jen.
we did talk to a neighbor yesterday who lives right there where that SWAT happened. And he said it's a quiet neighborhood. Everybody keeps to themselves. You know, we've kind of heard that before in other criminal investigations. But given that no arrests were made, and we look at the behavioral and psychological markers that investigators are looking for that they may not have found yet. I'm just wondering, you know, I want you to break down. I've heard you do it on our air before, but, you know, everybody's kind of going back to that video of the doorbell camera, looking yet again. I mean, I was looking at videos last night, and there were people talking about one of the gloves when he's doing that thing up against the camera. It almost looks like he has a ring underneath one of his fingers, and I didn't notice that before. So it's like every day you see something new, I feel like. What do you see when you look at that? Because you're the expert with this.
Right. So this is what I do. I mean, I've with robberies and murders and all kinds of criminal activity.
This is what I do.
When you're looking at the behavior of somebody, there is always these unique identifiers. And I want to say unique because sometimes it's only one person that has it that people know. Even in the way he's moving towards that camera and his hand movement with a thumb forward, like where he's pushing. So there's these movements that we see that are significant, and somebody would identify them if they look similar. So when I'm analyzing the video, when you're talking about the ring or even the shape of the eyes, you know, where the eyebrows are, and also the facial recognition of the cranial part of their face, we can identify, and I've done so many of these. I mean, I remember the Luigi Mangione case. Nobody really knew who they were. He put his face mask down and he was flirting with the clerk. And I looked at it, and I just came back from Italy, and I'm going, the dude is Italian. So it didn't take long to figure out the dark set eyes, the deep set eyes, the chiseled face, etc. So these are really significant because they're things, Laura, you can't change. You can't change your height. You can't change your size. You can put on more clothes to make it look fuller and puffier, which he did look like when those gloves were on. Looked like he actually had either another set of gloves underneath it. So even whether he's got a ring or maybe he's got a wallet or, you know, even where he's got his neck, you know, the shorter neck. And how his head is tilted, if he's tilted forward or tilted back. All these things are identifiers.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, Susan, one of the things that is so striking to me is that he's not in a hurry. And we've talked about that on our air before. And I'm just wondering what you make of how it almost is this nonchalant way that he is on that front porch. He's not in a hurry. He's not trying to get in and get out. It looks like he's taking his time. And also what strikes me, and I've brought this up a couple of times, is that he's using what looks to be either a small flashlight or a bite light. A bite light is something super small that mechanics use, engineers use, and it's something that you can put in your mouth and you bite it and it goes on and off as you need it to use your hands to do things that are intricate. That's what a bite light is. So that has stuck out to me. I'm wondering what has stuck out to you in terms of how he walked. I don't know if we can roll the video of when he's walking and he's kind of leaning down and he's, you know, he's got one shoulder drop. Just the physicality of that. What do you make of that? And there's that picture of the glove, and that's where I think you can see a little bit of an outline of a ring.
Yeah, so early on when this investigation started,
this
I
lady.
am measuring, and you're talking about the gate as he kind of comes through and scoops down underneath because he doesn't want to be seen by the camera, just in case the camera was actually on. But then you look at where he's positioned, right? I'm looking at the wall next to him. I'm looking at how many bricks are coming down to where actually I can see where the top of his head is. I'm looking at the ceiling to see where it is in proximity of where his head is. I'm looking at all these identifiers and saying, hey, I'm going to kind of put this guy into this box and saying, okay, this is who he is. So when you're talking about even a slope of a shoulder, way he holds his arm, you know, all of these movements all are significant. They're DNA. I call it behavioral DNA because they're things that you can't change. So I think that these are all really important. And also too, Laura, let's compare these to the other videos that we've seen. The guy at the dumpster, right? The other guy that's a few miles around. You look at the dumpster, see how high that dumpster is. Look at his body frame, and then also look to see if it's similar to this guy so that we can start to kind of hone in on, okay, this is the dude, this is what we're going to be looking for. But unfortunately, at this point in time, they have boots on the ground everywhere. Right. And we still can't find this dude. So we got to move forward. We got to pull in new things to do it because we got to think outside the box.
Yeah, and we've got to, you know, they have billboards with Nancy's picture. I just thought of this. They have those billboards of her picture and of her description. What if they put those videos, a moving video or pictures of the suspect on the billboards? Because that's what we need. We need eyes everywhere on this. And I'm also curious, I want to have you back when, and I hope this happens, that we see more video from inside the house or the garage or the side or the back.
Yeah, I want to see video from the garage. All right, let's see where we're going. I have no idea where he's heading.
Here comes the Amazon guy.
Oh, Lord, not again. Amazon again.
Amazon guy.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
What's the date on that note, JLR?
TV,
I'll look when I park.
Stand down.
Just joined. Any big updates? Somebody update me, Chris. 4290 says, Chris, hello. Always good to see you.
You know, I find it funny that they want the public's help, right? And they want to get this description out and shit, but they don't want YouTubers there. It's like, what? What?
A couple miles away from the home that has, that they say is an unidentified male, so they're going to put it in CODIS. Could be the glove or gloves used by the perp that was seen in the surveillance. Other than that, there's talk, like we just read, that or listened to, maybe it was a burglary gone wrong. We ourselves kind of been going to different scenes today.
I have a question. I wonder if it's against the homeowners to have a gate around your house with like a code. I wonder if that's against their homeowners association, because the reason I say that, I'm just sitting here thinking and I'm like, if that was my mom and she was stubborn and wanted to stay in her house, wasn't ready to, you know, take that step into the next phase of her life yet. I mean, if I was worth $40 million, I wouldn't have had needed friends to go check on her. Like, I would have had a direct line on my phone to something in her security system that allowed me to open an app and check up and be like, hey, Mom, what's happening? You know? I would have, I don't know. I just really would have. I get that. No problems, 50 years. I understand. I understand that. They weren't scared for her as far as we know. I guess they weren't worried for her safety, as far as we know anyways. A lot of older people like their independence and privacy too.
Let's go down and see. Shall we? What's going on? What's going on? What's really going on? Hey! How are you? End of the day. No real answers, but was this a burglary gone bad? A robbery gone bad? A robbery gone bad.
I got the scanner on. Hold on.
Where did you go? We don't know what's there. Just come to our vehicle there. You can launch the gun there.
It could be just something that plain in the open.
And the person
and that Brianna
and the
Whitney is very respectable. That's all she does is true kind.
I can't listen to that guy. I'm sorry. He's very respectable. Yeah, now they're saying it was a robbery gone bad. Yep. And they took a whole person. The robbery didn't work out, so they just took a whole person. Makes sense, right? Makes sense.
From the investigation team.
Ugh. Mr. S's is back. Mr. Hard Ass is back. Mr. P in your side yard is back. Scanner's quiet. Scanner's quiet. I think that was a false alarm. There's really nothing going on the scanner. I'm going to torture you guys with some of this guy. Ooh.
Raid, raid, raid.
Yep. Get your votes in, and if you haven't hit
Got
the like
scanner
button,
up.
hit the like
I
button.
see anything that says SWAT on the thing.
Oh my God.
SWAT raid.
It doesn't say SWAT.
Where is Greeley?
I just had it
Greenlee.
on.
Greenlee Road.
Let me look it up. Oh, here comes the sheriff.
He's for shift change. Shift change. Sheriff is here.
Let me look it up. Kelly. Thanks for subscribing, Turning Leaves. Appreciate you.
That's his relief.
How you doing? Damien of A517. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Big Fish.
I commented on your post yesterday. Great job.
Let me read that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Big Fish says, my opinion in the end, it's going to come out. Savannah put too much trust in her sister. I believe Ann got her big house with Savannah's help. And I think you're right. And I think the agreement was she would take care of Mom. And I think that they took advantage of Mom. That's just my opinion. I'm right there with you, Big Fish.
Road, if it is, it was right next to where I was saying that shooting happened yesterday.
Oh, his S is
So it
driving me
could
crazy.
be connected to that.
The mass shooting?
Yeah. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're looking in.
We'll have the area. Just keep an eye out. Or, sorry, the drone. Keep an eye out if you run.
Why do they sound like that? And some of the guys, they sound the same, like.
The female suspect is going to have dark brown hair. She's going to be currently wearing a black tank top, black sweats, and possible black slides.
Copy. I've been briefed. I'll have IC. 4 times 45. She's about 5 feet.
Copy. 1745.
Criminal network.
I'll have you just pull up your vehicle to the house. Really confirming.
We don't know, man.
But I'm thinking 84. Dude took off on a bike. He's headed out to Alberton. It looks like he's going to go southbound. Hispanic male in a neon green, like construction shirt.
10-4, did you need this one?
No, I'm not in pursuit of him or anything. He just needs to get stopped so I can talk to him. He's riding towards 2-9.
10-4.
Some guy on a bike. We're back at Miss Nancy's. Breaker, breaker. It's like, what? I could never be a 911 or like a dispatcher. Because I can't understand what the hell these people say. If the motive isn't money, it's revenge. If it's or sunflower seeds.
I'm on foot a ways away from my car still. But about a minute ago is when he started headed south on Alvernon towards like the 7-Eleven area. Older Hispanic male, ball cap and neon green shirt on a bike.
Yeah, so longer as well. Okay.
They do, Malmo? Already?
406, to 4, Adam 64, if you want to come down here with us, bring your patrol car.
Sorry.
7. You're also she's all that can't touch for security. Third Street. Fourth on 4 fired up for Lincoln 4. I'm sending a picture to the group chat. Except her hair was just cut short yesterday.
Heavy. Right on 5-3.
Prosecutor's office?
I can start up for that request until the CSO goes 10-8. I'm coming from the CRC.
Super.
There's a 5-1. I can clear the call and start over. All right, for no copy. Thank you.
Right, group chat? Like, what?
Something right now.
Malmo, what kind of website is that? That sounds like a phony website. 88crime.org. You should be able to find it on the actual prosecutor's office. That sounds like you've been duped. If I lived out there, I'd be shaving my face. You know what, though? Do you really think the guy whose mustache is shown is really going to be running around with a mustache? 88crime.org is their channel?
John Fever Adam, 1 boy John, Broadway Outlet. 1750.
Momo, you're such a boomer. That's not a real thing. That's not their site. Is it?
Broadway Wilmot reference a man that's bleeding from his head after falling, and he's continuing to walk. Sector 1 at number 902 at 1750.
God, their site looks fake.
Or when I'm 23 on a pop here, you can just divert me that.
It's going to be an unknown male in his 40s, black sweater, jeans, and a black backpack. He was walking eastbound from the northwest corner.
Black backpack?
Westbound, and his hands were full of blood.
It looks fake. It's a non-profit organization. That's weird. Jump ass? That's our Tucson site. It looks fake. Do they ever stop scrolling, Melmo? Jesus.
We'll be 1039 for level 15 with weapons at 1809 West Mission Harbor. Callers reported the wife is attacking with a knife. Yes, clear. Copy, just need to attach this 1966. Answering them, they can argue in the background.
6 off the weekend, 6 you doing the 20 or 21.
Checking now, so okay with you.
I can't look at my Thanks for the cooter chat. Thanks,
I was
Flobo.
fortunate enough to have my mom till 86 years old. She met her demise driving a Mazda convertible. Her baby she called that damn car. We hated that car. Tried to get her to sell it for 20 years. Old people do what they want. As they should.
Thank you, Flo. God bless your mom. And you're right.
The next unit responding, she's going to be getting transferred over to Houghton Northwest, and I'll need a unit to go with her since I'll be detaining her caretaker. Copy, bring that lane, change any unit with her.
46. I'm not speaking for somebody from the... Oh, you're not going to have any more units down there.
I can't look at my text right now. I'm playing this.
Hold on for the other unit.
I copy that. I covered you guys with the rest.
Just wanted to report a 4-10-4-5. Hold off on detaining the mom right now so we get some more information.
Wait,
I know Jose has some history of exaggerating what happened. Before 10-4-5, you guys can follow the hospital and give us update.
4-10-4-5, I copy.
It's real. You know, it's weird when you start looking at faces, people start to look similar. Like I'm looking through these unsolved homicides.
It looks like that 21's going to be plotting on the northwest corner of the home, past the front door.
Item 61 from Smythe called the complainant stating that the mom and the boyfriend are inside the bedroom and the mom's crying in distress. I'll be responding custody.
What? What was that?
When I'm 6 really holding out the mission Kyle post.
I see it, but it doesn't say homicide for her. You crazy. Look. You are such a boomer, Melmo. Look. It says, unsolved cases, kidnapping, missing persons, unsolved. And it says February 3rd, 2026. If it was homicide, it would say homicide. Like this one over here. It says homicide, unsolved. Hers is under all unsolved cases, kidnapping, missing persons. Last seen at her home near Skyline and Campbell around 9:30 p.m. Saturday, January 31st. Doesn't their website look fake? Weird. Look at the homepage.
I'm approaching. That's moving.
Okay, with you.
I saw McGruff. I'm like, this is fake.
I'm behind you if you want to give me 30 seconds to get 40 ready.
Copy then. Here.
Yeah, 3 I sent 2 was 3.
Locals come out.
1 detained. She said 1 detained. I don't know what it's for, though. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. So we got maybe here. Okay, so look, Fox News is responding to that local news reporter that just said about the burglary. Matt Finn with Fox News says Sheriff Nanos responds to me about the local Phoenix news report that cites an inside source who says investigation believed the Guthrie case was a burglary gone bad and that Nancy Guthrie's still alive. Nancy says it didn't come from us. No idea. And even though that is one of many possibilities, we would never speculate such a thing. We will let the evidence take us to motive. Oh. What do you think?
Well, they can't get mad at us for saying it because she posted it and she has very good sources.
Shut up.
Brianna
dude.
Whitney is one of the best crime reporters in Arizona. So
Really, dude?
if he wants to challenge CBS, she's with CBS. So this is,
He's driving me crazy, dude. What's on Matt Finn?
I posted it on my page and everybody's saying the same thing. Or
Oh my
people
God.
are not buying.
New Sheriff Nanos responds to me about the local Phoenix news report that cites an inside source who says investigators believe the Guthrie case was a burglary gone bad and that Nancy Guthrie is still alive. The sheriff says, did not come from us. No idea. And even though that is one of many possibilities, we would never speculate such a thing. We will let the evidence take us to the motive. Oh my God. I can't.
Savannah posted a video. Getting it now.
She did?
Mine's thinking, so you might get up there fast.
Oh, for God's sake.
All right, here we go.
Savannah
has posted a video. New
Here we
video
go.
out. Here we go. Playing it. Just released just a few minutes ago.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late. I wanted to come on and
play it again.
It's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and
we had 16 minutes.
I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is,
Yeah, here you have 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. You got
that
it.
it's never too late.
6, 7, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys got me?
And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
How many?
And we are here. We believe.
You hear me?
And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
And it's never too late.
Diana just posted another video on Instagram, so get that up when you can. I will have that news.
You think she knows?
All right. You're about to report on the new video?
That was from the heart right there.
Hmm.
You know, that was not.
Sounds like she's
prepared like
talking to whoever did it. Like, just be a good human and come forward.
He's with the station where she used to work. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hold on, I'm uploading it.
New video. Transfer, you got good numbers?
I'm gonna replay it, guys. Hold on, I'm uploading it right now. Yeah, her grays are growing in. Yeah, she looks just fed up. Sad, fed up. It's like she's talking to whoever did this. Like, just be a good human and fucking come forward. Stop this, you know?
This girl is messaging me. She wants to get me to show you a photo of. Am I looking all right? You are?
God, this guy.
John, it's 2 weeks today since Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing tonight. The FBI says it is.
Dude, shut up.
It says it appears you have to go in the studio. That was worn by the suspect in that surveillance video outside Nancy's front door in the early morning hours of February 1st.
She may not be able to function properly. She may just throw some makeup on and.
Savannah, can you relay that to Sean, please?
Jeez. Relay that shit to Sean.
Well, you need to relay. You still need to relay it to Sean.
Right, but that's not what he said.
Relay it, fucking
She
Sean.
posted an Instagram video maybe 5 minutes ago.
Even County Sheriff's Department admittedly not planning to go ahead with.
I just found out.
Here you go. This is the kind of stuff that
Jesus
I get all
Christ.
day long from Tucson.
They can change its movement. What else?
Hey, fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks!
That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for. Do it. Do it.
Caller advising.
Let's let him hang out with 857 and see him lose his effing ever-loving mind.
Child on child crime.
Hey, fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks!
We know, Malmo. He's also posted on Facebook that it ain't him. He's like, dude, I sold that car. Look. He said, dude, I sold that car.
Close. 10 seconds.
I don't know where it went. Anyways, what was I looking up on YouTube? What did you guys have me looking up? Oh, yeah, Savannah.
Sean, it has been 2 weeks today since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing by family. Tonight, the FBI is confirming that it is testing for DNA on a glove that was found a couple of days ago, about 2 miles from here at Nancy's home in the foothills. That glove, the FBI says, appears to resemble the glove that the suspect wore in that surveillance video in the morning hours of February 1st at Nancy's front door. Let's get to video. Remember, the FBI and the Sheriff's Department expanded their search of the foothills back on Wednesday. That's when we found out there was an expanding of that search. Today, the FBI says the glove agents found was located about 2 miles away on the side of the road. They have now sent that glove in for testing and are waiting what the DNA says, hopefully leading to a person involved in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Now, the FBI says in a statement, in part, quote, the FBI received preliminary results yesterday and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into the national database that's unique to the Bureau. This process, they go on to say, typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas of the house.
Wanted to come on.
Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the suspect in the surveillance video. Again, the FBI says it appears the description of that glove that was found earlier this week looks like the glove that the suspect was wearing in that video, but we have no official confirmation of a DNA match tonight. That is the latest from here in the foothills. Reporting live this evening, I'm Eric Fink, News 4 Tucson. Let's go back to you.
Wait till the camera turns off.
Thanks.
Oh, JLR, I wanted to see him lose.
Thank you so much. Oh, very, very kind of you. Is it Troy? It's Adam. Adam, sorry. Quite all right. You look like you're having a rough time, if I can help. Right. Thank you.
Okay, let's listen to this.
I wanted to come on, and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late, and you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
Oh, damn. Oh, wow. This is personal. This is personal.
And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
Why does it look like she wants to smile? Oh, I think she's talking to her sister in Tomato.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing.
I feel like she's talking to her sister. Is that what you guys think? What guy? Keep it moving. We're watching Savannah right now. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways, I feel like this is very personal. It's never too late. I mean, she's kind of smiling here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think she means the smile. I think she's almost giving that person a feeling of comfort. I don't think she means to smile at them because her eyes aren't smiling. Her eyes aren't matching a smile. You know what I mean? You can look at her face and her eyes are dull. Her eyes are sad. And she's trying to be soft. Yeah, duper's the light. She's trying to appeal to, I think, her sister. And kind of be a little bit soft. Like, it's never too late. Like, we're still here. Like, we're still going to be your family. Like, you're not going to lose everybody. Yeah, it's like a duper's light because I think she's trying to dupe. Because I think she's trying to find out who the fuck did this and get them to come forward. It's very personal. Our mother. But her eyes aren't smiling. You know what I mean? The emotions aren't matching. In my opinion. This is my opinion.
Or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. We believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Her eyes are so swollen. They can't detain people, boss lady, without evidence. You have to have evidence. She's definitely not talking to some rando sending ransom. And I don't think she's talking to Tomato. I think that she wants her sister to rat his ass out. That's what I think. She is. She's struggling to, like, be soft about it. Because you know that behind those eyes, she wants to rage out on whoever did this to her mom.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. We believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late. I wanted to come on and...
I mean, she's literally outside sitting on the grass. You guys can't see her legs, but she's literally sitting cross-legged on the ground. In complete, like... She's sitting outside. JLR's not close up to this guy. This guy just set up in front of JLR's camera. It's not too late. You're not alone. You're not lost. You can still do the right thing.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is.
Wait, who was that guy? Who was that guy that just walked up? Is that JLR's friend from yesterday? Does he work for him or something? He's like, see you tomorrow. He limped away. Who is that guy? Anybody know? Her eyes are so swollen, dude.
And if anyone has information that leads to finding Guthrie, the
It's
FBI
never
is
too
offering
late.
them
It's fucking
$100,000.
Justin Lum.
Reporting on Camino Escalante and Camino Mirabal.
I'm muting him. Or that's not Justin Lum, is it?
And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. We believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
Oh, man. I think the clock is a-ticking. I think the clock is a-ticking. I think tomorrow we'll have some movement. I don't know who the guy is. I've been on here for 9 hours. I'm tired. I'm tired. You're not annoying, honey. I'm just boss lady. He's not filming him. The guy set up in front of JLR. Thanks, Paul. I think she's speaking directly to her sister. And it's really sad. But I think the clock is ticking for somebody close to the family. Something like that. The clock is ticking. Or tonight. Yeah, well, it's 8:20 here. 6:20 there. She's desperate, yeah. Well, I think she's saying find goodness in everyone because she wants her daughter, or I mean her sister, to look within herself and do the right thing. Yeah, the guy's annoying for setting up in front of JLR, but he wasn't there. We know nothing of Cameron or family. Do we need to? I mean, what do we need to know about Cameron and family, though? Sounds to me like Cameron wanted to always be private. You are not lost or alone. I don't know if she'd say that to Tommaso. Like, I don't think she would talk like that to him, but I don't know. Maybe that's why the father took them to Florida. Something's about to happen. Maybe. I mean, she could be in Florida for all we know. Is she reassuring Annie she is not alone and family will be there if she that's what I'm thinking, Kelly Fitzgerald. Is like, if you know something, do the right thing. It's not too late. Oh my God, it's pouring outside right now. It just started pouring. We don't know that, PCB. We're literally speculating. Anyways, I'm going to get on out of here. We've been live for 9 hours and there's a couple shows I want to watch tonight. So I don't know if anything will pop off tonight. If it does, I'll come back. But I'm going to get off here for now. I just put the email in the chat. Let's see what JLR is saying real quick.
Here.
He moved. Look at the beautiful sunset. Oh man. That is so pretty.
Beautiful.
I love it. Yeah, it's like saying, I won't be mad. You still will have me. You won't be alone. Like, because like thinking, oh, like the sister, oh, you know, I'll lose everything. I won't have Tommaso. That's how women with low self-esteem think.
What about that? What about the video that Savannah just gave? I mean, does she know something that she's like giving the kidnappers
yeah, but
one
just
last chance before it all
The FBI says that they
breaks?
found a glove with DNA on it. They say that glove matches the very same glove that.
All right, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. I'll see you maybe later tonight if something pops off. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. You guys stay safe out there, and I will see you soon. Thanks, everyone, for your support. I'm going to roll our credits. Thank you so much. See you in the next one. I think I'm going to check out the interview room tonight. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. But yeah, make sure you hit the like button. And if you didn't subscribe today, please make sure you subscribe if you want more content from me. Thank you for being here. 9 hours strong. Smash the like, guys. I'll see you later or tomorrow. Bye, guys. Stay safe. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.